Good morning. I am Randy Fiorini, the Vice Chairman of the Delta Stewardship Council. I'll be filling in for our Chairman, Phil Eisenberg, who is in town at a speaking engagement and should be here in a couple of hours. We anticipate that things will move very quickly during the next hour and a half to 2 hours. Let's begin with the roll call.
Gray here.
Mark is here.
Fiorini present.
Totally here.
We have a quorum. I will dispense with the chair's report and wait for Chairman Eisenberg to come, but I will tell you that it has been a busy couple of weeks since we last met. Staff has been very, very busy. The second draft is out. We will spend a good part of this afternoon and tomorrow reviewing the second draft, as well as receiving reports from the State Water Resources Control Board's Water Master and the Vice Chair of the Water Commission this morning. So we have a full agenda, and we look forward to a lot of good interaction. I would like to now call on our Executive Director, Joe Grindstaff, to begin with the legal updates.
And I'm going to ask Kurt Miller to come up and talk about legislative first, then we'll go to Chris to talk about legal things, and then I have a couple of items to report.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Mr. Chairman and members, good morning. Let's just cover a couple of things quickly and keep in with the Vice Chair's request to move along. On the budget, well, first of all, in your packet, I've attached a list of 30 or 40 bills that we're tracking for various reasons. These bills make the list for two reasons. I elect to put them on because they're interesting and we need to watch them, or the governor's office has requested that we write reports and report back to them on our views. So those are in process, and that just gives you an idea of the universe of things we're looking at right now. On the budget, it appears that today, 1 o'clock, the governor will sign the budget package that was enacted last week. There are 16 bills in the package, including the budget bill, and the other 15 bills are trailer bills that implement various aspects of the budget. Of interest to the council is the budget bill itself, which has our funding for the fiscal year 2011-2012, and they adopted the budget that we asked for last fall, so we are whole in that manner of speaking and have funding through next June. On the trailer bill that dealt with natural resource issues, they have amended the section that requires us to do a zero-based budget. And instead of having it due next week, it's due a year from next week. So they gave us a pass on getting the zero-based budget put together. The directive there is to have us compile the CalFed related projects and programs and zero-base all of them, and then report to the legislature next April 1st. And we asked for the year delay because we can't get a lot of data right now that makes any sense, considering the draft plan is in process. And once we have a finance element and all those things worked out, we'll have a way to put the zero-based budget together and have data and projects and programs that make sense for the report. So, and I believe that's all I wanted to say today. Any questions or comments?
Thank you. Any questions of council members? Thank you, Kurt.
Thank
Chris
you.
Stevens?
Thank you, Mr. Fiorini. I'm going to turn it over to the shining light of the McGeorge Law School night program. Our crack legal extern, Chris Stiles, will give his legal update.
All right, for today, I just have another update for the smelt and salmon cases, and then I have 3 other cases just to mention briefly. So starting with the smelt cases, on February 25th, the parties were able to reach a temporary settlement agreement. The agreement will cover the projects through June 30th when the Fish and Wildlife Service is expected to issue its revised biological opinion. And next, with the salmon cases, the plaintiffs are still seeking to enjoin implementation of certain components of the National Marine Fisheries Services, RPA. That hearing was scheduled for March 8th, but it was postponed and will happen March 23rd through March 25th. And also, the plaintiffs are requesting a temporary restraining order to prevent certain components that are scheduled to be triggered on April 1st. So that'll be decided at the same time. So that's where we are with the smelt and salmon cases. Next, I have the striped bass predation case. This case was filed in 2008, and basically it was filed against the Department of Fish and Game, claiming that their regulations are too protective of the striped bass, and that they ignored harm to native fish, including the smelt and the salmon. The parties in that case have agreed to a settlement on March 17th. Among other things, the fishery management agencies are going to be required to draft a proposal that includes changes to Department of Fish and Game's regulations, develop adaptive management plan to research the overall effects on listed species, and also create a research program that focuses on the predation of protected species. Moving along, next is a case involving the State Lands Commission. The court invalidated regulation that's one of the state's main tools in protecting the coast. Basically, the regulation prohibits development seaward of the mean high tide line. The court held that the commission failed to promulgate the regulation under the Administrative Procedure Act properly. Basically, the commission was just saying that the policy was just a reiteration of the law as it already existed. But the court said that the policy embellished upon and departed from the law as it was. We included this case just as an example of that all regulations need to be adopted consistent with the Administrative Procedure Act, including notice and opportunity for public comment. And then finally, an update on the Air Resources Board SECO case that I reported on last month. It was a tentative decision at the time, and that decision was finalized. Basically said that Air Resources Board failed to comply with CEQA in its implementation and scoping plan for AB 32. So the decision was finalized on March 18th, and ARB plans to appeal. That's all I have for today. Any questions?
Any questions? Don?
Yeah, just to follow on, Christopher, on the case you mentioned just a moment ago related to the Coastal Commission, what was the nature of the lawsuit? And someone was seeking a permit to build and challenge the ability for them to apply that without having the appropriate regulation. Well, what was the nature of the case?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Somebody wanted to develop some land and challenge the commission's regulation based on the Administrative Procedure Act and was successful.
Was it, instead of the Coastal Commission, was it the State Lands Commission?
State Lands Commission, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was a
State
different
lands.
issue.
And where was the geographical location of the?
I don't know the geographical
I
location of
didn't
the project.
include that in my
Okay.
notes.
But we can get you the
But it could have been
information.
along. So it'd been like it might have been along a river or a.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Versus along the coast.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
And just a couple
Yeah.
points of clarification, I think, on the smelt case. You had reported accurately that the settlement goes until the end of June, but I'm not so sure that they're going to have a complete new biological opinion by then. It's just unclear where they go from there.
Right.
On the salmon case, the hearing that's taking place now, from what I understand, the judge may actually rule from the bench on Friday. And that'll be important and could control the operations, and we'll report back to you if we find out anything new on that. The Air Resources Board case obviously is important, not only for the entire state's implementation of the AB 32, but the actual issue here is whether or not they complied with CEQA and did a proper alternatives analysis, something that obviously we're going to have to grapple with as well. So with that, I thank you.
Christopher, thank you. Joe?
We have an issue that is a responsibility following along from CalFed that will be coming to us later on, but we wanted to bring Dave Zezelak from the Department of Fish and Game to give a short briefing on it now. You will see this coming back to the council later on. Dave, could you come up and just brief the council on your PSP?
Good morning.
In your packet that describes the details of the CalFed Ecosystem Restoration Program's proposal solicitation package. The package solicited grants that are responsive to, or solicited proposals that are responsive to restoration activities within the Delta and within the Sacramento and San Joaquin River stems. Additionally, for water quality facilities, construction of that enhances or improves the condition of dissolved oxygen and mercury in the system. The solicitation period ended March 1st. The proposals, we received 31 proposals for just over $31 million. And the proposals have undergone administrative review and review to determine their responsiveness to the solicitation. And included in those 31 proposals were some proposals that had been submitted in the science program's proposal solicitation package. So they're being reconsidered. And the selection panel meeting, there's one slight change to the memo that you received. We were targeting June 1st, 2nd, and 3rd for the selection panel to meet. We're now setting that back a week to the 7th, 8th, and 9th. And at that point in time, once recommendations are made on selection, we'll be bringing back the proposals to this board for discussion and for information. So that's the plan. We hope to make awards just after the fiscal year begins.
Thank you.
But just
Felicia?
a quick question. I know that the work that this program's been funding is really doing things on the ground that are really important to advancing the general and overall cause that we're dealing with. Is this money, it's a chunk of money, is this all from bond funds?
It's all from bond funds. About $10 million of it comes from Prop 84 that was in previous budgets for ecosystem restoration projects. And close to another $10 million comes from Prop 13 for dissolved oxygen and mercury remediation, and focuses on actual construction of facilities that improves that.
Any other questions of Dave? Dave, thank you very much for coming.
Thank you for having me.
The next item, Joe, is go ahead.
Actually, there was one other thing I wanted to point out in front of you. I have the list of change orders. These are all things, well, change orders is the wrong word, task orders, I'm sorry, on the Delta plan. And they are all within my authority, but it's one of the things I want to do is when I make change, when we make changes, just to bring them to you so that you're all informed of what's going on. So we, on some of our earlier task orders, closed them out, not spending all of the money. And in some cases, we're redirecting the money, as you can see here, website support. That is something we had anticipated earlier doing. And so it's just a task order to continue what was originally anticipated. The second item is for graphics support for the Delta plan. The third thing is, you'll probably recall at the beginning of this process, in order to hire an independent consultant, we used the CH2M Hill contract to hire Arcadis to review BDCP. And the direction of the council was to separate that contract. We've completed the contract. We're preparing to issue a new task order under the new contract, just so you're aware that that's happening. So there should not be any additional, sorry, I got a note here. There shouldn't be any additional expenses above what we've already projected in the budget. This is, and in fact, it's, as I say, what happened is we had some task orders come in under what they were allocated, and that's how we're funding these task order changes. The one other thing, I just got handed a note that there's a silver Prius with a Lodi plate with its lights on. So, anybody with a silver Prius who has their lights on?
We'll find out who it is shortly.
Yes. Where is it? It's in the parking lot on this side.
Any questions of Joe regarding the task order report? Okay, the reference to the website reminds me that I don't think we have, as a council, have commented on what a great job staff has done to manage our website. It's a huge amount of information, the public comment, and the letters received, and so on. And so compliments, Joe, to you and staff for managing it in such an exemplary manner. And then on to adoption of the February 24, 25 meeting summary. I'm aware of one correction, and that is a change in the time that is listed on that. Are there any other corrections? If not, a motion would be in order.
So moved.
Moved and seconded to adopt the meeting summary with the appropriate time changes. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. So ordered. All right, now on to agenda item 5. That was item 5, so now we're on to item 6. A few weeks ago, our Executive Director, Joe Grindstaff, made a presentation to the newly reformed State Water Commission regarding our activities. And the Vice Chair of the Commission, Paul Kelly, is here to reciprocate and inform us as to the activities of the Commission and to describe, hopefully, how we may be working closely together in the future. Paul, good to see you. Thanks for coming.
Well, it's great to be here this morning. I will just slightly amend you to say that, Mr. Chairman, it's reconstituted, not yet reformed. I'm sure some would think we should be reformed, but we're pleased to be back as a commission, and I'm pleased to be here today. Although, as I mentioned, the commission has been around for quite a few years, back in the 50s, originally designed as a commission to interact with the state and federal water project. It's been inactive for close to a decade, I guess, and but the passage of the recent 2009 comprehensive water package at least reinvigorated and gave the commission an opportunity to be back in full operation. The governor at the time then appointed 9 new members, of which I am one. In addition to myself as the current vice chair, we're currently chaired by Anthony Saraceno, this year serving as chair. We also have former Senator Dave Cogdill on the commission, Andrew Ball, Joe Byrne, Joe Del Bosque, Lou Heinz, Danny Curtin, and Kim Delfino, and I believe you have that information in your package. We also are ably staffed by our current executive director, Sue Sims, who is with us today. So in case you really need any information on the commission, please call her. The commission does have some responsibilities and duties, some probably that people didn't always know. And I'll just mention a few of those. One of them is that we must approve all of the Department of Water Resources regulations. I think there's some that may not have been aware of that. But just recently, the Commission did approve the regulations for urban suppliers to help them meet the 2020 conservation goals. And next month, we'll be tackling the agricultural water measurement regulations that will be coming before the Commission. We also oversee and prepare an annual report on the State Water Project. It was something that the Commission had done in the past, and it is one of the things in our statute that we're required to do. We also have a role in securing federal appropriations for flood and water management projects, and also advising the legislature and the administration on statewide water operations, as well as planning issues that are confronting the state. One of the major new responsibilities, and probably the focus of the Commission, is that, at least the recent focus or recognition of the Commission, is investments in surface and groundwater storage projects for the state. As most know, in the bond measure that was originally set to be put on the ballot in 2010 and has now been moved to 2012, there's $3 billion for storage projects, and that's part of that bond measure, and it's continuously appropriated to the Commission for appropriations for those kind of projects. Now, the Commission is also been directed to determine which projects that receive that funding from the bond after carefully evaluating the public benefits that those projects may provide. But first, our Commission is directed by the legislature to develop, and by the statute, to develop the methods that can be used to quantify public benefits for water storage projects. And although the development of those regulations is related specifically to projects that will receive funding through a bond passage in 2012, we believe it also has some broader implications and applications to future investments. And this is going to be an important and challenging task. It's cutting-edge work looking at metrics in areas such as ecosystem benefits, water supply benefits, water quality, flood protection, recreation benefits, etc. And a fundamental tenet of the work is consistent with the actions that are underway by your council. It's in support, really, of those co-equal goals that are set out by the legislature and the statute. In fact, there are many important parallels, we think, between the work that we will do at the Commission level as well as the Council's work. And we, like you, will be looking to integrate sound water-related investments to support multi-agency interests, long-term sustainability for water supply and ecosystems, as well as other public benefits. And like you, we need to draw the linkages between what happens in different regions in the state, including the Delta. And we like you, we don't need to invent the wheel. We feel that we can help figure out how all those pieces fit together and provide clarity on the outcomes that are necessary for us in the state. So we're working now to collect the fundamental data on public benefits that will guide our efforts over the next year and a half. As mentioned by your chair, Joe Grindstaff came to our Commission, and we're very appreciative of that in February. And I'm pleased to be reciprocating the favor here. We do believe that our long-term success and the long-term benefits of the efforts that we're all doing will depend on how well we work together. And I think one of the ways that we can do that is continuing to have a dialogue as well as communication. As you proceed with your plans and its an eventual implementation, the Water Commission stands ready to work with you to develop a comprehensive approach to our state's complex water problems. And our respective agencies have both been given big charges. We fully recognize that on the long-term planning horizons, but we also realize we have to do that as quickly as possible, and that the public expects us to do it diligently. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I know there's some documents in your packet there related to our work plan that we've recently adopted, as well as the the commission members, and hopefully some pictures in there, so you might recognize them when they're walking around on the street. I would also mention recently at our last commission meeting, we did institute some subcommittees of the commission. We have a state water project subcommittee, we have a public benefits subcommittee, we have a regulation subcommittee, as well as a subcommittee related to federal interaction and federal funding. So with that, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'd be open to any questions or comments that the commissioners may have.
Great. Felicia?
Or council members, my apologies.
Whatever we are, yeah, it's sort of, well, I can't say how delighted I am to see you here. I think I last saw you when we were freezing in Copenhagen.
That is the last time.
That is the last time, and
I was stuck there for a few extra days, too, because of that.
Oh, yeah, I got out. I do think, I'm thrilled to see you in this role as well as your role with Aqua. I think that's of great benefit to the citizens of California, and I really look forward to working with you. I do think, I want to echo one of the things you said. The reconstitution of the CWC, along with the creation of the Stewardship Council, I think was a very conscious effort as part of the legislative package to try and do some broader things and more transparent things on really pressing issues. And I do think that your work and our work is really closely related, and I'm delighted with the appointees both on your commission and on our council. And I think the addition of these very thoughtful people is going to add a lot to break the deadlock and really make some comprehensive, important progress in California water. I really look forward to working with you, and I think having Joe go to your commission, you come here, is fabulous, and we should just keep that up.
That's great.
I'm happy to be appointed to that team. It's great.
Excellent. Thanks, Lieutenant.
Thanks very much for being here. Part of your charge is to advocate at the federal level on flood control projects. What's the interaction between your commission, Department of Water Resources, the council, and everybody else who's interested in flood control projects? Who decides what the message is to speak to, for instance, Congress or administration in Washington?
Right. Well, I'll take a quick stab at that, and I'm sure Joe may have some comments as it relates to that. First, probably because I minored in history, and history is a bit of an avocation. In the past, the Water Commission spent quite a bit of time not only interacting with the federal government, as I mentioned before, the State Water Project, the Federal Water Project, as well as flood control, and used to make fairly regular trips to Washington, D.C. and speak before some of the committees, especially related to Bureau funding for flood control and water supply projects. How we will do that in the future is still yet to be determined. We do get reports from the DWR staff related to the flood management programs and their plans that they are doing, and it's going to be part of the responsibility of our subcommittee as well as the commission to determine how we fit into what they're putting together and what the federal government's actions are related to that, as well as the funding. And I also would say that this is part of the reason why this conversation is valuable, because I think there's opportunities for us to work with other folks within the water community and specific to this council on how we approach the federal government for funding. So it's probably a little up in the air at this point exactly how our commission is going to do that. I can only share with you briefly about what we used to do in the past.
Joe, because it's really a question for us, not just you, so thanks.
Great.
Yeah, and we haven't really addressed that question, to be honest. In my mind, I think we wanted to figure out what our policy is before we begin to go advocate for something, and I think the Delta Plan gives us the opportunity to think through and decide on what the policy should be, and when that's in place, then I think we need to think about what the council's role should be in trying to encourage that policy, both with the Water Commission, DWR, the Central Valley Flood Control Board, and the federal government.
So setting aside the federal government for the moment, the other four, right, are state bodies. Who's the quarterback?
The quarterback is DWR, at least in my view, although we, through the Delta Plan, actually have a whole lot to say about that. The way the law is written, the departments and other state agencies and local agencies must be consistent with the Delta Plan. So my view is when you establish a policy in the Delta Plan and it's adopted finally and becomes part of the rules and regulations of the state, then DWR, the Flood Control Board have to be consistent with that, and local agencies have to be consistent with that moving forward.
So we're the coach and the umpire, not the quarterback.
Yeah, that's maybe we're the athletic director and the umpire, DWR still, with all of that said, DWR is the agency in the state that has the resources, the knowledge and experience, expertise. You know, they have hundreds of people working on flood management. DWR is, in the real sense, I think, the leader in the state on flood management. We are maybe a policy leader that helps set policy.
You didn't mention the commission there in your summary.
I'm sorry, I left out the commission.
It was implied since I'm standing here.
Yes.
Oh, no, I mean, you mentioned them in terms of being included, but if the Delta Plan has policies related to flood protection, for instance.
I think the law says that the commission also has to be consistent with the Delta Plan.
Okay, yeah, okay.
So I don't think there are exemptions in the law for any state agency.
And then down the road, when Paul goes to Washington or whoever's going to go to the federal government for funding, would the people in Washington who are being spoken to say, oh, well, we have a limited amount of money for flood protection in California, but we can understand what the state's priorities are for that funding? Would that be a practical outcome of
I would hope so.
all of our activities?
Yeah, and Paul went over that lightly, but it's a huge responsibility for the Water Commission to go back there. And I remember as the manager of a water agency, we always wanted to get on the list of proposed projects that the Water Commission would then lobby for when they went back.
Correct,
to
and it's
DC.
actually the list that I was thinking about. So, but lists often don't have any priorities. They just have a collection of heavily advocated local, regional, or state projects that are bundled up, and
Certainly that's what I wanted to do, was just get on the list, and I figured we'd take care of the priority with our legislators. I mean, so that's what they are going to have to do, I think, is figure out how to make that process better. And I imagine that will be very controversial. Even then, the commissioners, back in ancient times when I was involved on the other side, the commissioners were really uncomfortable with having to support this whole big list. But it was really hard for them to say no to all of the local agencies that came and nominated this project or that project to be on the list. And that's going to be a challenge, I think, and Paul will be up to it, I believe. But I hope that we do better as a state in asking for money in the future, and that we do prioritize it, even though that may someday come back to haunt me if I want to get on the list again and whatever I'm advocating isn't at the top of the priority list for the state. That is, I think, the right policy choice, and I think the Water Commission is an outstanding place to actually make a lot of those choices, to implement policy and say, okay, out of the, as I recall, weren't there hundreds of projects that got onto that list? And So all
Some of us that advocated for them when we were on the other side also didn't
Yeah.
make the list at times. Yeah.
Somehow we managed, in my case, we were successful in getting on the list, but it was almost like one more check mark of getting on the list. So you could say, well, the Water Commission supports this when you went back to Congress. It would be really good if the Water Commission, in looking at that responsibility, could say, okay, these really are the priorities for the state, and we're going to focus on these, and we're going to tell our members, and what do we have, 52 or 53 members of Congress, these are the state's priorities, and if we do these things, this will bring the most benefit for the state. And that's really hard to do, but I think their responsibility.
Any other comments or questions of Paul? Paul, one question regarding your operational and administrative funding. How secure are you?
I have no idea. Sue, do you have any thoughts on that?
We've had a few newly formed commissions come to us for some financial assistance. I didn't know if we might be hearing from you as well.
I didn't wear my hat today.
Okay, very good. Well, thanks for coming. Appreciate the report. Look forward to working with you and the commission, and hope that we all do California justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the council and to the staff. Thank you.
Okay. All right, the next item on the agenda is the Water Masters report, but I do not see Craig Wilson present. So we will pass on agenda item 7 and move to agenda item 8. Joe, you're the lead on the Delta Plan development.
Yes, Mr. Chair. First, I want to talk about what. First, I'll turn on the microphone. First, I want to talk about what's in the Delta Plan that we put out this time and what the schedule is. The plan includes a lot of new things. It includes the policies and recommendations, and the policies are the actual potential regulations, the regulatory part of the plan, if you will, and they will become the thing that I suspect will be most controversial as we move along. Much of what you saw in the first draft is being revised, and in the next draft will come back and be merged with this so that you have all of the findings and are able to have one document with everything incorporated into it. So that's the plan. The next draft of the Delta Plan, after we get what we hope are lots of specific comments, will be out, is planned to be out, I think, April 22nd, in time for the second meeting in April. We plan to have today and tomorrow where we will walk through the Delta Plan at some length. I expect this to take many hours, so bear with me. We will start off with having Gwen talk some about what it means to have different alternatives. Then we will talk some about adaptive management. We'll have Cliff come up and talk about that chapter in the plan. We'll walk through the whole plan. And then at the very end, I want to come back and we'll probably talk a little bit more about alternatives. Hopefully, it will make more sense after we've been through the whole plan to talk about alternatives. So we'll start off with, and our attorneys are looking with frowny faces because I said that, because they're really nervous about me saying too much about alternatives. But I think hopefully it will just to clarify what we say at the beginning. Coming back at the end will be a helpful process. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and get started and have Terry and Gwen come on up. And
Joe, as you're assembling your panel, in regards to the public comment portion, how would you like to handle this? Would you like to take public comment after the EIR alternatives discussion, and then again after the adaptive management discussion, or would you prefer to wait until we've received all of the information?
I think my preference would be to wait till we've received it. I wouldn't wait till tomorrow. I'd want to do public comment today before we leave today, so that anybody that's here that has heard these things could make comment, and then do it again tomorrow. So that would be my preference.
Is that approach satisfactory with the council members? All right. I just want to make sure that the public is aware of what the process entails. And at some point in time, Craig Wilson will be here, and we'll try and pick a gentle spot to move him in and then resume this. So, Gwen, I
think
the
Good morning. We're here today. We have Terry McCauley, myself, Gwen Buchholz, Jim Andrews, and Ellen Garber here to answer.
Should tell them who Jim and Ellen are.
I'll let Jim and Ellen tell them.
Let me step in and introduce
Okay, thank
part
you.
of your legal team.
Thank you.
You've heard from Jim before. He's a deputy attorney general with great experience in CEQA and land use law. And to his left is Ms. Ellen Garber with the Shute Mahali Law Firm. And Ellen is providing some very targeted and focused CEQA advice to help the AG's office actually advise us on the correct procedures to do the environmental review. So I'm pleased to introduce both of them as part of this panel with Glenn.
Okay. Thank you, Chris. Just thought we'd better set the stage. We wanted to talk today a little bit, just sort of to have you think about it, and we're just starting this part of the process. We're trying to finish up going through the comments on the notice of preparation, which were extensive, and in the thousands of different independent letters, and then therefore in many number of individual comments. So we're in that process right now. We don't quite have it finished yet. But in that process, we're starting to think about the alternatives. So we wanted to go through a very short 8-slide presentation here on the development of the Delta Plan alternatives for the EIR analysis. The purpose of the alternatives we have is based upon CEQA, California Environmental Quality Act. It requires the public agencies evaluate whether a policy or a project objectives can feasibly be accomplished in ways that minimize harm to the environment. And therefore, when the agency formulates those proposed policies, in this case the Delta Plan, it must evaluate whether those policies can still be achieved via the alternatives that are better for the environment than the baseline of the existing conditions. The starting point for the alternatives is fundamentally the EIR evaluates the alternatives to the project being proposed. So the proposed project is the Delta Plan, and we'll develop alternatives to the Delta Plan in different ways to implement the actions that are the basis of the Delta Plan. Our alternatives in the Delta Plan EIR will be developed in accordance with CEQA guidelines. The EIR shall describe a range of reasonable alternatives to the proposed project, which would feasibly obtain most of the base objectives of the project as established by the statute, but would avoid or substantially lessen any of the significant effects of the project. An EIR is not required to consider alternatives that are not considered feasible for these actions. Again, all of this is based on CEQA. Based upon some case law interpretations for the range, we've had some additional guidance for development of the range of alternatives, which is the range and the variation of the alternatives must permit an informed agency decision-making and inform the public participation aspect of the EIR preparation. And the range of project alternatives in the EIR must be able to be judged against a rule of reason when we determine the reasonability of the process. The EIRs are not required to study alternatives that cannot achieve the project's underlying fundamental purpose. So we're not changing the statute. That's a legislative aspect. The EIRs are not required to study alternatives to all separate components of a project, but they can be focused on the broader concept of the overall alternative, bringing the whole package together, just like all of the policies would bring the package together for the Delta Plan. The last thing, one more thing is we want to talk about the baseline in which the alternatives will be compared to will be the existing conditions. Basically, the existing conditions at the time of the publication of the notice of preparation. But there also will be a no project alternative, which will be in the EIR, which will compare the impacts of allow the council to compare the impacts of approving the proposed project with the impacts of not approving the proposed project or the Delta Plan. The no project alternative analysis will also discuss existing conditions, and it will also look at what would reasonably be expected to occur in a foreseeable future without the proposed project. Other alternatives we're looking at, and we have not developed these yet, and to be considered in the EIR, in addition to the proposed project and the no project alternative, are possible alternatives that would be developed sort of in thematic nature. So we'd look at alternatives to the Delta Plan that might have more emphasis on water supply reliability than the Delta Plan has, more emphasis on ecosystem restoration than the Delta Plan, and more emphasis on in-Delta land uses. As we develop these, as I said, we'll be looking at a lot of discussion from what we hear today and tomorrow, as well as the comments we've received through the regular comment process, as well as comments on the notice of preparation. Our database, as we've done it before in the comment matrices, carries through all of the comments that we've received since last March. And so all of those are being considered as we move forward. And our next steps will be, as I said, to listen to this, and we'll provide an update to you at the April 14th, 15th workshop.
I don't need to ask a question if we're going to discuss this more, or are we going to move on?
This was short and sweet.
Sure, Felicia, Chris could address this, but for Jim or Ellen, could you amplify a bit on the point that EIR is not required to study alternatives to all separate components of a project? Focus should be on broader alternatives.
Yeah, sure. There's some case law out there that suggests that the purpose of the alternatives requirement in CEQA is to look at bigger ways to reduce the environmental impacts of a project while still achieving the basic project objectives. And CEQA doesn't require a project to be carved up into its very small individual components and then look at alternatives to each one of those different components. And I think that comes on the heels of Supreme Court guidance that says that the range of alternatives just needs to be reasonable, and that there is a rule of reason, and that if CEQA required every single component of a project to have alternatives to it, the process would be very unwieldy in trying to do an analysis of all those different components. So
the Delta Plan is potentially immense in its effects and reach. So its component parts may be quite large themselves. So while a local project requiring an EIR might have components that are relatively small in their effects, is it possible that the Delta Plan could have substantial benefits to the environment in general, but in some specific significant way, it might not be the best alternative, or might just plain be harmful?
I mean, the EIR's analysis will have to look at the impacts of the Delta Plan, including the various aspects of the Delta Plan. And I mean, the quote there, the slide says that you're not required to look at components or alternatives to all components. So there's a rule of reason and a range for how detailed the alternatives have to be. And the general point is that CEQA doesn't require you to carve up the project into its very discrete components and come up with alternatives to that. CEQA does require you to analyze the impacts of the project, including all the different components to it. So it's within a rule of reason and a range. And I know one of the things that Joe is planning to do, I think as part of today and tomorrow, is to walk the council through each of the policies, or at least all the major policies, and discuss with each policy what the policy choices are with the council, and to discuss what the associated consequences are of moving the policy levers in different directions. So that will be something that will be before the council today,
Exactly.
tomorrow.
And the attorneys gave me very strict instructions. They aren't policy alternatives. They're policy options, because if we had alternatives for each policy and they were CEQA alternatives, and say we had 40 policies and there was one additional alternative for each, and you had to run through each and every alternative, that would be 40 to the 40th power of potential combined alternatives. So the intent is to say we will talk about the policy options, and then there will be these kind of broad range alternatives that kind of show different ways that you could go about attempting to achieve the objectives of the law. So what they're saying is, the law is that we have to do what's reasonable, and it clearly would be beyond possible to try and do each and every one of the policy choices as a different alternative. I'm probably not explaining it well, but
excuse me. One helpful way to look at the alternatives analysis is that the Supreme Court has said to us that alternatives do the same thing as mitigation measures. So mitigation measures are things that you add on to a project to reduce significant impacts. Alternatives do the same thing. You look at alternatives that have the potential to reduce, and the language says any impact. And that's how you, that's how you should be looking at the function of alternatives. So you have the project with the policies that you've gone through the whole process of picking what you believe to be the best set of policies, and then you try to reduce some impact of the project through an alternative way of achieving that end, if that makes sense. So, yes.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to look at a couple pages here, but kind of piggybacking a bit off of what Patrick asked, that when you're doing this, the project being the Delta Plan, and you're looking at various alternatives but considering the impacts, how is it then that in this document that you weigh the in-Delta impacts, talking about the immensity of the plan and its broader impact either out of Delta or certainly statewide in some cases, how do those get framed in a way that allows you to consider more specific impacts in Delta, and whether they be positive or negative? And I'll use some examples here that in proposing for certain habitat restoration, that there may be socioeconomic impacts there that need to be weighed off, but those may not be as broad as to affect the entire state, but they certainly affect in Delta. Another example might be a change in the conveyance approach that may go to either water supply reliability and or have offset benefits to ecosystem restoration, but have significant impacts in Delta. So how do those get analyzed in a way that allows certainly this council and its consideration, but also the broader public in reviewing the document and weighing in, so that you get fair consideration for the in-Delta? After all, it's the Delta Plan, but it has this much broader umbrella. So I guess if the question is clear, that's what I want to kind of get some sense about how that's going to be analyzed in this process.
First of all, in each of the, as we go through the EIR for each of the resources, they're going to be very specifically analyzed in several different study area aspects. And so there will be an aspect of looking at the details within the Delta itself. So things such as economics that will be associated with the economics within the delta. And then moving back out, it will be looked at in either in statewide or potentially even Central Valley-wide and then statewide.
So it's kind of micro, kind of medium, and then macro.
Exactly.
Okay.
And there will be actually subheadings so that the reader can go directly to those locations. Now, some resources that won't be the case because they would be very specific to an area, either a statewide area or an in Delta area. So we may have some resources that are strictly looking at things in Delta, and we're starting to put that together right now. We've been putting that together right now.
And in doing that analysis, then will alternatives, I mean, it kind of goes back to Joe's point, too. I mean, you're going to have not just a policy profile of different policies, but then will you look at specific offsets or alternatives in the micro, kind of mid-range and macro? Will there be alternatives, or will you just do a range as it relates to the overall plan? I guess I'm trying to understand, though, you're going to do some analysis, but then will you show mitigations for what might occur in Delta or out of Delta?
The answer is yeah, if that's the case.
Yeah.
And so the alternative is going to have different level of details for different, different aspects of it. So similar, here's an example. The aesthetics and visual resources in the EIR is going to be very Delta-oriented. It's not going to be a statewide aesthetics analysis. So the mitigation measures, if there were any associated with that, would be very associated with that process. If we looked at recreation, in Delta recreation, that will be very there. But we'll also have some out-of-Delta recreation associated with processes that are occurring on reservoirs that provide water into the Delta watershed or use water from the Delta watershed. So there'll be different places on that. I do want to make a point that we didn't make in the PowerPoints, that all of the alternatives will be evaluated in equal level of detail. And so it'll be much more like a NEPA analysis in that sense that will provide flexibility following the publication of the document for flexibility of looking at the alternatives. But each one of the or not each one, but some of the provisions will have different policy choices that could be reflected differently in each one of the alternatives associated with the theme of that alternative.
And just one quick follow-on there, would the no project analysis apply then in those cases as well, that if you, it may have an impact more broadly or more specifically if you didn't do that particular aspect of the project, whatever you're analyzing. But that'll be a consideration then as you go down through the various...
Yes. And the no project is going to be a very CEQA no project orientation versus a no action alternative under NEPA allows a little more outside viewing
Okay.
and expansion.
Okay. If I could just follow, just one other question I had then, just on the first bullet on your slide 6, which was the EIR is not required to study alternatives that cannot achieve the project's underlying fundamental purpose. And the citation there is a Bay Delta Programmatic EIR 2008. Then what is the background then for that? What's the citation that you're working off of there?
I'll give some brief comment, and
Okay.
I'll let maybe Chris jump in here because I think he may have been through it a little bit more. But in that citation from that case, there's other cases as well that kind of stand for that principle that CEQA does not require an agency to look at alternatives that don't meet the underlying fundamental purpose of the project itself. I mean, if you're looking to build a new city hall, it doesn't require you to look at building a baseball stadium. I mean, if that's the purpose, is to build a new city hall, that's the purpose. And
How about a Galleria?
I suppose it depends on the nature of the Galleria. But that's the background behind that. And that comes from other case law, and that's the most recent citation is from the.
Okay, so there
from the
again,
Cal
that's
Fed.
I was one that I wasn't familiar with this. I'm kind of generally understanding just from my other line of work in local land use, and so this is just a more recent case. But it goes back to what you said, that you don't, it has to pass kind of the silliness test relative to what you're comparing relative to feasibility or not. So
Exactly. Yeah, the Supreme Court just likes to use more flowery language than the silly test, which is probably the more accurate lay way to say it.
okay, good, thank you.
If I can just one follow-up to one of the question you asked, Mr. Natoli, is The EIR and EIRs are required to look at and analyze impacts in as much detail as can be reasonably predicted. So in Delta, within the Delta itself, we'll look at many issues in more detail because we have a better sense about what the impacts will be. The more speculative the effects of the Delta plan get, maybe farther away from the Delta, it's just harder to do a really detailed analysis because it's harder to predict. And CEQA allows for that. It doesn't require an EIR to, quote, unduly speculate. So the EIR will have differing levels of analysis based on what we know. And then coming back to a question Mr. Johnson asked, at the end of the EIR, the way CEQA is supposed to work is EIRs are supposed to inform the decision-making body as to the potential impacts of their decisions. So after the EIR is out this summer and after you get public comments, you will have to look at the Delta plan again and evaluate whether or not changes to it are appropriate. And you may adjust little components of it. And when you have, if you do that, and when you have settled on that final package of policy levers, we'll have to analyze under CEQA whether or not that collective package of ultimately decided upon policy levers has been adequately analyzed under CEQA. And that's the way the process is actually supposed to work. So at the end of the day, you'll have the information you need to make the decision on the impacts of the ultimate policy package you choose this fall.
Maybe this is for Gwen. Gwen, how large a role does cost play in the ultimate determination whether an approach is selected or not? I mean, in other words, if one approach provides a 10% improvement in the environment, yet costs twice as much?
Under CEQA, we really don't look at the costing. We don't do the comparison under the CEQA rules. Now, you may do that with respect to how the council looks at the Delta plan, but with respect to the CEQA analysis, it doesn't look at that unless those costs would actually make a change in the environment. So they would lead to a change in land use, a change in the processes.
That's great if we're operating with unlimited funds.
The other stage at which costs come into the mix under CEQA are at the end of the day when you determine whether to approve the project, and costs are completely relevant to the feasibility of the approach you choose, and it's acceptable to look at them then.
So ultimately, when you make your decision, there's a feasibility test, and CEQA doesn't require you to adopt an approach that is, quote, infeasible, and that's defined under CEQA, and it includes technological infeasibility, policy infeasibility, and economic infeasibility. So that criteria is involved at the ultimate decision-making step.
But we would have to show the feasibility as compared, in one of the other projects I worked on, we had to show the feasibility as compared to a similar project with a similar council kind of thing. So.
Any other questions? I have a question regarding the primary planning area and the secondary planning area. In the second draft, there's a number of references to policies that may be limited to the legal delta, the primary planning area, and there are others that go beyond that or may be exclusive to the secondary planning area. What role does the two planning areas have in our EIR EIS process?
As I said, the analysis will actually be separated out specifically between the primary planning area and the secondary planning area. And some resources may only be in the primary planning area. Like I said, visual aesthetic issues may be more oriented towards that, or they may go out into both planning areas.
Gwen, do you anticipate between now and then that our policy statements will become more oriented towards either the primary planning area or the secondary planning area?
We've had already some initial comments requesting some clarifications of where the policies would necessarily be applicable to, and we haven't really thought anything more about it than that. But those have been some comments that people have already provided.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Anything else on this matter? Oh, Felicia?
comment. I think they've done a really nice job, and I think this are really, you've done a nice job of making something incredibly complex seem wieldy. So thank you for that. I mean, the thing that's interesting sort of is that ultimately a CEQA it's the ultimate reasonable test. It doesn't always get judged that way or applied that way or seen that way in the public eye, but the whole point is a test of reasonableness and transparency to the public, transparency to us on what we're basing our decision, and then transparency on what we share with them. So as long as we all stay really reasonable through this process, it should work.
Very well, then thank you, all four of you, for the presentation.
Mr. Chair, while Cliff is moving up, I want to talk some about what's in Chapter 1 of the plan. And one of the things we tried to do a little bit better, and I know we have a long ways to go, is talk about what this plan should mean in 2100. What does the world look like as we move ahead? And we talked about the delta being restored and having interconnected habitat, tidal marshes, floodplains, seasonal grasslands, areas of open water. And in reality, what we're probably talking about is maybe 15% of what the original delta was. Maybe and the extreme goes up to 20% of what the original delta was, gets restored and is in place in 2100. So the delta itself is about 750,000 acres, and we're talking, that's what we're talking about having restored by that time in a way that actually works similar to what the original delta worked. And our belief is that if we do that, we will have made a significant improvement for the native fish and other native species. Not just fish; it's also the terrestrial species. So we will have made a real significant difference in the delta. And I don't know whether we've ever said that clearly before, but I wanted to try and put that into perspective. That's what you're talking about with the restoration of the delta. The other thing that we talk about in there is that we have, as a state, great information and the most efficient, maybe this is arrogant, the most efficient use of water in the world, so that we manage our water resources very well and in a sustainable way. So in our view, at the end of this period of time, every place in the state should know how much water it has, be living within its means, be able to grow their economy or do what each region wants to do and needs to do moving ahead, but we'll have a sustainable system that is not based on an extraction mentality. I know Tim Quinn, the executive director at Aqua, always talks about the fact we're going from an extraction-based economy in water to one that is based on sustainability. I think that is true of what the ultimate goal of this Delta plan is. In 2100, before 2100, we ought to be at that sustainable system so that we know that our grandchildren, but our great-great-great-grandchildren are actually going to have a water supply that they can depend on. A third key part is the Delta as an evolving place. And so we talk about it being a distinctive region. If this plan is successful, it remains largely agricultural. It remains a place that is different than much of the rest of the state or nation, and is a place that people want to go see, people want to be in, because it is special and different than everywhere. It's unique. So those are kind of that's what we're trying to accomplish with this, and we may not say that very well, but when you get to Chapter 1, I wanted to verbally say that's what we're trying to convey somehow in this chapter. And if we're successful with this plan, in 2100, the world will look a lot like the picture we try and paint. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Cliff to talk about science. Oh.
Mr. Chairman, could I interject here? I think it's a great idea, and I really conceptually like the idea of saying this is where we are now, and this is a snapshot of where we're going to be in 2100. But I think it's even more interesting if we could talk about the events that occurred during those 90 years from a scientific standpoint, and almost use that as a risk analysis, and take the probability of certain things like an earthquake of a certain magnitude happening. You know, it happened in say, 2056, and this is what happened, and this is what we did to prepare for, and this is how we responded to it. Taking those things that are high probability, high impact, and then putting them in there, and how we're going to respond to them. And I think, we could get the probability of an earthquake magnitude 6 happening sometime in the next 90 years and plug it in. And then talk about the cost of doing that. I think it gives it an air of immediacy that is not there right now.
It's a good idea. I like that.
I know Cliff is a big fan of probabilities.
So you mentioned earthquakes, but a couple other things would be these atmospheric rivers are beginning to understand more so, and certainly bring some of our most substantive floods. And of course, we're going to have droughts.
I have an article from the Science News entitled "Rivers in the Sky." Felicia just asked what is.
What we used to call, a lot of people used to call them pineapple expresses, but really I think the more accurate term, because of this lengthening and the really intense amount of rainfall that comes in a fairly small geographical area, they're using the term atmospheric rivers. And actually my daughter got that here, and I just saw it last week myself, so I saw that very same article.
Well, with that, Cliff, take it away.
Okay. Joe asked me to just briefly give you a little feedback on the draft Science and Adaptive Management chapter that was put out here a few weeks ago, and just to provide a little bit of background on the concept of adaptive management and basically why we're taking that approach, the legal basis for it, and then a little bit about how concept came to be developed from a science perspective over the last 3 or so decades, when it's become fairly commonplace now to see adaptive management in a lot of planning, both project planning and larger scale planning efforts. And then give you a couple additional definitions that are out there, one actually specifically by the PPIC people that have been working on the Delta, and another one in what I consider the best actual implementation of adaptive management in a very large plan anywhere in the world, the Healthy Waterways Initiative in Queensland. And then I wanted to go on from there and just discuss the conceptual diagram that we put together and end with a possible governance structure that we're suggesting for your consideration as to how to make adaptive management function well within the Delta plan moving forward. So I've got 6 slides. The first one up there, this is mostly for our chair who's not here, who loves to give us the statute and to the various exact words. I'm not quite as facile at pulling up the exact wording, so here it is for the rest of the council and for me. But basically, there's 2 places within the Enabling Act where adaptive management is called out. The first one is calls for including a science-based, transparent, and formal adaptive management strategy for ongoing ecosystem restoration and water management decisions. And then later in the Act, there's also a definition, and you can read the definition. I don't know exactly where the definition came from. Maybe Joe's more cognizant of where it came from, but certainly it has most of the key components of what you see in most adaptive management definitions today.
Lauren Hastings was the source.
Was the source. Okay. Well, she did a good job for her. Go to the next slide. I don't know if I have control of slides here. I guess maybe over here. Just a little bit of background on this concept of adaptive management. didn't just jump into the statute and into this concept of adaptive management planning without some development. I think if you go back and actually look at the history of this idea of ecosystem management and then later adaptive management, you'll find that a lot of the early writings were by particularly one professor in Florida who was wrestling with the issue of water resource management in Florida, which Buzz Holling basically did a lot of the early writings on this topic. His ideas, I think, began to carry some traction, and over a period of the 80s into the early 90s, some of these ideas were further developed. There's I think, one paper that I've highlighted here, the Christensen paper in the mid-1990s is a nice example of a paper that actually attempted to put adaptive management into an ecosystem management into the context of both terrestrial and aquatic resource management. And some of the earliest applications of adaptive management were really in forestry. A lot of forestry management issues kind of got rolled up into this concept of adaptive management back in the 90s. The Europeans continued to sort of develop that concept into what they call adaptive co-management. And it's an interesting concept, hasn't really gained as much traction here in the United States, but this idea of adaptive co-management really basically says the adaptive management has to be built into the governance structure, and gets into the idea that the governance has to be linked to the adaptive management for the decision making to be adequately robust and quick enough to actually make the kind of adaptation you need to apply adaptive management properly. I brought two other examples of adaptive management I just thought I'd briefly highlight. The first one is actually from a University of California Press book that came out in 2010. This is a byproduct of the PPIC report and the UC Davis Center for Watershed Studies group. The definition that you see there for adaptive management, some of the key words are flexible, learning-based, basically recovery and improvement, understanding how the systems how these systems function, and basically how to raise the effectiveness of future management decisions. In other words, make decisions. You have to make decisions. There's uncertainty, but the decision-making process then can be informed in the future to improve those decision-making process as you move forward. The other one I have up there is actually from this Healthy Waterways Initiative, and it's actually one that's been implemented now. Started in 2000 for the Bay, moved into the catchments in 2002. Adaptive management is a centerpiece of what's done in this part of Australia. Basically, they, in their definition, talk about effective implementation of adaptive management requires knowledge acquisition. I would use the word research, and that there needs to be a good monitoring program that is regularly and effectively evaluated, and that information has to be communicated to those who make the decisions. And so that's the way they've been implementing adaptive management. Spent a sabbatical there simply to learn more about it, because of going to meetings or hearing people talk about adaptive management. I'd seen an awful lot of promise, but very little actual implementation. This was the best example of an implementation that I'd ever seen anywhere. And this is more than just implementation at a project level. A lot of adaptive management is often been done at a project level. You have adaptive management on some of the, for example, pulse flows in the Grand Canyon, or some management of some water supply issues in the upper Missouri, or some examples, for example, using adaptive management for restoration in the Kissimmee River in Florida. But really, to have a plan like we're talking about actually go through and use adaptive management in multiple facets of the plan, I thought this is the best example. And so I spent 7 months there and basically got to learn from these people how they were doing it, and learning some of the things that they learned by the hard way, but also learn some of the things that they've done effectively. And one of the things that I do really want to highlight is that they really basically have set it up in a 5-step process. The 5 steps that they use are basically policy planning, what we're going through here with development of the Delta Plan, implementation, a good, robust monitoring program, or call it performance measures as we do here in the planning effort, an evaluation, and an evaluation step that they use very effectively, a report card, where they basically take information from 5 different theme areas. That's that diagram there on the right is actually the 5 theme areas, but measurements that have to do with the fish community, measurements that have to do with some bioindicators that are in the invertebrate community, measurements of basically how nutrients are being processed in the system, information on basically water quality parameters, the physical and chemical attributes of the system. And they report out annually how the system is doing. And it's basically both a opportunity for the public to be engaged in knowing something about their catchments and their watershed and their bay. And then also it helps them in the decision making as to how to allocate scarce resources. Where do we actually put the money that we do have to make basically make the best opportunity so that the next year things will be improved. And so examples that they have applied a lot of their resources to have been point source pollution abatement, improving riparian character, changing some operations of some of their reservoirs in the system, some programs to deal with non-native species, things of that type. So they basically make decisions and based on this reporting out, and they get the public very much engaged in the process. And then finally, with that improved understanding, they go back and then reassess their policies. And so that's kind of the loop that they use. And the diagram that you see there is actually the diagram that is in the draft of the Delta plan. The Aussies had a nice 5-step plan. We've expanded that to 9. It's not that I think that we could do with less. I think 5 might work well, but there are some aspects of the planning process that we thought were reasonable to blow up a little bit. So basically the diagram that you see and that is in the draft plan is certainly open for discussion. Basically has a few more steps on the planning side, so it breaks out the planning into 2 or 3 different steps, and has a little bit more about this issue of evaluating, synthesizing, managing the data in such a way that it can be used readily, and so we've added a few additional steps there. But basically, this diagram is conceptually quite similar to what has been applied in some other areas, and in particular in the Southeast Queensland example. And then finally, I have one diagram, which is just, again, this is putting it up for discussion, not certainly anything that, that has been, that we're promoting other than just an idea for you to think about, and that's how do we actually come up with a governance structure that allows adaptive management to be done effectively. And so we basically have 4 boxes here that are extant. We have the yourself, the Delta Stewardship Council, who makes the ultimate decisions. You have the Delta Independent Science Board, who can advise you on science-related issues. You have both the Interagency Ecological Program through the lead scientist, who is housed with us, and you have the Delta Science Program and the capabilities that we have in the science program. And then we have all the stakeholders and agencies who are reporting to you. We suggest that out of those 3 groups, an adaptive management team be developed that probably involves, again, I really recommend not a large number of people. It stays a lot more functional when you have 6 to 10 instead of 20 or 30. But have this adaptive management team then that is drawn from these 3 groups as sort of your interface to basically provide some of that synthesized information to help you with your decision making and with your implementation of adaptive management. So this is just an idea, something that might be considered for putting in the governance structure and a way of making adaptive management flow through the whole circle rather than just 3/4 and stopping dead, which I've seen happen a lot. Okay, and those are my just sort of overviews on adaptive management, and open it up to questions.
Yeah, just one comment. In thinking about adaptive management, I can think of one discipline that's been using it for thousands of years, really medicine, the practice of medicine.
Mm-hmm.
Again, trying to treat a complex biological system on the basis of incomplete information, learning more and more, and then changing. What made sense with a certain amount of information was totally wrong as we learn more about the system, and again, having different tools, drugs, devices, diagnostics to try to treat all that.
Adaptive management is often, the analogy of ecosystem health is often made with the analogy to human health.
Yeah.
And there certainly are some good parallels, for sure.
I wanted to ask about the cost factor. Who would pay for the adaptive management team? Is that part of our budget, or where would that come into play?
Well, there's adaptive management on the large scale, so on the Delta Plan scale, let's say, and for probably looking at overall how we're doing, and that probably is something that has to be included as part of our financial plan and budget moving ahead. But there's also adaptive management on a much smaller scale. So if you're doing Means Landing as a restoration project that's being worked on, and DWR hopes to actually begin construction of that on that sometime soon. My assumption is there has to be an adaptive management approach on that project level that should be paid for as part of the project. So when you build it, you design in monitoring, you design in the kind of evaluation that you need to do on an ongoing basis for a period of time after it's built, so that you can, just as you would design in O&M costs for a project, you need to design this into your cost structure. So it depends on who's doing the project and at what level you're talking. So it impacts us here at the council and our staff, but it also, I think, impacts people in individual projects.
I think you're right. There's a combination of redirected current resources and there would be some additional needs to be able to facilitate some participation by individuals. There might be some additional resources.
Other questions of Cliff? Cliff, I was pleased to see that the staff responded to the Science Board input about highlighting adaptive management, creating a separate chapter in the second draft. It's elevated that to a pretty high level. I like the governance structure that you put up. It makes sense. It seems streamlined and workable. I've had a question in my mind about the adaptive management approach as it affects the policies that we will ultimately adopt. And I'm wondering in terms of expectations. We're set up for at least a 5-year review of policies. But some of the actions that will be recommended may take many more than 5 years to determine what adaptive management changes should apply. This is probably jumping ahead a little bit to a later presentation, but do you anticipate science input at the policy level prior to adopting a Delta plan, advising about the reality of how long it will take for some of these things to be evaluated to know what adaptive changes should be brought?
Well, I think if you go back to the premise of what adaptive management is, it's basically making decisions when the information base is not complete. And that lack of completeness in information is going to be sometimes a short-term thing that you can solve with some directed research or with the right kind of monitoring. Others, it may take a decade or two to actually see whether you're going in the trend direction you have. You're certainly going to need somebody who's going to give you that temporal and spatial scale. But I don't think, ultimately decision-making with uncertainty is still going to be at the base of what you're going to have to do. It also helps you probably advise people doing research and monitoring what information needs to be gathered to reduce the uncertainty of the decisions that you're making. And it can be a two-way, and I think it should be a two-way street, really advising what kind of research. One of the things I know in the adaptive management effort in Australia that's worked very well is that they use modeling because they really have a complex system and they can't manipulate all parts at all points in time. So they use models to help them with that. And they found that parameterizing those models they just didn't have the information necessary. And so a lot of their early directed research was basically parameterization of the models. And then they linked it to a decision support system so they could go out to their stakeholders and say, okay, if you do improve the riparian condition in this catchment, we expect this to occur. And so they then link the decision support, which is a communication tool, to the research, to the decision making.
All right. Felicia?
A great question, which prompted another one for me. I mean, I love this. I think it's really important, and it doesn't happen enough. I think the major contribution EPA made at all the Tahoe work in the last decade was a big chunk of money to do this kind of work, to figure out also if the measures we were using were actually having an impact, so you could better assess the cost and the cost benefit of what it was we were doing, so you're not wasting resources and you're not running down a rabbit hole. The chart that you had that talked about that whole cycle and the public report cards and the evaluation is fabulous. What I might not have caught is what kind of a short-term, you were talking longer-term questions, what short-term cycle should we set for ourselves in our own work plan and expectation for being able to do that? Is 1 year too short and too much work to be of use? Is 2 years too long for the interim? I think we're probably going to need put ourselves on a regular schedule to do that and be sure we meet it, so that we don't end up in one of those cycles where we have this great plan and then we don't actually implement a report card for 10 years when we really should be doing it every 2 years.
I think the example that I provided you felt that it was very important that they had this annual time step. Yeah, and they very much implemented an annual time step, of which a public reporting of condition to the public in a way that basically highlighted aspects of the fish community, aspects of the water quality, aspects of whether or not they had some of the indicators of a healthy ecosystem, much like you get indicators of whether your physical give you a healthy body. They have similar kind of things, and that's what that little pentagram there is basically trying to communicate to you, is that they had a performance-based system of evaluation in place that allowed them to give an annual report card back. It's interesting, I think, right now, I've just been chatting with a couple of the people who are very much involved in this project, and they've been doing the bay for a decade, and they've been doing the catchments for 8 years. And during the first 6 years, they were in substantive drought. And then they had a couple fairly normal years, and this year then they've just got hammered with big floods. And they're very interested to see, whether this diagnostic tool that they've developed, what it's really going to say about how the system responded to now what is an extreme that has now occurred after a decade of making measurements. I think we need to have a similar kind of long-term perspective, because I think it will tell you whether you've got a more resilient system or whether the system is prone to, every time you have a disturbance, it gets pushed back to square one.
Cliff, do you have anything further?
Nope.
All right. Well, with that, Joe?
Well, I do want to actually ask Cliff to hang around, because he did prepare another handout, which you guys may have seen, and which fits into the discussion of the Delta plan. As you know, in the first draft, we had a number of findings, and we referred those to the Independent Science Board. They're going to come back and talk to us about those tomorrow. But Cliff actually went through and looked at all of our policies and recommendations, knowing that those themselves are first draft of those and are going to be revamped to look at which ones were susceptible to science that could directly address why we need to do this policy or address issues in the policy, and which ones are just policy oriented and which ones are a mix. And so I wanted to actually have Cliff talk about that, this sheet, and hopefully everybody here has gotten that.
Cliff, before you begin, I want to welcome our chairman, Mr. Eisenberg.
Thank you. I apologize for being late. I was speaking at a Water Foundation meeting, but I've concluded something from driving back here in the rain. We've been in existence a year. It's rained almost all that time. Now, I don't want to argue that it's caused by our creation, but...
I'm disappointed. I thought you were going to note how far along we were in the agenda.
Nah.
Mr. Chair, our legal counsel wants to make a point.
Just an introductory comment before I turn it back to Cliff. With regard to the findings, the board had chosen a structure for the proposed staff draft of the Delta plan, and the idea is that we would lay out the statute that had some objectives, and we would quote from the statute, and we did that. And then we would have findings that would sort of set up the problem statement, so to speak. And out of that would come what you're now seeing in this latest staff draft, policies. What are we going to do about it? how are we going to make it better, as well as recommendations, a variety of recommendations. But I wanted to make it clear that that was a decision that this board made as to the structure of the plan. There is no legal requirement that you actually structure it that way. So there's no legal requirement that you have to have findings. All of the policies and recommendations that you lay out and that are laid out in this staff draft really flow from the statute. You're actually lucky in one respect that the deal has been done for the most part in the legislature with the governor's signature in the Delta Reform Act. And so all of the policies and recommendations really flow from the statute. Whether or not you choose to introduce different topics via a narrative, whether or not you have findings the way that you've chosen to do it this way, or whether or not you choose to do it another way, it is your choice. Ultimately, if we have to defend the plan, it helps to show what the need for the regulation was, why we chose to do something in a certain manner as opposed to another. But I just wanted you to be clear here that we've chosen a path, but you're not legally required to use findings.
So we don't have to get wrapped around the axle if
Not at all.
the architecture doesn't fit as we move through
We're
this.
adaptively managing through this
Excellent.
process.
Excellent.
Okay, you want me to... I've got my dose of sunshine and juniper pollen. I've been in New Mexico the last few days. So basically I put together this past weekend just some concepts that came to me after having reviewed the first draft, which had findings, 77 of them in total. And then reviewing the second draft, which had no findings, but which had, I believe, 26 recommendations and 23 policies. And in my thinking about where you're headed with the third draft, it seems to me it's important that the findings lead logically to the policies and recommendations in the plan. And I think we still have some work to do to get there. And many of the findings that were in the first draft, I think, were statements of information, but they, in many cases, in my own mind, didn't lead clearly to an action or a policy or a recommendation. And so now, having seen both sides of the ledger, one without policies and recommendations, one without findings, I was trying to come up in my own mind the best way to move forward to link those and mesh those together. So what I did this weekend, because I was awaiting the second draft of the plan with great anticipation, just like the council, I'm sure, and the people in the audience, is I just sat down over the weekend and read through the plan, and I started to map out all of the policies and all the recommendations. And for the policies and recommendations that I saw there was a clear need for a strong science basis, I noted that. For some where it was a science and policy kind of an interface, I tried to note that. And in many others, there really, to me, was not a strong need for a scientific justification. It was a policy that you were going to promote and move forward. So I put together a matrix, and I sent it off just as I was crawling on the airplane to fly away. And I guess it was taken up to the executive staff on Monday. And
we liked it.
Yeah, well, I guess. And I was told I'm supposed to come and talk a little bit about that in the process. So I'm not sure exactly what you want to hear, but basically what I did was to take those 26 recommendations and those 23 policies and note the ones that I felt really derive from good scientific underpinning, that needed to have a finding that was clearly stated, that logically flowed into an action that would either be a policy or a recommendation, and basically was thinking about, well, how am I going to help make that happen? And who would be the right people to be involved in putting together some of these findings? And so that's what I really started, and then I believe the science program staff added some additional information and added some, I think they even started thinking about in some cases, individuals that might take a leadership role in that. And so I'm not sure what it actually is in front of you, but what I have is basically an updated spreadsheet that has the recommendations and the policies and whether or not it has a natural science or... Thank you. Okay, so this is just actually a slightly updated iteration from the one that I have in front of me. And then over on the right are some comments, because in some cases it was clear to me that the finding really would lead to more than one recommendation or one policy. And so I wanted to be sure where there was this cross-referencing. And so with the idea in putting this together was that hopefully this could help with the flow of work, with all of the staff that we have, to make sure that in draft 3 of the plan, the findings, if we need to have findings, and of course listening to what Chris just had to say, that's a decision I think that needs to be made, that the findings are well stated, lead logically to an action, and have a structure. I would recommend a fairly specific structure that was a page or two that basically helped lead a finding to a recommendation or a policy, and then trying to figure out who would be the best individual or individuals from the variety of people, both on staff, consultants, people who have commented on these, who have a good knowledge base. I mean, we've been getting a lot of outside input that are clearly knowledgeable people that know about some of these issues. Just how to make this third plan a more effective document that leads logically from findings to policies and recommendations, and in some cases it also dictates whether the policies and recommendations are the right ones that you actually want to have in future iterations of the plan. So that was what I tried to do this weekend, and I guess it had some resonance with some people, and I guess I'm now sitting here in front of you trying to justify what I've done and communicate a way maybe forward that we could actually make this help with developing the...
Ms. Marcus.
I'm just impressed he did this when he was in New Mexico. I find it hard to believe I'd be sitting inside doing a spreadsheet anywhere in
Juniper
New
pollen
Mexico.
was amazingly high.
Really incredible.
And I'm very allergic to it.
Cliff, I looked at this and I said, "Oh wow, this is interesting to me on a bunch of levels." I mean, first of all, your judgment on which recommendations or policies fit the science, basic informed, the science and other policy mixture, and probably not a science component, I think is extraordinarily valuable. But this comment section, if I understand it correctly, this is the start of an intelligible linkage of the recommendations, which we've kind of flagged for a potential chapter for integration, but we've been struggling for what it means. And I just looked at that and I said, that is really very helpful, the cross connections of various recommendations. Do I understand that correctly, the comment section?
That was my intent. I mean, I think that 77 findings is too many. We really need to have clear, well-stated findings, and in many cases they're going to lead to more than one policy or one recommendation, and they will lead to policies that may be in two different parts of the plan. It may have an implication on water supply and on ecosystems and risk. So where that's true, I think we should be very clear that that's true.
Okay. Randy? Okay. Any other questions on this? Joe? Dr. Don, thank you very much. We're now going to plow into the plan itself? Okay. Mr. Grindstaff.
We are, and I actually want to ask John Curlin to come up, who helped us a lot with the governance part of the plan. And right now my thought is that if we can get through governance, then maybe we can have lunch, and then we'll go back and do the other issues.
Do you want me to stay up here, or am I dismissed?
You don't have to stay up there if you don't.
Cliff, before you go,
Yeah.
looking at the matrix, could you explain the first column? I understand the P and the R, but I don't understand the first two letters.
Yeah, actually, the version that I put together originally, basically, the WR is in Chapter 4, Manage Water Resources. So the WR is Water Resources. The second suite are in Chapter 5, Ecosystem Restoration. That's where the ER comes out. Then if you go into Chapter 6, that's the Improved Water Quality. So the WQ is for water quality. And then if you go into the next one, they're from Chapter 7, and that's risk reduction. And then the last group is from Chapter 9, and that is Delta as Place, DP.
DP 9.
Does that make sense?
Sir. Yes.
Okay. I have a longer version. I don't know if this longer version was sent out, but
If we do, Joe, we might, this could well be a useful format for kind of ongoing updating as we go through it, and it would be useful, as I think Hank's question suggested, to code the chapters. These are our internal codes, but they don't automatically mean anything.
That's
outside.
true, and we put them into the Delta plan because that's how they've been the internal things,
Right.
but that doesn't necessarily make sense to anybody who hasn't had their life consumed by this for the last few months.
Don?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, just, we're going to embark on the governance discussion, but I think just prior to you walk in, Mr. Chair, Joe, can I give an overview just on the item on the Delta plan and its purpose and some of the either stated goals or kind of the overall intent for 2100. And I guess one thing I just wanted to ask about before we jump into this governance piece is back to the Delta plan, the Chapter 1. And Joe, in that section where you have the vision for what the Delta plan will achieve by 2100, you said it, but I don't read it here in that section. You talked about that it will largely be agricultural in the pursuits, and this has several bullets to talk about habitats and about actually the next to the last bullet on page 4 of Chapter 1. Under that section talks about the Delta will remain a distinctive and culturally significant region. Visitors from around the world will be drawn to the Delta for recreation and experience its beauty and ecosystem. But I guess what I see missing there, you talk about agriculture, and what I see missing there is that if you're going to have agricultural pursuits, you're still going to have people who live and work and recreate, and you want obviously to draw. I mean, right now recreation is a big piece of that, but I don't see agriculture mentioned anywhere in those bullets. And very frankly, if 2100, if agriculture is going to be a big piece of it, you need to talk about it, but you also talk about the pursuit as relates to people that make agriculture just doesn't happen by itself. Nature is a key piece of that. I agree, but and so I do think that if that's the vision, now maybe that's not what the vision staff is bringing forward, but I heard you say that, Joe, and I think that it's important. That's going to be embodied and embedded in the discussion here. It goes back to what it is today, how it may or may not evolve, but what it is you want in 2100. And I guess I would put forth at least the premise that part of that's going to involve people. We talk about terrestrial species. Human beings are part of that matrix, in my view, and will continue to be. And if you just want them to come visit, that's one thing. If you really want them to live and work and to be a part of that overall fabric, then it needs to be stated in the vision. So I guess I would offer that as a suggestion, and a pretty strong one, I guess, because to me it's important, because otherwise it's absent, and maybe unless it's somewhere here else that you get a separate section, but I wanted to point that out. Thanks.
Good point.
Joe, how did you want to walk through this? Front page to back page, or in some different order?
Yeah, we talked some about Chapter 1, and Cliff talked about Chapter 2. So where I want to start now is Chapter 3, which is the governance chapter, and I do want to walk through.
Could we go back to Chapter 1?
We can.
Would you mind? It'll take about a couple minutes. I really attacked this thing over the weekend, too.
Yes,
and
sir.
had some thoughts. I guess I look upon this thing, and most of my are really about readability, making it easier to read, recognizing that it has to inform and hang together scientifically, but it also is a selling document. And I'd like somebody to pick it up, and particularly the executive summary, which we haven't talked about, and at any rate haven't seen a draft yet, is going to be vitally important. But certainly the first chapter is important too. So bear with me for a little bit. In starting the first line on I guess it's line 3, it was established, and you read that, and then in the text is the footnote. And I guess a strong recommendation to enhance readability would be to put the footnotes at the bottom.
Or at the end of the chapter.
Or at the end of the chapter, but the bottom seems better because it seems more powerful and more scientific when you see the footnotes, and you don't have to turn the page looking for that one page with all the footnotes.
Good point.
And again, getting a little nitpicky on, we talk about the co-equal goals in the paragraph beginning on line 6, and then we go in and does this in a manner that protects and enhances the unique cultural, which kind of dilutes it a little bit, the impact of co-equal goals. We're talking about a third goal, and particularly when the third goal appears in its totality as B, about 4 lines below that. On the next page, page number 2, the chapter heading or the section heading is Current Conditions, California's Delta and its water delivery infrastructure are in crisis. Crisis is the key word, it's the last word, but we don't back up why we think it's in crisis. The first 2-3 paragraphs talk about as recognized by the California legislature, yet down in line 33 and 37, we talk about the crisis and offer some evidence that we are in crisis. So I would move that around a little bit and move the chapter, the paragraph that begins today and the reliability should be much closer to the word crisis. And getting back to something we talked in your absence, Mr. Chairman, the vision for what the Delta will have achieved by the year 2100. I'm looking upon that as a snapshot and to describe, where it is going to be because of the policies that we are recommending. And I think even more interesting than that, and I hate to repeat myself, would be to talk about how we got from 2011 to 2100 and using science to put in probabilities of certain floods occurring, certain droughts occurring, and an earthquake or two. That, we have to face these things and how we're going to deal with them. And looking upon this almost as a risk analysis. The risk that these terrible events will occur, and then trying to look at each one, say a serious flood or a serious earthquake, with the probability and then the impact. And if you have high probability and high impact, that obviously has to be a top priority. A low probability, low impact is something we wouldn't focus on. It would be at the bottom of the list for those things to do.
Anything else on that, Hank?
Yeah, on that page too, just again a minor point. We're talking about what the vision will be, and I'm saying rather than what we will have achieved. And we talk to which the plan will need to adapt, and we talk about the following outcomes is intended to result in the following outcomes by 2100. And then we use the word will be. If you're talking about an outcome, it's an are, or it's an is, in the present tense.
I guess it's the tense of, it's not, the entire document is not written in the same tense. An inevitable result of different drafting committees and all the reviews, but that's important.
I think present tense is more powerful
I think
than
we
the
have
future.
to act as if the document is the plan itself in writing it, as opposed to what it is a draft of the proposed plan. Because if you write it as a draft of the proposed plan, it'll be full of errors at the end when you actually adopt it. And that's just a grammatical, but it's an important point.
Yeah, use present tense throughout. And then on page 4, on line 38, something I didn't fully understand. The Delta Plan will become a set of integrated and legally enforceable regulatory policies. This is the thing that told me that are the basis for findings of consistency by local. What does findings of consistency mean? And can we put that
Mr.
in
Stevens.
layman's terms?
Layman's terms, okay. Well,
it's what the law said we could kind of do.
Yeah, it's a crazy scheme that's in the Delta Reform Act that actually is the primary jurisdiction of this council. So once you set out what you want in the Delta Plan, state and local agencies that propose what we call covered actions that are defined in the Act have to be consistent with the Delta Plan, and they actually have to file what we call a certificate of consistency with this council, and that's what starts the potential for an appeals process where you as a council may hear appeals as to whether the proposed covered actions are actually consistent with all the policies that you have in your Delta Plan. So that's what we talk about, an integrated set of legally enforceable regulations that form the foundation for the consistency determinations by the state and local agencies.
And if you were going to make it more understandable to some guy like me, how would you write it?
Can I make an attempt?
Please.
If you live in a city and you're going to build a house, you have to go get a building permit before you can build the house. What the law says is that if state and local agencies want to do something in the Delta, whatever they do, or in the Delta, or that has impacts on the Delta, whatever they do has to be consistent with the Delta Plan.
Unless it is otherwise exempt by
Unless it's
statute.
exempt by statute. But rather than say you have to all go to the council and get a permit from the council, what it says is you have to make a consistency determination. You have to, on your own, make this determination that you are consistent, and we've adopted regulations that say they have to file a certificate of consistency so everybody knows. What happens then under the law, if any person in the state, again, this is the way the law is written, doesn't believe that that state agency or local government has done it right, they can appeal it to the council. Or I suppose the council itself could appeal it to the council. But so rather than us having permitting authority the way sometimes occurs, usually occurs, it's set up to reduce the paperwork hassle, reduce the necessity of us to review every single project, but it counts on the local and state agencies to do that review on their own, but gives people an opportunity to appeal that to us.
All right, so the local and state agencies will decide for themselves whether they're in compliance.
That's right. And they'll file a certificate, and people have the chance, though, to appeal that, and that's where the enforcement comes from.
Right. And basically, they self-certify. We're here to help.
Yeah.
But the appeal rests here. And also, just one point to clarify, Hank, and it's a good point. Hopefully that this plan, once you adopt it, will then be taken to the federal government. And what we're going to try to do is have the same sort of consistency process with regard to proposed federal action. So in the best of all worlds, you'll have a comprehensive set of policies in your Delta Plan that will be used by state, local, and federal government agencies.
Thank you.
I
didn't gather that when I read that.
The scheme that you see in the statute here isn't exactly what Delta Vision proposed, but this exact discussion was at the very end of our process in 2008, and the suggestion came from, I think I mentioned it last time, Byron Buck representing state water contractors, Gary Bobker on behalf of the Bay Institute, and could have been some others involved. They said the Delta Vision was about to adopt a regulatory recommendation, that is, that we be the final stopping point for all regulatory action. And they came back and said, look, we're not recommending that you do any of this, but if you are going to do something, the better way is to adopt a plan and then have some system of making consistency determinations on the plan that's adopted. And that became part of the Delta Vision recommendations in broad brush strokes. The legislature picked it up, wrote a whole bunch of sections and paragraphs to define the thing, and that's what we're doing. It was designed to answer the charge. You're creating a super regulatory agency that'll be another 2 years to review, and everybody said they didn't want to do that, and so this comes out. But the words we're using and the kind of the non-clear understanding is deliberately designed to meet the statutory measures that were given to us. I think that's Chris's point.
I guess the final point is on page 6
line 34. And it really, that one sentence, I think, sets out the reason why we have to use adaptive management. And I would change that a little bit to say, instead of the scientific understanding, the body of scientific knowledge of the Delta California watershed is constantly growing and changing. And that kind of leads into the rest of it, which I think is pretty well written. The incomplete knowledge, and we are acquiring new knowledge all the time. And sometimes it points out that what we've been doing currently is totally wrong and has the opposite effect of the desired one.
Okay. Hank?
That's it.
Okay. Don?
Yeah, just one point that I just want to go back to one point that Hank made, if I could, and that was on the first page. It had to do with the statement on the co-equal goals, and then the qualifying portion related to the done in a manner that's helps to restore and enhance the in a manner that's consistent in protecting and enhancing the values in the delta. And just a quick background on that. That was very I think, strongly discussed in the legislative process, because from a local government perspective and some of the local agencies are very concerned that, and there was a strong advocacy that there ought to be this kind of third leg of the stool, and that ought to have equal standing with the two. That was not the legislative decision, but I think as a part of this, it's certainly recognized, and nothing else, that in achieving those co-equal goals, those would be, the elements that would be considered. And I know that when we had one of our first meetings back last spring, we talked about this, and just in how we're going to embody that in our some of our statements. And I guess I would just put forth the counterpoint that I think that's very important. It may dilute, in your view, some of the statement there, but I think it's very important, because to me that's the connectivity to particularly the N-delta aspect of this, and that's why I think it's important to make that statement early on. So.
Yeah, and it is made early on. Yeah. I mean, exactly. It's there on line 17.
Right, I saw that.
As the second one. And it just seems when you're starting to read a document to have something repeat, that you say so early on in the document, particularly when you're talking about co-equal goals, two of them. It just seems to dilute it a little bit.
Okay. Joe, I want to weigh in on Chapter 1. I apologize I wasn't here for the earlier discussion. But I agree with Hank that the opening chapter, I know we can't do the executive summary until the end, because we won't know what the council's going to be deciding on a bunch of things. But I also know that if we don't write the first chapter so that it is a more detailed elaboration of the context you always put in an executive summary, we won't get the executive summary right either. So I think I think Hank's categories that it is, I can't remember if you said the word a problem statement as well as anything else, but it's a problem statement. I would say a contextual statement, but it's also a selling document, which means it cannot just be the recitation of codes. And so on this, I do have one suggestion, which we've talked about before. You might want to consider the notion of formatting important statutory language, either in a separate page facing the page where you're having the discussion, or a box that's screened in the text or something that allows you to keep the flow of the narrative, but still a reference to the specific and most important code sections that are there. It just seems to me that would be relevant.
I was thinking, actually, Phil, in the introduction, to establish the legitimacy of the plan.
Yeah. I think the elements are here. I think, by the way, when we get back to the findings, Cliff correctly said we had far too many findings. We're going to have a whole bunch fewer of them. But whether we call them findings or not, they are I guess, as much as anything, they're either the scientific, the policy, the factual, or the conclusions of the council that inform the rest of the document. And so it seems to me this one has to be something more than an internal draft. It has to be the start of a public document from which the executive summary is taken, as opposed to leave all the understandable stuff for an executive summary while we write the plan differently.
Could we talk about the executive summary? We've talked about it before, and I always use a simple tool of what, why, and how. And if we do that, like, what is it? Why is it being written? And how will it be implemented? We can probably, in those three categories, cover the essence of what we're doing. And then the rest of it could be basically a summary of each chapter.
Yeah.
Chapter by chapter.
Yep. Okay. Anyone else on the back, going back to chapter 1? Okay. Joe?
Okay.
I think you're up chapter 3, right?
I wanted to go to chapter 3. I
Okay.
want to point out that the time is now 12. Would you rather do chapter 3 or take a break now and come back and start clean on chapter 3?
Lunch? I think we ought to. By the way, just for your information, Craig Wilson may have been scheduled here at 11:30, but his other speech, he was up after me, so I don't think he's going to be here till 12. He probably had a different perception of when he was on.
Ah.
Okay. Anyway, all right. I think we ought to honor the schedule. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 1-hour recess till, or do you want to do 45 minutes? It's raining out. Do they need more time because of the rain to get food? Okay. Mr. Johnston's suggestion of an hour and 45 minutes is not accepted by the council. Okay, let's do this. Let's do 1 hour. Apologize for sending you outside on the lunch on a miserable day like this, ladies and gentlemen. We'll start exactly at 1 o'clock. Exactly at 1 o'clock.
I was.
Check 1 2, check test 1 2 test.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, take your seats, please. Take your seats. Shh. Okay. Let us start. Mr. Grindstaff, we are now, I believe, on Chapter 3 of the second draft Delta Plan. Is that correct?
That is correct. And
how would you like to proceed?
What I'd like to do is just have an overview of the chapter, and then we can talk about some of the specifics in the chapter. So there's kind of an introduction that talks about the what's in the chapter, and page 21 talks about the different roles that are in the legislation that the council has. So it's finding of consistency, the information and review, and revising the Delta plan. All of those are important roles. What I think about as the real heart of the chapter starts with page 22. And what is the policy here? As you'll probably recall, when we established the rules for appeals, we actually said that we were going to develop a checklist, and that's in our regulation that we adopted last summer. So in order to do that...
A checklist of?
A checklist that agencies who are going to do a consistency certification could use when they're doing that certification. What we're trying to do with this chapter and then with the other policies is to actually have an outline of things that's more than an outline, have some details about what we need to have then on what ultimately will become a checklist that people can use. So there needs to be some more depth in it. And page 22 and 23 are really about what covered actions need to cite when they make a finding. So when they make a finding of consistency, there needs to be an appropriate level of information, and those 2 pages are about that. Then if you go to page 24, it's about rules for the council itself. So we're actually proposing that we establish rules that the council will use when it makes decisions. It always makes me nervous because I always like freedom of movement, if you will. But I guess what's fair to one side should be applied to the other side. And so it is actually about the rules that the council will use in moving ahead. And then if you go to page 26, well, we have some science stuff that's almost the same as what you've seen in Chapter 2. But then on page 26, we talk about review and revision of the Delta plan. And this is where we try and lay out, okay, when we review the Delta plan, we're actually going to use adaptive management to do that. And so we wrote some proposed policies for how we go about doing that. And then we have, after that, a couple of recommendations for legislative action. So we propose a benefit assessment flood management agency for the Delta that has general authority, and it's that's a general idea that needs to be fleshed out more so that we could actually say this is exactly what we're supporting. But the thought is that given the 100 or so reclamation districts in the Delta and no kind of one place that everybody can go that can establish policy, that this would be an important thing. The other important thing is the ability to raise funds to actually help get things done. So we think that that's a positive thing that the council ought to do. The second recommendation is that the Delta Protection Commission and Delta Conservancy have their general boundaries expanded to match the Delta and Suisun Marsh. So, for example, the Delta Conservancy does not cover the Suisun Marsh. And clearly, in our view, if they're going to be implementing some of the ecosystem restoration plans, their boundaries ought to be expanded to include that. The Delta Protection Commission is doing an economic sustainability plan that we're supposed to consider for inclusion, and it seems like, from our perspective, it wouldn't change the regulatory authority over the primary zone, but would give them the ability to kind of, for that whole planning area, talk about economic sustainability. So that's the thought behind that recommendation. In those 2 cases, that's what they end up becoming, is recommendations to the state legislature for legislative action. And we'd actually probably, at the completion of the Delta plan, have to put together a committee to help draft language and help So first, we probably in the next draft of Delta Plan need to have some more principles, some more details here, some more meat. And then assuming the council buys off on that and we ultimately adopt a Delta Plan, we may want to suggest that come next January, we have a group of locals and staff and members of the council sit down and work on some language that we could submit to the legislature.
I don't want, I agree with that approach. I just note that the Bay Delta, Bay Conservation Development Commission has statutory authority over the Suisun Marsh for land use planning, and you're going to have to connect what we propose here to them. And I wanted to clarify, it's not my understanding you are trying to usurp their authority?
Absolutely not.
Got
I
it.
should have been clear about that. You actually told me the other day I should be clear about it, and I didn't do it. I should be clear. It is not our intent that we change their authority at all.
Well, in fact, the council and BCDC have executed a kind of a mutual planning agreement already, as we did with Department of Fish and Game, and I guess we're still working with Department of Water Resources to kind of figure out how to review documents and so on and so forth. So if next time you come out with a draft, I'd have more clear language on that. Otherwise, Will Travis will come here and sit on your head until it's resolved.
That's probably true. Okay. Point taken. Okay. So what I'd like to do now is...
Can I just...
Oh, yes.
The water master just walked in, and I'm going to suggest we hear from him because he has another appointment to go to. But Terry, Gwen, John, if you would just stick where you are, please stay where you are. And Craig, if you would come forward, either use the podium if you prefer or over at the table, your choice. Podium is fine? Good. So you survived the Water Education Foundation, obviously.
Well, I survived except for some of your comments. Just your chairperson had the temerity of referring to me, and I've been called a lot of things in my life, but he called me a cocker spaniel.
I said you looked innocent. I said you looked innocent.
And using that analogy, I think what would the chair be described at? Maybe a
Chihuahua.
A cross
Chihuahua.
between a bulldog and a
Chihuahua.
Jack London Terrier, maybe. Do we have item number 7, the report we can pull up?
Yeah.
I think it's agenda item.
It's, agenda item 7, please. If you, there are 6 or 7 slides, if you'd put them up. I think it's going in right now. There you are.
Okay, great.
And members, you have a copy of the slides in your packet for reference. Yes, sir. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. I'm here today to present the second and will probably be a series of reports that I'm required to submit by the Delta Water Master Statute on the above entitled topic. And I think, speaking really generally, you could distill this whole thing into kind of a statement that that this report kind of highlights the clear but not often recognized fact that the State Water Board is the principal state agency for adjudicatory and regulatory treatment of water resources will play a central role in the implementation of the Delta Plan in whatever form it comes out. And here's just a little section about the authority of the Water Master to submit the reports. And I'll skip this one. This slide was on here for the Water Board. You guys know all this, what your plan's all about, and the deadlines and everything. So I'll skip over that one. But the reason I kind of came up with this topic was I was looking at some of the provisions of your statute. It talked about the role of other state agencies and how the Delta Plan would specifically identify actions that other agencies could take to implement the Delta Plan, and that you could incorporate other agency plans that are relevant to your Delta Plan. And so I quickly, kind of came to the kind of novel conclusion that the board, as the principal agency for water resources regulatory and adjudicatory matters, would be used in a central basis in the implementation of the various goals and sub-goals and strategies and actions of the Delta Plan. And so the report just kind of walks through that. And at first it talks about the reliable supply co-equal goal, and virtually every decision-making point, whether we're talking about changes in place of diversion from the conveyance facility to any new storage projects, operation of projects, allocation issues, all of those subject matters are clearly, within the responsibility of the Water Board. So that's that goal. And equally with the other goal, when you talk about delta ecosystem restoration and protection, you talk about stressors, flow issues, contaminants, invasive species. You could go on and on. Virtually every one of those types of activities, the Water Board has some type of regulatory authority. And then my first report talked about the water use efficiency and the use of the reasonable use doctrine, and we also have some pretty robust monitoring provisions that could help identify trends in the delta. And the second aspect is that the Delta Plan could also incorporate plans of other agencies, and there are at least two very relevant plans that the State Water Board has adopted that could be considered for incorporation. The first is just the basic Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan, which talks about identifying beneficial uses in the delta, standards to meet those uses, and implementation plans, mainly using some of the board's water rights authority to require the projects and other people to meet standards in the delta. I think that plan should be considered for incorporation into the delta plan. And the other one, not quite so well known, but in 2008 the State Water Board adopted something called the Delta Strategic Work Plan, and that gets much more into specific actions, and it kind of lists in priority basis various things that could be done relating to upstream contaminants, flow issues, et cetera, and it kind of prioritizes them based on staff resources. And I think, again, it's a document that would be very useful for you and your staff to consider for a conclusion in the plan. So again, that's basically it. The recommendation is that the Delta Plan should identify some of the authorities of the Water Board that would be central in implementing your plan as it evolves, and that the two documents I mentioned could be considered for incorporation. So again, I'm kind of stating the obvious in this report, but I think it's important to call out to everybody's attention that the Board will play a central role in so many of the issues that you guys are grappling with.
Felicia, you had a question? Oh, okay.
And that's it. I'm done.
Just a couple of questions. Is it your judgment that the two plans you mentioned, the State Water Quality Control Plan for the Bay Delta, the 2006 plan, and the work plan, both would meet provisions of best available science? And you understand why I'm asking that question, because incorporating plans just to incorporate them is easy, but incorporating them in a way that fit into the Delta Plan and have effect is harder.
Yeah, the taking them in order, the Water Quality Control Plan, as Felicia well knows, has to satisfy requirements of the Federal Clean Water Act for it to be qualified for standards, and there's a pretty rigorous review of that. The planning process for adoption of water quality control plans has also been deemed to be a functional equivalent to a CEQA process, so it has that rigor and that review. So there's quite a bit of science that's been brought to bear in the water quality control plan. The Delta strategic work plan is really more of a blue-collar working document. What kind of actions
it's a procedural
are needed?
Document.
I mean, it's more than procedural. It really kind of calls out various activities that should be taking place to protect uses in the delta, and it talks about everything from flow standards to stormwater protection and protection from and regulation of upstream contaminants. Just a lot of the issues dealing with stressors that your plan will also grapple with.
Do you, we have a section, a very preliminary section on water quality, and we have referenced some water resource board. How would you suggest it be fit in? What do you have a language to suggest to us?
I would be happy to provide language. I think the statute itself talks about actually incorporating maybe as an appendix or whatever, but then maybe having a very brief summary, which I think there's already been summaries written, and I would be happy to provide it to the council and your staff for consideration.
One of the things that Gwen and Terry and all of our consultants and staff have been puzzling with is how we can incorporate completed plans upon which action can be based, as opposed to the endless numbers of studies that don't meet the threshold of a regulatory fact-based decision. And sometimes a state policy document will have both regulatory and non-regulatory components, and do we pick it out? I'd be very interested in your view and seeing specific language on this plan. But frankly, other water board policies or regulatory actions, if they are relevant, that could somehow be reflected in the Delta plan. I agree with you. There's a broad authority to incorporate relevant documents, and I just want to make sure the right way to do it.
Sure. And again, speaking to the water quality control plan, which elements of it are being reconsidered, as we speak, and the board's having authorities. I mean, it definitely has regulatory aspects to it, though. The term in the water code is water quality objectives, but if you read the definition, that's really a standard, and it's a regulatory standard, some numerical standards, some narrative standards, and I think it would definitely be appropriate to call out some of those measures. And again, I think the work plan I think is appropriate because it just really specifies in quite a bit of detail some of the nitty-gritty things that could be done to address some of the stressor issues, the things that are stressing the Delta.
Mr. Grindstaff, the Water Master is willing to send us some language, which I'd very much like to look at. What's the right way to proceed?
Well, the work plan, I'll start there. I think actually there are a lot of items in there which should be included, but rather than just incorporate the work plan, what I'd probably recommend is that we actually go through the work plan and figure out which of the items in it should be included in our plan. I think some of them already are in the draft water quality section of this, and maybe that there are others that should be included in there. For the water quality control plan, I want to think about that some more and actually see it. That is the plan where the flow standards are actually going to be implemented, and we're calling, at least in our draft now, on the state board to update those flow standards by 2012 or 2014. So I want to think about that one and have our attorneys look at that before I commit to anything.
Felicia?
Couple of suggestions. This is such an interesting area, and there is so much that the water board's doing. I do think it's important that we integrate what we're doing. I like what you're proposing, and I would suggest, I don't think you're not suggesting this, more than incorporating it and waiting, we really should be sitting down with the water board and federal EPA, which is working directly with the water board as they go through these issues, I think, at the staff level, and just see what are the chunks that should make their way into our Delta plan already, or that we can anticipate beyond just the flow standards. I mean, similar to the way we're looking at other agency processes. And it's similar to my comment, or at least my thought, if I didn't make it in my comment, with the California Water Commission. I mean, part of the challenge in California water has been all these separate actions that aren't integrated. And we have this fabulous opportunity to be the great integrators and relationship builders so that there's some overall roadmap and common sense to what's happening in this bigger picture. So I'd love to do more than incorporate, but actually make sure we have a sit down and do what you're suggesting, Joe, and even more, because a lot of it won't be ready by the time of our plan. So we're going to have a lot of directional indicators.
And we have had a lot of that interaction underway. But I think I particularly like the work plan concept and sitting down and really, because it's been a year at least since I've actually read the work plan, and even though I know staff talked with the state board staff, I'm not sure that all of those things got incorporated in a proper way, and so I think there's more to do there.
And I think it's kind of a two-way street too. I think things could be done in the Delta plan that might bolster some of the water board efforts, where you have some of your language about covered actions, they'd have to be in compliance with certain water board activities.
I like the phrase two-way street, and I was about to ask you a question. First of all, general invitation to the Delta Water Master in his capacity. Critique, review, suggestions, additions, deletions, particularly with language. You're uniquely positioned both from knowledge and with the job you have now to actually help us craft some language. And some of these areas, we're familiar with it, but the writing of the language is very, very, very important. And so I'd like to extend a general invitation to you, anybody in the public, but particularly to you, on this. Number 2, are there occasions, you don't have to answer now, you can think about it, are there occasions where what appears in the Delta Plan arguably could be incorporated by the Water Board, should they deem it consistent with their activities, and give some thought to what some of those might be? And the reason, this is the integrator, the integration is useful, but the two-way street makes it more meaningful than simply we recognize everybody else's plan, which is not the same thing as a reciprocal effort on common principles or whatever approaches, which is the goal.
Will you upgrade him to a retriever if he does that? Or Doberman?
A golden retriever?
St. Bernard carrying a cask of whiskey around his neck, rescuing us from what? Randy.
Craig, is the Delta Strategic Work Plan the place where we would find language about the board's concern about illegal diversions inside or outside of the Delta?
Yes, as I recall, it has kind of 9 subheadings of actions and activities to help protect the Delta, and one of those is talking about this idea, of looking at in-Delta diversions to see, are there diversions that are taking place, either more water than is entitled to, or the rights been lost. And I've been spending a lot of time on individual cases dealing with that very subject, because the Delta Strategic Plan calls on the board to do that.
Just a note on timing. I think there's real potential in here, not limited to the water quality section of the plan, but certainly a large part of it would be water quality. If the staff is convinced that the suggestions you're going to make sense, I'd sure like to see them in the next draft so we can begin chewing them over. And Joe, the next draft comes out, the April draft will be on the street when?
April the 22nd.
And that means effectively, obviously the earlier we get the ideas and the language, the better. But as a practical matter, with internal review and so on, the first week of April is.
Yeah, and we are, by the way, I think we're in the process of setting up another meeting with the state board, with board members and with executive officers. So.
It would be very timely, and it'd be terrific if you would do that.
Yeah, I'd be happy to devote some time to that.
That is great. That is very good. That's very good. Hank?
Craig, with all due respect, how does one become a water master?
There's different kinds of water masters. I mean, this was a position that was created as part of the 2009 legislation, and I was sitting kind of happily plugging away in private practice. I'd left the board a few years ago and was actually approached to see if I was interested in the position, and looked at it and said, yeah, why not? It is kind of an interesting mix of policy level stuff and then kind of down in the trenches looking at enforcement cases and water diversions. So I'm happy so far with it.
Are you an engineer by training?
No, I'm a lawyer. I'm like Phil. I'm a lawyer.
He was counsel to the Water Board for how many years?
I worked for the Water Board for most of my professional life. I was chief counsel of the board from 2000 to 2005.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And other water masters are created how?
Well, there's several ways. Usually, the traditional water master is kind of more of a technocrat dealing with kind of like an adjudicated groundwater basin or specific water course where there's been a finite number of diverters that are entitled to a certain amount of water, and the water master is kind of the technician that's almost controlling the valves to make sure that everybody gets exactly what they're entitled to, and no more and no less. And this Delta water master position is quite a bit different than that.
But he was selected by the Water Board to do this.
Yes.
Good. Sir, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. That's not a bad segue into a discussion of governance. It covers a big slug of one of the most important things. So who's going to start? Ms. Buckholz.
We're going to spread out here for 2 seconds.
Okay. Mr. Curlin's moving. I don't know what that means. Oh, I see.
I don't know either. I think I did kind of the overview, and I think I want to turn it over to Gwen and John to talk about what they want to say for on governance.
First, I wanted to acknowledge actually something that I'd like to. It's already been pointed out, the recommendation on page 27, the second one, and needs to sort out the relationship with BCDC. We also need to sort out the real boundaries of jurisdiction of the Conservancy, which at one point in their powers that is stated that their extent includes the Delta and the Sassoon Marsh, but the construction is not parallel with that for yours, where the Sassoon Marsh is defined in reference to code. So it led to some ambiguity, and it's clearly, it looks like the legislature intended to give them reach out into Sassoon Marsh, but the construction of language is not parallel with what your authority is. We'll get that sorted out. If I could, Joe did a great overview, and the context of what this chapter intends to do, I think, is well described now. So I don't certainly want to add much more to the overview, other than a couple of comments, and then probably respond to questions. It was appropriate to start with page 21, which lays out, and this chapter is very driven by the authority in the Act, and so basically you're trying to take what's in the Act and make it usable by the Council in its roles. And one of the biggest roles you have, and most clearly defined, is in covered action review, and there's some discussion earlier about how that evolved in the legislative history, but in contrast to a direct permit review process where someone's undertaking an action and comes to you for some determinative, yes, you can do this, you have this plan and then a consistency review against the plan. Now, you can have a plan and then a permit submitted against the plan, but in this case, there's a self-certification consistency. Then the information, comment, and advice roles haven't been talked about very much, but I think they're very important to note, and they are under number 2, 3, and 4. And I could imagine that some fraction, perhaps substantial fraction of the Council and the Council staff work, even more importantly, will fall in these powers. And so someone will be asking you, you'll be providing information, and you don't have to ask anyone's permission to do this. You have this science program, they're in the business of putting out information. And that's an important function, and if you become, over time, a place that is a repository, the best understanding of these complex issues, then people will use you even more, and the Delta Science Program already has that reputation. An independent science board gets used also. You are called out to comment on some specific programs, and again, these authorities here are illustrative only. In this case, to comment on state agency environmental impact reports, and you have an authority. And so I'm presuming that Joe will work with the staff to develop some processes by which you're doing that, may already be doing that. Advice regarding plan consistency. You're specifically asked to give plans to local and regional planning agencies regarding consistency of their documents with your Delta plan. This is not regulatory in character. Directly, in my understanding, I'm a non-lawyer. First of all, I'm not a lawyer, so the attorneys will have to correct this. But it could have some effect if you say this is not consistent with the plan. Someone could say, well, we need to make this plan consistent with what the Delta plan is, even if it's not yet to a covered action level. Then you have the powers which are incorporating another plan into the Delta plan, which you just referenced, and revising the Delta plan. Looking at this, continue to edit it. This sort of, generally, these headings are changing the Delta plan, either by addition of another plan element or revision of the Delta plan. And you have broad authority to incorporate a plan, and that could be the entire plan, or as evidenced by this most recent conversation, a portion of a plan into your plan if it advances the co-equal goals. So, and the best available science test will apply as the chair's question suggested, etc. This is an important set of activities. You will have to make a decision about not only how to do it, but what incorporation means. Technical things like do they become appendices or they're referenced by the plan as it existed at this date in these sections or whatever, how you handle that. And with modern digital technology, you can put them all up on the web in one way or another. If plans, it can be addressed, but you'll have to adopt a process by which you do that. And then revision of the Delta Plan, you've already had some conversation about. So looking at the statute, you have those sets of 6 sort of roles that are laid out. And here they're divided into 3 groups: the finding consistency, which is the most formally regulatory, the information, comment, and advice, and then the changing of the Delta Plan. So it's very little of the subsequent document talks about information, comment, and advice.
Can I,
Yes.
John, I find this organization to be very useful, and I think the 6 points are just one question. There is no listing of the potential appellate role regarding BDCP under the implementing the act. I know it's discussed elsewhere in the plan, but isn't it, if this is talking really about the multiplicity of roles, isn't that one that has to be noted?
It is a very important one, and it's formally called out, and it's noted now as a special case in the incorporation of another plan into the Delta Plan. If you're to look at line 24,
Oh, I
25.
see. You know, I'm not so sure it doesn't warrant mention of its own, but that's just a suggestion or a thought.
Yeah, conceptually, it was linked to the other, but it is called out with special conditions, and your discretion is limited. So if you wish, we can easily call it out separately. And it would still fit into that general category of changing the Delta Plan.
Right.
I'm happy to answer any questions, and I don't intend to plow on. So if there are any questions as we go through this.
Felicia.
Ms. Marcus.
I think it's important to ask them as we go through, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I had a few that confused me a little bit as I went through, and I can save the ones that are later. When I think of governance, I also think of structures. I didn't see anything on structure. I read, as I'm reading it, governance in terms of how we do our business, but there's also recommendations we have for other people in here, so it's a weird mix of governance concepts, which not a critique. I mean, you have to put it everywhere. And when we get to this box that gets repeated, I know this is a larger question than the government structure. I just think back to our last meeting and Richard Collins' suggestion is how we talk about regulatory. You have regulatory policies and discretionary quote-unquote recommendations. And it strikes me that it's not that we're rolling ourselves, but that you could do it in parallel and say regulatory policy and recommended policy or something to think about. So we have some parallel construction. That might be wrong, but somehow this seemed to diminish what we might be saying. So that's just something to flag for us to think about. I don't think we hash out here, and I'm not even suggesting what I'm saying is the perfect answer. All I'm saying, I have some queasiness about how we did it here, knowing we have to do it. And then the second thing is, even in this, we don't have those two defined or broken out. And I know maybe we'll do that at the end, right? That's the plan, is to do it at the end.
I got hit up on exactly the same point this morning as I was walking to give the speech at another location, and the guy said, why do you call it policies? You said it's a regulation. Why don't you just call it a regulation? And I said, I don't know. I haven't even thought of that. But so in the nature of nomenclature, the generic subject of nomenclature and phrasing, I think that's something that we want to think about all the way through.
I just want to point out that our attorneys were busily getting all nervous and concerned, so that was a good comment.
No, those are the two most calm attorneys in all of California.
I think what we're striving for is clarity. We're always nervous anyway. But we're striving for clarity so people can understand what it is.
Right.
And I'll tell you what the one nuance with lumping it all together as a policy is you can't tell necessarily whether or not it affects one entity, another entity, what geographic region you're talking about. And I think our thinking in breaking it down between regulatory policies and recommendations, the recommendations were cases where we were recommending, for instance, to state agencies to undertake a certain action.
Yeah.
And we really didn't have any jurisdiction. There was no enforcement. There were no teeth. I like your idea of not diminishing by nomenclature what our policy is, but we were just trying to find an elegant way to distinguish between what had regulatory effect and what was purely a recommendation, what we saw as our limitation and authority to enforce. So,
Right. No, I think it's hard. That's why I'm saying I just came up with, I see your point, and I think it's a hard thing. I just wanted to signpost it. I also think, yeah, I'm sort of keen on the strength of those things that are now called recommendations, because I think they are, what was intended in the legislation was to do something very specific on certain things, but also to give this big aim high and steering force, some kind of a force to get those other agencies to do it, so it just doesn't become a giant thing where you might have a governor, might not, but you might have a governor who thinks this is the greatest plan and then says to all of his appointees, make it so and work with these guys. But we need to make that as strong as possible, because it'd be a shame to do all of this work and then have the impact of what we do just be the narrow, as important as the narrow is. So,
I guess, Chris, if I were given a choice between regulatory policy or regulation, I'd probably choose the latter, as being clear.
Let's ask our staff, consultants, and lawyers to muse about this discussion. It has legal implications. I want to make sure we do it right and chew it over for the next draft. Yeah. Don?
Yep. Just a question. Does this then mirror what we've currently adopted in the interim planning approach on the consistency determination and what would be required of, because you had conversations obviously with local entities as well as I think with state agencies. So does this mirror this, or does this expand on that at all, or is this pretty much exactly what we're doing in the current construct?
Well, I think that, and that's a good question, because I think we had a question that was similar that came up with our meetings with the local agencies and representatives a few days ago. And the question was, what about the appeals procedures that you adopted before?
Right.
We attached them, I think, for efficiency purposes and purposes of reference to the interim plan, but those are appeals procedures that now have regulatory effect. They are your appeals procedures, and they more appropriately apply to the Delta plan and the consistency procedures. So those appeals procedures that we did adopt are still in effect, and perhaps it might be a consideration to actually make them an appendix to the Delta plan, just to reinforce the fact that that procedure, which kind of put meat on the bones to the statutory procedure, are still in effect and really apply to the Delta plan. And then I think your question really is there anything new here that wasn't in the procedures? And the answer is yes.
Okay.
These are, and John can embellish, these are proposed types of policies / warranties that we're looking for with regard to in all certifications of consistency.
This is the information
Yeah,
that we're looking
this is information
to complete
before
our
you
review.
get into an appeal.
Right.
This is the kind of information that we would like to see in the certification of consistency. So yes, it does add more than the procedure that you saw before.
Okay, and has there been conversation with the folks, either those you talked with previously or others, about how this may work in real life relative to being cumbersome, certainly to meet, obviously, the coverage that we're required to provide under the Act, but I'm just, again, so has there been about the practical aspects of it? Because once it gets embedded in a plan, then change and you got to revise the plan. So I would hope the conversations that, again, and you won't know unless you'll know better, I guess, as time goes on, and if you get appeals or consistency determinations, and there's some areas where people find it difficult to comply and or cumbersome. But I think having those conversations, certainly you've had them with some of the local folks, I assume with the state agencies as well, to at least get some idea on the ground what this would mean.
Yeah, and I think others would probably be better in responding to that. But if we walk through these, you'll see that a lot of them, they can be perceived as burdensome, but some of them are real fundamental to a project and whether or not it gets carried out in the manner in which somebody represents the project's going to be carried out, whether or not it includes enforceable adaptive management procedures, whether or not there's some kind of description of funding that's going to come through. It's the kind of information that we want to see that will enable us to implement the Delta plan from a big picture, to figure out whether the projects on the ground are actually doing the things that they said they were going to do, and whether or not they really are consistent with the Delta plan in practice. So what you don't want are a bunch of projects that say they're going to do one thing, they don't do that, they're not funded, they're left hanging, and then you have the obligation to actually weave all of this together and make sure that you're monitoring and that your plan adjusts. So, again, a lot of these may be perceived as being additional, but a lot of them, again, are fundamental to, at the project level, but also to helping you carry out your statutory mandate to adaptively manage the plan.
Okay. I just would say, I think your suggestion, though, relative to the appeals procedure, which is a little different track, but certainly relates back to this. I think as a part of an appendix, I think that's important, and maybe as a part of an appendix, again, if there was some iterations of that with refinement over time, might be easier than going back and amending the plan, but could have a reference to that. I don't know, Chris, you're the attorney, but yeah.
Well, that's true. The latter part was true. I don't know if I know any better, but and just one other note that we heard in some of the comments was with regard to the certification of consistency, which again relates back to the procedures that this board adopted several months ago. The idea was that once we get the aggregate of policies put together in the Delta plan, that'll give us the basis upon which to put together a checklist to help state and local agencies figure out if they are consistent, to help them actually file this certification. And again, it was a bit premature because we don't know the components of the plan yet, but that again is still on our radar screen. We had committed to re-engaging with the agencies, and we'll do that.
Okay.
Pat.
I'm getting ahead, but from what Don's question was, I thought the pages 22 and 23 related to how complex might be the requirements for a proponent of a covered action. So not dealing with any one of those factors, but all of them looks like a DPIR, Delta Plan Impact Report, of some complexity and weight and time and cost for a proponent. Were these features proposed with an eye towards projects costing more than $10 million over a 10-year period, because that's the last factor there, or all potential covered actions? And how big an area would that be?
Let me respond to that in two ways, but first make a prefatory comment that sets the context. One of the challenges of the council in implementing the act is that when a consistency determination certification is filed with you, you have 60 days in which to hear that, and then a further 60 days in which to render a decision. And so it's these provisions essentially are intended to have what comes before you be a full enough record that you can understand it in the context of the act. The way in which the act is structured, in my understanding, and if I misspeak, the council must correct me here, does not afford you the easy option of saying, well, give me more information, as, for instance, the supervisor just went through at Gibson Ranch, which strung out. So in the way this act is structured, it is, I think, to your advantage, but also to a proponent of a covered action to know what information is needed and to provide it initially. So it does end up sort of saying we need to say, well, what is going to be required in order to make a judgment about how this covered action comports to the plan or not. So it ends up encouraging you to be rather expansive by thinking about what the Act does. And we can walk through the specifics and that, but that's the orientation. Then you get into the question, does it apply to thresholds of certain sorts of projects? The definition of a covered action hinges off of the definition in CEQA of a project. And it is not in my understanding legally, it is, and the lawyers ought to speak to this, there is not a threshold test for what a covered action should be. I don't know how that will unfold in practice of the council in time and what they will do, but it is, in my understanding, a CEQA test of a
So John, if you wanted to get a permit to divert water to irrigate 20 acres of grapes from Murray Creek, which is a tributary of the Calaveras River, which flows into the Delta, how long and how much would it cost you to comply with this in case your neighbor decided to appeal it to us?
Sir, I don't know the answer to that, and I don't know anyone who knows whether that would be a covered action or not. And I think
Mr. Stevens has an idea.
Does Mr. Stevens?
I have an idea. I don't know if I have the answer. Well, again, and we get those kinds of questions about, what if we're going to add a bathroom to the house? Is that a covered action? And the definition of covered action first hinges upon CEQA, whether or not it's a project under CEQA. And then it's got other tiers. It's got to occur in whole or in part in the Delta, but it also has to have a significant impact on one or both of the co-equal goals.
Isn't
or
legally
flood protection.
significant something that is not insignificant?
I would start there, yeah, but I would not disagree with you.
So I actually didn't want to try and debate or settle the question of what's a covered action so much as to understand what's required of a proponent of a covered action. What all this would add up to. So, for instance, I would take your example or someone else's example of a set of facts and give it to John and ask John to go out and comply with this and see what it takes to do that. In other words, do a kind of a run-through, yeah, so at least we'd know. And it doesn't mean we wouldn't require all of this and maybe more. Doesn't say whether we'd require just of big projects or of all projects or whatever the law says we got to do. But we'd have some idea about, what we're asking project proponents to do.
Don?
Because it says things here like guaranteeing, we're going to guarantee financing or guarantee adaptive management and provide monitoring analysis sufficient to determine that implementation of the covered action is consistent. And so, these are pretty high standards. What would it take to comply with this? Could John figure it out for his little water for his grapes, or what expense would he have to go to get the expertise sufficient to be able to defend this if somebody appeals it to us?
Well, everyone agrees that Mr. Curlin would have to pay a lot more than anybody else just because of his unique status. But Mr. Stevens?
Point well taken. I'm not trying to debate the issue either. I think that the definition of covered action, at least that the portion that talks about having a significant impact, may be ripe for at least a further definition.
Right, and
to help screen out those small projects.
Right, I know I raised it.
Minimum.
I didn't think you were trying to do that either. You're trying to respond to me, which I appreciate. But I think if we know how much we're asking, it might inform our thinking about where to draw the line on covered action. Maybe it won't, but it might then, if we can't change what's a covered action,
Well,
we might look at what we're requiring of people, because if any citizen in California can appeal to us, we might have a lot of appeals.
well, I agree, and the other part of the definition of whether or not something's a covered action is whether or not it's actually included or covered by the Delta plan. So, for instance, what you're talking about, if we can winnow down and kind of do some dry runs and figure out what we're talking about, if it turns out that there is a subset of proposed projects that just is too small or doesn't fit what you're trying to accomplish, maybe that isn't included.
Right, and when I read this, I'm thinking, oh, well, somebody had in mind, the Freeport project, which all this is relevant.
Right. I don't know what somebody had in mind, but...
All right, wait, Don, hold up your question. Let Joe respond to that. Let's go this cycle, and then Don's next.
That's the Freeport is a very good example. I don't think it's in the council's interest to create a bureaucratic nightmare that either encourages thousands of appeals on consistency or requires people to spend thousands of dollars on paperwork that is unnecessary. But we do want to make sure that if another Freeport project comes along, or who knows what else would be out there, that there's appropriate information when something like that is appealed, that the council can make that decision. And that's something I think we've all been struggling with. What's the right way to do that, and are there ways how do you make those kinds of decisions and put that into a regulatory framework? So.
Okay, Don.
Yeah. I was going to wait till we get to one of the latter chapters, but I think it applies now, and I'm going to throw it out there, and we'll maybe revisit it as we get into some of the other chapters here. But an example, and I think goes, Chris, to your point about if there was a CEQA action required on an item, but I want to use another example that's elsewhere in this plan, and when there's a discussion in one of the policy frameworks for basically prohibiting any project, and I would take that to be construction of a house, a barn, addition to a cold storage facility within restoration opportunity areas and or a conveyance alignment. And now those would typically be done with a building permit at the local level. Wouldn't require a CEQA documentation, but might, at least under what's being proposed here, fall under the covered action. And I guess going back to Patrick's question of a few minutes ago is that you've got tens of thousands of acres that are under the BDCP approach in these green blobs that are restoration opportunity areas, and we tie that back into other later discussion here. We can talk about those sections, those policy frameworks. But I guess I'm curious about if somebody came in to build a structure. I'm not talking about a subdivision here. I'm talking about they wanted to build an ag structure. We've got areas along the Sacramento River that are very productive agriculturally, where people would want to add on to a cold storage facility. They would normally come through our processes at a county level or maybe a city level in the primary zone of the Delta. And that could very well, though, either trigger a consistency appeal to this commission, but they could be well underway with a building permit, and somebody decides, no, that's where we want to put intake for a conveyance facility, or that's where we wanted to put habitat, yet it hadn't even been decided. So is that the type of thing where then this would all come into play, and so you'd have a single property owner who would be up against this, who really didn't have to go through any planning entitlement at a local jurisdiction, but came through a more ministerial approach? And I don't know, I guess I don't want to get into too deeply, but it concerns me because that really gets into local jurisdictions, but certainly to entitlements that run with property for, if they're properly zoned and they meet certain setbacks and so forth. But I could see where, if anybody in California could appeal it, you could have, chaos, created for in-Delta landowners in jurisdictions. Give that one to Dan.
It's fascinating to me. I think your question goes to the actual policies and whether you want to make the policy choice as a council to have development in a mapped area be prohibited or limited. If you did choose to do that, it would apply even to a very small project. Any development that potentially has a significant impact on the environment, even if it's ministerial approval, would come under the CEQA definition of project. It may come under an exception, but your statute just says if it's a project, you meet that requirement. You don't look at the CEQA exceptions. So your question, I think, really goes to the policy question of, are some of these policies that you think are good policies or not?
Okay, well, and then we can talk about those later on. I don't want to get too sidetracked, but because that could become very onerous, and if you could render tens of thousands of acres, but a lot of areas that are going to be covered already under primary zone and other related, certainly land use entitlements. But then you get into the actual construct of just ongoing day-to-day activities of daily life in those communities and areas that really don't belong. They aren't in the public arena. They're somebody may put them on a map and said this is where we want to do something, and if we buy into that with other policies, then we really create, I think, a situation. And I mean, it gets into other property rights arguments, but I'm concerned about practicalities that even if somebody wanted to appeal, then all these things would get triggered here. I mean, it becomes very onerous for a landowner or a property owner to actually even make an appeal.
Randy.
I like real examples. And so when Patrick offered the example of his vineyard in Calaveras County, I expected you to say, well, that's not an issue, it's not a covered action. But since you didn't say that, now I'm really concerned.
Why don't we run through the example again? So what was the...
He was going to plant 20 acres of grapes and take water out of I think it was the Murray Creek that is probably a tributary to the, I would guess, the Stanislaus River.
So the first thing you would do is look to see if it's a covered action.
Statute, gang. Statute
has
85057.5
tranches to figure out whether the first one is a project under CEQA. I don't know what the project is. The second one, does it occur in whole or in part in the Delta?
Or the Suisun Marsh.
In the Delta or the Suisun Marsh, thanks. And I don't know that either.
Will be carried out, approved, or funded by the state or a local public agency.
Right. Is there a state or local agency
Is
permit
covered-
or funding?
Is covered by one or more provisions of the Delta Plan. Maybe. Will have a significant impact on achievement of one or both of the co-equal goals or the implementation of government-sponsored flood control programs to reduce risk to people, property, and state interest in the Delta.
Perhaps not. Perhaps it doesn't meet the definition. I don't know based on the facts, though.
But if it
it's
was, but for give you an example, if the land being proposed for discussion were in a designated floodplain within the Delta, that it might meet the. Now, gentlemen, correct me. Do we have authority to amend the statute?
No.
Okay. If the statute is unclear, may we explain or amplify inappropriate conditions and subject to glowers from attorneys?
Right. We can explain or amplify if it's consistent with the statute.
Does the statute impose a dollar limit below which we may not review covered actions?
Does not.
Okay. Before you get caught up on how you want to write the thing, just a reminder, this is a limitation of our review fundamentally, not I'd argue not an expansion of the review initially. If you want to put size limitation, type limitations, it's through these rules. If you don't, the only thing that remains is the statute, which does not impose anything other than the restrictions here and the exemptions from covered actions.
Well, and just to clarify, I think you're right. There are a lot of exemptions. You've got to take those into account. But also one of the components of the definition of a covered action itself is whether or not it's covered by the Delta Plan. So all I'm saying is if you do come to a place in deliberating on a certain policy and it turns out that there are certain projects that would in your view not be ripe for being a covered action in that instance, if they were below a certain threshold that you thought was reasonable, you could presumably expressly exclude them from coverage in the Delta plan. So that's a way to do it. But I think Phil's point is the one where you start. I mean, the deal was done, the definition is there, and that's got to be the primary level of analysis. So, you know, some of the projects, the examples, it always depends on the facts, but some of them may not fit. But
I had a question that occurred to me on this whole thing. I remember when we adopted our administrative appeal rules, appeals for covered actions, we said we were going to do a checklist on information, staff reports and all that. And we didn't do it at the time just because we were so busy doing the rules, we got it out of the way. This is a checklist. Just a query, why isn't the checklist in the rules that we were authorized? We can amend, I believe, our rules under the grant of authority in the statute under Section 85225.30, giving us the ability to adopt administrative procedures governing appeals. I mean, it doesn't have to be just in the Delta plan. It has to relate to the Delta plan.
right, I think the idea was it was a checklist to help state and local agencies.
Oh, I got that. The thought that when I read it first,
Right.
I just said, gee, why isn't that an amendment to our rules? It seems an amplification of what we've already adopted. It appeared here because this is, of course, the main document we're spending our time thinking about. That's why, and I don't think it makes any legal difference either way. I'm not sure it makes any practical difference because, you know, people are always going to squabble about what we agree we will hear or won't hear. And then they'll tell us what they would like to have us put in our rules that would limit our authority. That's usually the way the debate goes. And I don't mind having that discussion. That was just, I don't even...
No, we can take a look at that.
Yeah, I mean, I have no idea the right answer to it.
But I think that, again, you know, these are important topics to include in the Delta plan, so I think
Don?
that...
Yeah. Just a question. So is there any burden on the appellant? Does it always fall to the applicant then? The appellant files an appeal, if there's an inconsistency, and then, you know, using Patrick's example as, you know, a neighbor or somebody elsewhere in California, and then the applicant and or whoever it is has to put everything forward.
Well, it's actually, in some ways, it's a little more complicated than that, or tighter than that, which is that if an appeal comes to you and you review the appeal, all you look at is whether or not there's substantial evidence in the record below to support the governmental action. So the appellant does not bring new evidence to you, and likewise the landowner or whoever his project is being challenged can't bring you new evidence either. That evidence had to be submitted to, say, if it's a county action, to the county before the appeal was even filed. So most of the activity takes place before there is even an appeal.
Is there
and that's by statute.
Okay, is there a fee established for the appeal, or is it a no fee appeal?
No fee.
No fee. So never, and the statute says never can be a fee requirement for you?
Statute's silent.
It's silent.
So, I mean, administratively, I don't mean, not that you want to be, you know, something that's too high a bar, but I mean, you know, if you're going to have an administrative action in consideration, it would seem to me that they're, at least so you know, cover the
authority for a fee.
That is something we've thought about, and in our finance chapter, we talk about a fee for service, and that's a policy issue too. It's not just a financial issue. Do you, as the council, want to establish a fee when somebody does that, or establish a process for if somebody does that, that they have to compensate for?
Not that I want to remind you of battles past fought, but when we adopted our rules, we had a long series of go-arounds on whether we could or should require electronic submission of the information, and everybody went just crazy because it's easier, to be sure, but there's some people out there that said they didn't have their planning records electronically. I think not all of the counties, but I think a couple cities and so on. And you know, that was the extent. My recollection is we limited the focus of electronic submissions and limited the records to what Mr. Siegel had said would be reviewed, a review of the documentation that existed previously. So we're not doing a de novo review, although some of us were wildly enthusiastic about de novo reviews, staff not included, I would remind everyone. And So, I don't know, okay, this is, we're getting comments from the council and questions, and as you guys look at this, I think you just want to chew it over, whether the checklist of information, and that's how I call it, regardless of this title, I think of it as the checklist, whether the checklist is in the Delta plan, whether it's in the rules, makes no difference to me whatsoever, but the notion of having conversations with affected parties, just what Don suggested, is worth it, although, in fairness, we've had preliminaries of those discussions in that very first painful go-around on the rules, and length and long meetings, and Mr. Stevens was tasked with the obligation of conducting all those discussions, and my recollection is Mr. Koutras even was involved in orchestrating the last couple go-arounds on that, too. And we may have to do one or two more.
Those proved fruitful, and I appreciate the
Yeah.
work that went into it, because I think
Yeah.
it did, give us a good pathway, at least to begin with.
Okay. All right. Anything else on this section? Mr. Curlin, next section. I guess you've really referenced policies for council use in all decisions, or have you?
Yes, I have, and just to note that, as you noted, that the statute drives much of this, and the information is on page 23 as an example.
24.
All of
is
the
mine,
all of the diamond items were items that are intended to support adaptive management, which you're required to use. And many times this is a case where in many cases, some experience with getting permits myself for water rights, take permits, owned a winery at one point, 17 permits. I've had a lot of experience, some experience in regulatory as a small businessman. And for many years, someone who followed land use regulation. Many of these procedures would be, as much as information be available at a modest-sized project in the land use side, as an example, but not for a single residence. So it does affect how you do the scale. And the council's challenge is that you're ranging all sorts of scale, but very little would be available in adaptive management on most projects that come for a local government, and yet you're required to do adaptive management, so that some of that information might not ordinarily be available, and yet my understanding of the statute is you're required to do it. So this would be information that would be potentially different. If I could turn then to page 24, but it is worth sorting through this, and the other, just as something for the attorneys to give advice to you also, and those of us charged with revising this, is that we talked about the responsibility of appellant to act, and they can only act on the record that's provided by the proposer of the covered action. That's the record that you also have to act on. But you or your designee, presumably executive director, whoever he designates, can decide if something meets the standards of an appeal, and that presumably includes significant impact. So there might be some guidance you could provide that would provide a filter and escape hatch, and that's a question for the attorneys to resolve. But this was written to be responsive to the Act, to give you the ability to get the information upon which to make your decisions, for other parties to decide whether they wanted to appeal, etc.
Don.
Yeah, just a quick question, if I could. John, I appreciate you pointing out. So then the bullet on page 23, about two-thirds of the way down, where you call out for the guarantee of sufficient funds, and goes on to talk about supporting full adaptive management processes, and talks about a whole host of those things. Is that what you're referring to, that typically wouldn't be required, at least currently, for most types of projects, even of a medium size, a local planning process? Is that?
You're the county supervisor. You see more of these than I do. But in my experience of analyzing, and I went back when we were doing the interim plan as an example, looked at all of the planning requirements for the 5 Delta counties, and I didn't see this sort of requirement.
No, I've been concurring with you. That's why I was asking. So that's kind of the additive one, and I don't know what that adds to. Well, again, because you have to submit that in advance, or it's part of a CEQA review that then that is paid for by the applicant. But then you have all the follow-ons. I mean, not unlike mitigation monitoring requirements on for certain CEQA impacts, but.
This is full disclosure of your act requires behaviors that I do not believe are commonly, are common now to people who are proposing things that we covered actions, need to test with covered action, and a big chunk of those include adaptive management.
But I guess
So
well,
this is an effort to get that visible.
But what would it mean? So when you say a guarantee of sufficient funds to support the full adaptive management process, well, I mean that could go on for years. Mitigation monitoring typically goes for 5 or 7 years, maybe longer in a special circumstance. I mean, could this go on for decades? That you'd have to have money.
Well, this goes to the scale, and obviously, if you were doing something of modest scale that would have a modest impact, then you presumably would be proposing covered action, adaptive management to fit that scale. But if you're doing a large-scale project that would have long, enduring impacts and substantial uncertainty, the presumption is, yes, you would be committing to a long-term adaptive management program and guaranteeing funding.
So an example of something that's on a large scale, if you're doing a 5,000-acre restoration project that is important and yet we don't know everything about any of these, yes, we'd want a long-term commitment to adaptive management, and we'd want people to say and be able to certify up front, hey, we're not going to build this and walk away after 5 years or 10 years. We want, so if it's the Department of Water Resources or it's the Nature Conservancy, whoever it is, we want them to step up and say, yes, we're gonna do this right, and that includes monitoring and adaptively managing it for the appropriate time period. And I'm not sure exactly what that is, and that's something I'll rely on our scientists to tell us for a given project. But I think, especially for large projects, it is important.
Will we require endowments or trusts? I mean, would that be a part of the consistency finding, or will it, again? I don't know what's being envisioned here, and I don't want to get too
I don't know that we require that, but I could see that somebody might want to do that as a way to meet this requirement.
Because it says guarantee of sufficient funds. I mean, if you take somebody's word, that's maybe good enough or maybe not in some people's minds.
But
can I give you an example that I think is probably going to happen? 10 years from now, somebody's going to figure out that I'll just pick Sacramento County, that the Habitat Conservation Plan in Sacramento County and elements of the Delta Plan have identified common territories as potential issue. Who gets credit for mitigation? Is it this Delta Plan or not? And I can well imagine a proposed activity, a mitigation activity in Sacramento. I have no idea where it would be done, but let's say in the statutory delta, that would seek to reach agreement with the state of California and share the mitigation potential. To essentially plan cooperatively together and not create the situation where people are double counting the same mitigation. Okay. I have no doubt that will be a long and anguished and painful discussion, as those things always are, kind of like local share of highway projects are in that nature. But that could come in. I can imagine that an endowment might grow out of a developer who wants to use that mitigation for an off-site credit, should state or local set up off-site credit. Now, that's pretty theoretical. There's nothing in mind, but any of those things could happen. And my instinct is you don't want to close options for solutions to those problems. I don't think. Could be wrong, but I don't think so.
Well, no, and those are examples that, again, have been used elsewhere, and certainly have been, if they have been used in Sacramento County, have been used, elsewhere in the state, I know. And so I think those are, I was just trying to get some sense about this, and it goes back to John's earlier point that, this would have to be something, I think, through environmental review, the local entity, they'd have to take this into account then, because you'd want that as part of the record, particularly for those areas that would have covered actions or covered projects. Okay, thanks.
Oh, Felicia.
Than I was before. a reaction, and maybe because I was cheating and reading ahead and thinking about something else, and you may have talked about it. Somehow this seems more complicated than it needs to be and more confusing. So even as we get into that, I recognize that adaptive management is a really important element of the statute, but I don't think it's meant to be implemented in an unreasonable way. I know there's even a judicial doctrine that you don't have to implement a law if doing it a certain way, even according to its words, would result in an absurd, I think the correct word is an absurd impact. So I don't think we're as trapped by the language of the statute as we may think. And it just seems weird that this section starts out, it's our policy that that meet the definition of public action, clearly describe the use of adaptive management, and then you have a clause that says, unless it's inapplicable based on the nature of the program. That's kind of a backdoor way of saying everybody has to do everything, and there's this little unless clause. So everybody's going to freak out about this for adding a bathroom or whatever when you could define what we think is in or out. Maybe you guys have talked about it, I just missed that. But I think we want to be as clear and simple and helpful as we can. And this isn't clear and simple and helpful, even though it's very descriptive. And I really would I like a lot of it for the big project that really clearly needs to use adaptive management, is spelling it out. I agree. It's fair to them to get it agree. But we should be making the judgments about the scale and make it easy to figure it out now. Having been a part of a regulatory agency and been accused of the most absurd things possible in what you were proposing, I always have to admit that we left that door open by not closing it. And I want us to close those doors that waste our time and their time and scare people who have really little projects. I just want those guys out. Even if technically having them all in might meet, that's not the intent. It's sort of like, what would be analogous? It's like Superfund, where you can go everywhere. I spend a lot of time letting the little guys go because it's a waste of everybody's time. It's a political nightmare, etc. So I think this conversation has been really important. And we need to figure out a way to narrow it to a reasonableness standard. And I don't think anybody's going to sue us or challenge us that we didn't get the guy who did the bathroom or a small project. So I think we should go with reasonable on this one.
I'll tell you where I think it's likely to be focused. I don't know which counties. It'll be the successive approval of single-family development within the secondary and even partially within the primary zone of the Delta. And I remember back to my city council days where a developer walked in one time with, don't hold me to this number, 275 houses, and he proposed to break them into groups of 10 and sequentially develop them, and that would have exempted himself from local regulation because it didn't exceed the threshold of total numbers.
Oh, like the size of a farm.
Exactly. And, so I think that's one of the, if I thought of an example where development pressures would lead to this, where you'd say, yeah, we don't want to do bathrooms in additions to single houses. The other one is going to be the number of single-family dwellings. Pat asked for the information on the counties of how many single families have been added, not subdivisions, but what's the population change? Because that pressure is always there. It's always there. Anyway, by the way, I think this is actually a very good discussion. Helpful. Even though God knows the three of them are sitting out there saying, we got to get this thing done, move it along. Okay, Mr. Curlin.
I thought Mr. Siegel was going to say something a moment ago. And
Mr. Siegel.
It was actually just going to complicate things more, which is to point out
Don't say it!
point out that even a large these policies may be inapplicable to a very large project. An example being PG&E's gas pipeline that went through the Delta about 5 years ago. It's a $55 million project, very, very large, but adaptive management doesn't apply. You don't move the pipeline after 5 years, because it wasn't working.
It illustrates the kind of definitional work we need to do, or, for example, things we have to do to make it clear.
Okay. Mr. Curlin.
If anyone has on the council or also has examples of language they think would be useful to as a threshold or a filter, that'd be very helpful, because we have had conversations of this, and the simple economic tests don't work, as Mr. Siegel's example shows. nor do small projects necessarily work if you cumulative effects, as the chair's example illustrates. So some way of doing it.
When I
would be
carried
valuable.
successfully the major reform of California's redevelopment law in 1993, I was absolutely confident, and all the attorneys were, that we have closed every loophole there was to be found on abuse, only to discover within 6 months that very smart attorneys and consultants have made a cottage industry of getting around the law creatively.
And I think that one thought here is to make certain that you have the fundamental legal and regulatory instruments in place, and recognize you're going to need to adjust in your administrative practices and guidelines issues like exceptions and what meets the threshold. But if you give away your fundamental authority here, you've given it away, or set it in a way that is onerous to use for you and others, you're down a path. And so I try to find a way to craft it effectively without onerous burden, but then use administrative procedures to make it, to fine-tune it. And you do have the options, of course, to revise the Delta plan and refine it as you go forward. I don't know if that helped, that comment helped, but...
Turn your microphone on, please, Ms. Marcus.
View is, I think this is always that, I totally understand this, that the tension between this looming deadline we have and knowing we can revise it and trying to get certain things right now. I don't want to go through the bloodbath of people being able to point to something and give us a ridiculous example will detract from the core substance we're trying to get across. So I actually think it's almost more important to get some of the small stuff done, because it will distract from our big message at the end if we don't.
That's great, and if we can find language that will do that, that would be wonderful. We will work on that issue.
Ms. Gray, Gloria.
Now, before we leave this section, I think we briefly kind of touched on BDCP, but is this the appropriate place for it to be incorporated, or is it in another part of the plan? Under covered action, would we discuss that? And
The incorporation of the BDC plan when it comes in?
as it relates to covered actions?
It has its own statutory direction, unlike all other I guess it's fair to call it a covered action, but although the statute doesn't specifically say it, it's got unique treatment in law.
It's actually
Right.
not a covered action.
Is it
and
not?
It's got
Okay.
its own section in the law, and we tried to address it in our appeals procedures, the part 2 of the rules governing our appeals talk about BDCP and whether or not the Department of Fish and Game's determination that it meets all the criteria and the permitting comes here, and what we do with that. So there was, and again, those rules are still in full force and effect, and perhaps we should actually make them an appendix to the Delta plan just to reinforce that.
Yes.
But in any event, somewhere in the Delta plan, we're going to mention BDCP and water management, ecosystem chapters, components of it. But the law has its own section, and it's not a covered action.
Right. It's just, it's sort of, it's one of those things that gets, again, to the reasonable person's mind, which is, hey, where is it? And I think, so I do think we need not just appendices, but as you do particularly the final draft of this, you've got to have big footnotes or something that say, hey, I know you're thinking about this, but here's where it's going to be, because it's a distraction. And just like one of my comments throughout, and I can give them to you, is we're going to need a little overview of each chapter before we dive into these things. I know you have that in mind. You say the performance measures are to come, and the findings will be put in, but we also need an overview of each section, because this stuff's too complicated. It says what we are and aren't doing in each section.
Don?
Agreed.
No. Okay. All right. Mr. Curlin?
Okay, and I had made a note to probably pull out a section of BDCP back on page 21 rather than incorporation of another plan, treat it separately there, and that might be the place to address it, or a separate section, but the point taken, we'll find a way to get it noted. On page 24, under the large heading of policies for council use in all decisions, your act includes broad responsibilities in multiple policy areas, most notably water supply, ecosystem restoration, and flood risk reduction, and will require the integration of, unlike many governmental authorities which are targeted. And so the policies that are identified on page 24, many of which incidentally were adopted from the interim plan which you adopted already, sought to sort of memorialize again as your policies for how you dealt with issues. So the first one, for instance, you're committed to making progress in co-equal goals, roughly equivalent time frames, etc. And also acknowledges that that includes protecting and enhancing the delta as an evolving place. You're saying we're going to do all of this together. We're not going to sort of do it in an unbalanced way. The second goal, which is policy 3, and these are numbered sequentially through the document. So the first one was one we just dealt with, the requirements for covered actions. So policy 2 was one I just mentioned. Policy 3, you have 8 policy objectives enumerated in the section 85020. You're going to weigh all those. And then it goes on. 4, you're going to look at the covered action, sort of doubles back on the issues before, the issues that they have legal authority, adequate financing, etc. 5 brings in the requirement that you're going to use best available science, and refers to a document that comes up later in that provides more detail on best available science. 6 is a transparency requirement, essentially that when you have information before you, you want the full record and you want the information to be broadly available. If there is information which cannot be shared because of proprietary, it's not excluded, but it is treated sort of in accordance with the way in which you have best available science, where you're able to bring other third-party judgments to it. It's given greater weight. 7, policy 7 speaks to the requirement that you use performance measures and acknowledges that you are going to use those in making of your decisions, and calls out specifically there are several places in the Act that are enumerated here where dimensions of performance are called out for ecosystem and for water supply reliability. Those are enumerated. Policy 8 basically says you're going to somehow give advantage to or prefer and invite people who come before you to talk about a policy or a proposed covered action in a way that satisfies multiple policy objectives. So rather than saying we're only going to get ecosystem restoration, we're going to get ecosystem restoration and reduction of flood risk. And then what we can get enhanced water supply, it's a threefer. So it's basically saying you're going to pay attention to that. Number 9, you're interested in the allocation of risks, costs and risks. So if someone comes before you with a covered action, you're going to know how it's going to be paid for, what are the risks associated with it, how those risks are going to be allocated out. And so that's just a policy framework, and your chair was saying earlier he didn't like you to bind your hands by what you did. I think all of this is consistent with the Act, and the Act, remember, is your authorizing act, but you have to put what you want to do into the Delta plan for it to have regulatory effect. So this is a way to bring major provisions of the Act into the plan where they have a regulatory effect. Because if you come to the point where you're making a judgment that something is not consistent with the plan, you have to refer to the plan, not to the Act behind, if I'm understanding your legal situation correctly.
I just had one suggestion, John, and it's technical. Policy 3 and Policy 8 both are dealing with the 8 objectives identified in statute, and I didn't understand why you needed separate policies on each when they logically follow. I understand 8 talks about implementation measures, but it really follows from the objectives. Think about whether they shouldn't be merged. I don't think it complicates things, and if I had my choice, I'd rather have fewer recommendations and fewer policies than more.
Okay, I see your question there, and that would be a way to do that.
Okay. May not be, but
yeah.
your call.
What 8 does is introduce consideration combining covered action, was your example that you gave earlier.
Yeah, but
or
the multiple
implementation.
objectives refer to the 8
above,
objectives
yeah.
that are there, and that's why I suggested they might fit together, maybe. You
Well,
take a look
let me
at it.
try to craft language, and others will weigh in also, and we'll see what it looks like.
Okay. Other questions on this side? Don?
Yeah, just very quickly. On item policy 4, where it talks about how the council will review on appeal whether covered action is consistent with the Delta plan, then do all of those have to be met, A through D have to be met in order to make that confirmation, or is it 3 of the 4, or is it all 4 in order to...
John?
Yes, I will let the attorneys answer this question.
No, I was deferring to the non-attorney who wrote it. What was the intent behind the drafting here, John?
The intent actually was that it would be a check-off on all of those. So, yep, you did have legal authority. Yes, you did have adequate financing. Yes, you did have capacity to implement. And yes, if this thing failed, you said, well, this is what I'm going to do, you know?
Okay.
I have this ecosystem restoration project. It fails, I'm going to let it revert to
Okay. Then maybe
Leadland.
if that's a test that has to be made, then we got to make it clear that you have to meet all the 4, right? You can't make 3 of the 4 and be good enough for the council to rule. I mean, there's not discretion there then. Otherwise, I would, without the explanation, I would take it that you take a look at all those things, but you have to make a judgment call. Say if 3 were clear and 1 was kind of on the cusp, but you weren't sure you could confirm it. But the way it was being written here by the authors anyway was that you need to make all 4, and you need to make it affirmative, or it says confirm rather than affirm. But so
Okay.
that needs we should be clear if that's what's intended here, and we concur with that. So, okay, thanks.
Okay. Anything else on this section? Mr. Curlin?
The next section, the communications plan, is essentially, again, introducing into the Delta plan your commitment to transparency. And this is something that the council has spoken to a number of times and doesn't have, if you will, sort of clear statutory authority, but it's very much how you've been operating and how you've committed yourself to operating. It starts with just a statement of commitment to transparency. Second, lines 5, 7, you're establishing ways to work with agencies and stakeholders. 8, you're going to post your decisions on line 8 to 10, post your decisions on the website and have a public list of policies and plans. Maintain basically a record of your actions. 10, 11, lines 11, 12 is where required by law or as you deem feasible and appropriate, your council provide findings for your actions, which shall be posted. Now, on a covered action, on a finding of inconsistency, you must file findings, but you may choose to do otherwise. This provides basically an option for that. And 13 and 14, information developed by the council, provided the council, shall be publicly accessible on the council's website. So if someone sends you something, this is fair notice that if they send it and put it into your hands, it gets essentially posted. You've done that with all the comments. To the best of my knowledge, this is your current practice. So as a way, and I think others concur that that's what you've been doing, but essentially that's what this section does. The next section, if there are no questions on that, the next section on best available science, which is at the bottom of page 25 and the top of page 26, and is referenced earlier in the discussion of covered best available science back on page 22, I believe. It's mentioned earlier. This essentially is the regulatory definition of what you mean by best available science. And this was developed in concert with the science program and is consistent with what was in Chapter 2 on the science program, but here is expressed.
Is it also consistent with our administrative definition in the interim plan of best available science?
Yes, it is.
Yes,
that's my recollection. And just a suggestion: if it is consistent, you might want to note the connection to the interim plan. I don't know why I think that, but suggestion you do.
As an informational item or in the plan, do you want
Well,
that noted?
you know, you've got footnotes on sources, and
Yeah.
it seems to me at a minimum you'd want to refer people to what we have already adopted as the definition, which appears to me, I think this chart is exactly the same. I could be wrong.
The chart is exactly the same, and what I'm not certain is the same as the list of items that are lines 16 through
Well,
18.
take a look at it
So
then.
take a look,
Yeah,
yeah.
just take a look at it. Randy?
Did you take into account the Independent Science Board's comments on anecdotal information as not being best science?
That is listed on page 26 on their table, Mr. Fiorini, Councilman Fiorini. If you look at that table 3-1, they have a priority list of sources of science from most to least scientific credibility, and peer-reviewed publications are the top of the list, and anecdotal evidence is at the bottom of that list.
I believe in their narrative, they stated that it didn't have a place in best available science. I may be wrong, but I think that's what I read.
I'll go back and look at it, but this is the table.
Ms. Hastings is in the audience and shaking her head no. Maybe, Lauren, why don't you come on up here and sit down at the table and address this point, please?
The Independent Science Board has not yet reviewed this section, but they will be reviewing it at their April 7th and 8th meeting, so we anticipate their comments at that time. They did comment in their...
On the first draft.
On the first draft, but they didn't review... they were given the governance chapter, and they were given the adaptive management chapter, which also has best available science in it. They were given it late in the game, so they have not yet officially reviewed this, but they will. And they have apparently developed their own statement on best available science that they will also be discussing at their April 7th and 8th meeting. So we will definitely respond to their comments when we get them.
That answers my question. Thanks.
Felicia, did you have a question? No? Okay. All right. Next session, Mr. Curlin? Review, revision?
Review and revision of the Delta Plan, and this speaks to the at least once every 5 years or as you choose to review. And this is basically laying out processes for that review, and they are general in character. And these have been reviewed by the science program, but as we just learned, not by the Independent Science Board. So essentially, you're assessing your progress in meeting the objectives of the Acton Delta Plan, including a number of 4 diamonds, and these are all fairly straightforward information collection. But there are roles here for the Independent Science Board, for instance, on diamond number 2 at line 8 and 9 in the Delta Science Program. This list of steps comports with what's in the statute in terms of roles. So the ISB, the Independent Science Board, and the Delta Science Program are called out in science in the statute. Earlier today, Mr. Dahms showed you a graphic which had a way in which he was thinking about the review process. If you choose to go that introduces elements which are not in the statute. You're not prohibited from doing that, but this is limited to what's in the statute right now. And that would not be inconsistent with this. It's just that this is based on the statute.
Alicia? Could you turn your microphone on, please?
No, I'm sorry. I just want a cool I want to do a cool diagram competition going on.
Oh, yeah. Well,
no. Cool diagram. He's a political scientist, for God's sake.
I'm worse than a political scientist.
He's a ringer. He can do this stuff.
Yeah,
I know it. I've seen him do this.
But I'm also the guy who's an expert witness is history, school to stick with what I can defend. The statute, linkage to the statute, even if I'm not a lawyer, I don't want to tread that line, but this is what the statute mentions. So let's get that out. So anyway, the first is assessment. Then you identify some possible adaptive management actions. And then you assess those actions and make a decision by the council, which shows up over on page 27. It's just a skeleton for how to do adaptive management. It'll afford lots of opportunities for cool diagrams.
I like the idea of being more specific on what is going to be in the period, in the every 5-year review, rather than less specific. This is general enough, so we have discretion. But my experience has been a lot of times, after a while, you treat a 5-year review as just something, file a 10-page letter saying it's been wonderful and pass on. And I think there's so much that we're going to learn in even 5 years that we're going to need to take a serious look. 5 years and maybe before. Hank?
In the interest of clarity, does it have to be every 5 years?
Statute says must be at least, let's see.
Not what this thing says. If you read it up top, it says at least once every 5 years,
at least.
or as it deems desirable.
Yeah, and that's what this language
Suppose we
says.
decided it was going to be every 10 years. Does that make any sense?
The statute reads, the council shall review the Delta Plan at least once every 5 years and may revise it as the council deems appropriate. The council may request any state agency with responsibilities in the Delta to make recommendations with respect to revision of the Delta Plan. I mean, that's our statutory direction.
What does it mean? I mean, did this really intend to say at least once every 5 years or more frequently if it desires? Because if it,
okay, sure.
I mean, as it deems desirable, then at least once every 5 years doesn't belong there.
Yeah, my instinct is in the first 5 years, what we're going to find is BDCP will be completed. I don't want to promise this, but the Central Valley flood plan might be completed, and that they are significant enough that they may trigger an amendment of the Delta Plan. BDCP would, I think, I don't know, we include it. Is that an amendment? Is that like an amendment?
Well, you may have to, because you're going to have to figure out what it does to your other components.
Yeah,
so you're going to definitely relook.
But I think he's right. This language doesn't say that.
Okay.
Hank's absolutely right.
Word crafting.
Word crafting.
Okay.
So, but as my understanding is that it must be every 5 years at review. So the question is, it can be more frequently, but it could not go to 10 years without some form of review. But it doesn't specify how extensive the review goes, which is the chair's comment.
Okay.
And finally, on page 27, we've already dealt with the 2 recommendations. There are recommendations in other chapters that would potentially have governance impact. In this case, there are 2 recommendations that are the creation of or changing of boundaries of governmental entities. The first one was the creation of a benefit assessment flood management agency that Mr. Grindstaff mentioned. He didn't mention including the possible organization as a geological hazard abatement district, which turns out to be one form of a district which has some interesting capacities. And then the second recommendation was already mentioned. The intent is to get, not to change the powers, but to get the geographical boundaries of the Delta Protection Commission congruent with those of the council. And as I mentioned, there is some ambiguity in the way in which the Conservancy's boundaries are created. At one point, it's clearly referenced to Delta and Sassoon Marsh, but there is no definition in their section of what Sassoon Marsh is. That's a lack of parallel construction with yours, which it has both a definition of the Delta with code reference and Sassoon Marsh the code reference. I expect that's just a minor anomaly.
Okay. As you think through recommendation 1 on the flood management or first of all, I think it's emergency response, flood management. Emergency response has its own terminology of importance, and I wouldn't exclude that. But the other thing is, I think you need at least some bullet points below it highlighting the generic nature, not the great details. But for example, do you intend that it include the 5 Delta counties? I mean, that's kind of a yes or a no. Should it be limited to the statutory Delta? I mean, my guess would be it might be, more probably will be, but you have lands adjacent to the statutory Delta interconnected with flood problems in the statutory Delta, Sacramento, Yolo, or Classics. I mean, think about who's there, even take a crack at who's represented, consider the question of to what extent state involvement should be present, and if so, at what level. And not to write a statute, I'm not interested in that, but to provide a general sense because my instinct is that's something where the locals are going to be interested but suspicious. Don, is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. And also in terms of financing authority, I think you want to be much stronger on stating that you don't just create a district with no financing authority. If you got no financing authority, don't create it. It's a waste of time. Or something, Joe, something like that. Doesn't have to be great details, but enough so that we flesh it out a little bit. And maybe later, when we report to the legislature in 2012 in March, this might be one where we do a 2-page supplement. Phooey, as far as I know, maybe by that time we could get together with some of the Ledge Council folks and draft statutory language to submit to the legislature. I don't know, but that's my thought.
Sure.
Don.
Yeah, just, again, I think it's self-explanatory, but I'm not familiar with the geologic hazard abatement district. Are there some of those that exist elsewhere in the state? Or is this a...
There are. In fact, there's one in the Delta for, what's the name of the island? They actually used it for flood protection on River Islands.
Oh, is that what they used there? Okay. I heard Mr. Cosio that last session made some reference to it in some of his comments, and I'd seen it here. So they actually have formed one and under whatever authorities lie there. So if that information is available, or just give me the source or where to get it, I'd like to take a look at what the construct. I understand benefit assessments, and I think that Phil makes some good points. I mean, again, that's how we've dealt with certain things in the Natomas Basin and elsewhere. Reclamation districts, even though they go with a much more historical construct, that's basically what they've been formed to benefit landowners, provide protection from flood or levee maintenance, whatever the particular charges are. So. The other question I wanted to ask, though, was just on the, and I appreciated, Joe, your clarification on the Delta Protection Commission, that it wasn't extending, obviously the statute doesn't provide for it, the authorities are within the primary zone, but because the economic sustainability plan is going to take into account the broader, certainly the statutory delta and the impacts both run both ways relative to the ties for economic impacts. Is there... Do you need having clarification on that, or is that just kind of understood? Because
I think we do need to clarify it.
Okay.
In both cases, I think these recommendations, as with many of the policies and recommendations in here, they need to be clarified, enhanced. There are unintended consequences we need to avoid, so that we need polishing and work on a lot of them, and that's an example.
Okay, good, thanks.
Okay, and Hank.
I hate to go back and hope I'm not getting hung up on this, but on page 24 we talk about the policies for council use in all decisions. Mm-hmm. Is this a guidance or is it a regulation? I'm looking for a synonym for policy.
It's regulation.
It's a regulation. Do we have to show a record after each decision that these were checked off and done?
No, we don't. But and we don't have to adopt a regulation, but it's a way of saying, hey, we're committed to really doing this. And as was mentioned, it's something we did do in the interim plan, although in that case it wasn't a regulation.
It's a regulation that we don't have to adopt.
That's right. No. Uh-oh, my attorney is disagreeing with me. This happens to me 5 or 6 times a day, so I'm not shocked.
Thank you, Hank, for that question. I'm not sure I understand the question, but if it is a regulation, we do have to adopt it. And in fact, we will adopt it if it's a regulation. So how does that?
Apple pie and motherhood.
There we go.
No, but the question is, do we have to adopt it at all?
Is it a policy or is it a regulation?
Is this?
Is it a guidance?
Which one are we?
Page 24.
GPP2.
The first word that starts POLICIES.
Gotcha on those. Those, I will ask John, but at least in my reading, it was explanatory to how we would come to our decisions. The idea, at least in my mind, was that we had a separate section that laid out policies that had regulatory effect with regard to all covered actions. So the discussion kind of veered towards whether or not the consistency determination was somehow being overburdened beyond something that we had talked about before. And I think the focus wasn't so much on the consistency determination, or shouldn't be. It was more on policies. For instance, the council thought it should be a policy that all covered actions had adequate sources of long-term funding, or the policy would be all covered actions have enforceable adaptive management as part of built into the project. Those would be regulatory policies against which you would measure consistency. So you come in with a certification and you check off whether or not you're consistent with the Delta plan, including those policies that apply to all covered actions.
Well, this says all decisions.
Well, I'm going to defer to John as to what he was intending.
The intent here, excuse me, it's a very important question to clarify the intent here, because my understanding of the items on page 22 to 23, these only establish the record. So they essentially provide the information base. There's no, and they are requirements for provision from those who propose a covered action.
Well, for instance, John, P3 says the council will consider all 8 policy objectives enumerated in a section.
Yes.
That's kind of informative to the public as to how we will take a look at proposed covered actions. But that, in and of itself, is not a policy, a regulatory policy. I mean, we have to follow the statute. This is laying out how we will come to our decision.
My view. That is informational, but if the chairs but let me talk about what the intent here is, and let me understand what's possible, because getting this right is important, particularly if you add in P8. But let's imagine that one comes out just looking at P3. You have the information base that is provided on pages 22 and 23. So we now know what the project is under the items on policy 1 under A. We know how it's going to be implemented under B. We know the proposed adaptive management under C. Those are basically 3 sets of informational items. What does the council do with that? If what's intended on the policies on page 24 is for the council to look at that record, that information base, and say, well, under P2 as an example, this project is going to make great progress on ecosystem, but in our understanding, it's not going to make sufficient progress on reliable water supply. We really need to do these both. And if you then go down to P3, maybe this is where you get an opportunity to say, how does this line up against these policy objectives? And particularly if you added in P8, where you said you really want to achieve multiple objectives, you begin to get to decision criteria. If it's not having that, that's the intent of the effect. If it's not having that effect, then that's the intent to achieve. If it's not having that effect, then I think we need to have 2 conversations. Do we need that? And if you don't have that, how does the council make its decisions?
Hank's point, I think, was the title of this caught his attention, which is all decisions. And I noted that 4 specifically mentioned covered actions. The governance plan P4, P6, P7, and P9. I may have, P8 too. So most of them do, but some do not. The first one does not. The second does not. And the fifth, the best available science. And the question is, if 5 of the list mention covered actions, and it doesn't say, and all other decisions in addition to that. I mean, I can understand why you'd want to say, when we're commenting on somebody else's environmental document, that we want to use the best available science to us to provide the comments to them. I think that is really important and significant, although I don't think the statute automatically requires us to do so. But that's the way I'd like to do it.
I was just going to add, if you want your policy to be that all covered actions shall be based on the best available science, or shall incorporate a mechanism to include the best available science in adaptive management, that's fine. That's your policy. And that's the regulatory policy against which you will measure whether or not a covered action is consistent, whether or not it includes that. Similarly, if you want a policy that, and I'm not saying that this is the right policy, all covered actions shall contribute to all 8 policy objectives. You could do that, and that would be your policy, and that's the regulation against which you would measure the covered actions. But if a covered action comes in to do a levee repair, or a covered action comes in to do, I don't know, a small ecosystem project, it may not cut across all 8 policy objectives. And so the idea here, you may want to consider those things, but unless you make it the policy that has regulatory effect, a lot of these covered actions, you're not going to be choosing what you review on appeal. A lot of the covered actions will be specific to the areas that they're intended to address. So I think that the answer is no. There are a lot of the things in here are not regulatory, but you could make them into regulatory policies if you wanted to.
Could we just change the title of this and make it a decision-making process?
I want to also add, this is coded P1, P2, P3. P1 we're saying is regulatory. I think the way it's written now, it would be regulatory in nature with regard to the council. So if we don't want it to be regulatory in nature, then we need to change the title as...
Or segregate.
Or segregate it
the points that you
say
have
this
here.
is the process we're going to use.
And I could well imagine that pieces of these might shift into different segments. You know, the one about covered actions with black box models and other things. The notion that you want to have available information that is understandable as opposed to available information that's obscure because it's too technical to be understood. That might conceivably fit under submissions for certification. I mean, I have no idea. But it may be this is just the categorization of it. And
but I think in the interest of clarity, we need some more work on this.
Okay. Got it. Mr. Grindstaff? You look puzzled.
No, I'm ready to move on. But I'm almost afraid to start because I see Marcus has a question.
That discussion confused me more than I was before. As you're reworking it, there's again the rule of reason. I mean, for example, every covered action does not need to meet co-equal goals. I mean, I just don't want us, whatever it is, the rule should be to allow us to be reasonable in this so we're not creating a train wreck for everybody out there.
I couldn't agree more.
And I also think, I don't see why I'm not against regulating ourselves, but I don't want to get tied up in knots figuring out how to do it. But I like the notion of all these policies for how we look at things. I get nervous when we talk about how we're going to look at every single covered action because we don't want to bring a howitzer when a tweezer will do.
Agreed.
Tweezer?
I'm ready. I'm ready to move on to water resources.
Okay, by the way, Ms.
You're not done. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
But wait, there's more. No, going back to that last section, this may be a question, but jumped out.
This is page 27.
Thank you. Yes, 27. So we have this big title, Improving the Capacity of State and Local Agencies, and then there are just 2 suggestions that are for legislative action. So I'm assuming this is just a partial draft, because there are all kinds of things we could consider here. A, there are recommendations that are about governance that don't need legislative action. Some do need legislative action. We might make suggestions. And then it feels like, and it could be that either you're thinking about dealing with this somewhere else, or this is a decision you're asking us for input on in terms of where we should go. But when I think about improving capacity of state and local agencies under a rubric of governance, I'm not saying I'm for any of these things, but I think about there have got to be all of those issues about integration and coordination between agencies that doesn't exist right now. I see that as one of the hugest, or the most huge, governance issues in the state of California dealing with water. We should be saying something about that. There's a whole list of integration and coordination recommendations that don't require legislative actions, would clearly come under the rubric of governance. Maybe there's somewhere else we deal with this. So you have non-legislative, and you have things that are suggestions. And then there are all kinds of other structural governance issues floating around, whether it's the PPIC recommendations on how to rejigger the water management infrastructure of the state. I've heard other ones that are completely at the other end of the spectrum. We could be thinking about I mean, there are just all kinds of things that might be out there. I don't know where we deal with that, or if we're deciding we're not even going to go there.
That's actually a really good question, because at one point in an earlier draft, we had language in here that talked specifically about some of the PPIC stuff, fairly extensive language. And for many reasons, we ended up pulling it from this draft. One of the things I want to find out from the council is how far do you want us to go as staff? So in that case, what I would have recommended that we put in here is a policy saying we support the separation of the state project from DWR, but we believe that it should remain an entity that is owned by the state, that the board of there should be a governing entity that should consist of a board of directors that is not made up of contractors, that the rights to contract for water are not inherent and inalienable, and that in fact the state can choose to contract as contracts run out with different parties as best suits the needs of the state, things like that. So broad policy statements that I thought were important, but at some point I felt maybe I'm reaching too far to push that into the Delta plan, and so that's why ultimately I told staff, let's pull that one out. So
let me make a suggestion. As we go through this, I've started to jot down ideas I've got on things that are missing. I guess that's the way I'd call it. And I would urge everybody to do that. And at some point, what we ought to do, maybe tomorrow, I don't know, Joe, we ought to run through the list of things that we've identified as possible missing items. I would rather flag that for Joe, for him to consider whether you wish to make a recommendation, and if so, which one. If my instinct is there will be some where you may want to present options to the council as opposed to just make a single recommendation. But I think the category of missing or gaps or whatever we call it is not a bad way to get these ideas. So Ms. Marcus will by tomorrow have a list of ideas which she is not necessarily supporting but are typical of integrative approaches to governance.
I could try.
Yeah.
I mean, I just think...
And I'm serious about that. That's the way you feed this. And frankly, the staff actually wants us to do that, I think, is a fair characterization.
I do, and I have my own list of missing items. I'm up to 9 right now, so I'd be glad to take more.
Okay. I think tomorrow would be a good time to do that. At about 4:15, maybe 4 o'clock, I'd like to try to get to public testimony, Joe, so we can close up, because we get kicked out of here at 4:45? Something like, yeah, 4:45. Okay.
Very good.
Okay, Chapter 4, Water Resources.
4, Water
Mr.
Resources. The statute,
Thanks, John.
one of our co-equal goals is to improve the reliability of water supply for the state. And we put together some policies here that have some weaknesses, but and I'll talk about those as I walk through them and talk about why we included each one of them and the relevance as we move ahead. Probably the first one is the recommendation, the policy that the state board, which they've agreed they can adopt flow standards by 2012 or 2014, sorry, for the Delta. 2018, and here's an example where we have to craft the language more clearly because it's for the Delta watershed. We probably need to say for the major tributaries to the Delta, because not every creek in the Delta watershed is going to be done by 2018, and this might be interpreted the wrong way. So it's an example of language. And the reason I put this in water resources and an ecosystem is because even though it makes water agencies nervous, we need to know. And having been the manager of both a wholesale and retail agency and having dealt with those issues, it's really important that as soon as possible we actually get clarity about what the water supplies will be. And this requirement for the state board to actually do something is important, not just for ecosystem restoration, but also for water supply. And so we put it into the water supply thing. Now, we could have, we included then with it some provisions that we shouldn't move ahead with projects if after 2012 or 2014, it's a Freudian slip, I guess. After 2014, the flow standards aren't in place, we shouldn't move ahead with projects. Again, a place where unintended consequences are big, and so we have to be really careful with this language. I think the intent is that we don't want new diversions that pull more water out. My staff then pointed out, but if we do an ecosystem restoration project, that may use more water. So you may be preventing ecosystem restoration if you adopt this policy inadvertently. So maybe we need to put a specific exemption for ecosystem restoration in here. In any case, the intent was to say it doesn't make sense to continue to move ahead with business as usual when we know that there are going to be major new standards in place, and we need to get those standards in place as quickly as we can. So that was the intent with that policy. And then the same thing is true with the major tributaries. So, and the state board says they can meet both of those deadlines, again, as long as it's the major tributaries, not every creek in the watershed. And so I am interested in, and I can tell Randy's really nervous about this one. All his body language is all this is and I'm nervous about it too. But I'm interested in your thoughts about how far we push.
Randy, you pulled the microphone close.
I'm still listening.
Okay. Okay. Well, I expressed my
okay with
concerns
me.
and language that we're going to change. I mean, we want to refine the language so we don't have the unintended consequences of the policy as it's drafted, and we want to clarify it. I don't want to stop a levee improvement project ultimately because of this. That there are consequences to these policies that we have to be careful about, and so I want to be very strategic and careful.
Randy.
I think you're correct to be concerned about that, and I think it could lead to some very significantly negative unintended consequences.
Good. So,
okay, Don, you got it?
Yeah, I just had a question. Goes to, I guess, sub D, where you spell out in talking about the flows that if the State Water Resource Control Board fails to act by the dates that have been referenced there, either 2014 or 2018, I guess both of those dates being trigger points, then the council will consider new projects or covered actions to be inconsistent with the Delta plan. So what sort of covered actions would then become inconsistent because they hadn't yet adopted the new flow?
yeah, so
Give me some examples.
this is where I have to be really careful.
Okay.
So my thought was we wouldn't want a new diversion on a river after 2018 if they hadn't developed a flow standard for that river.
So where does best available science come into it if the project is an ecosystem restoration project?
Yeah, that's ecosystem restoration needs to be done consistent with the flows too, and that's why I said I have to think through this, and I don't have the answer.
Felicia.
Yeah,
And
no,
Hank.
this is, oh, you go first. I talked too much.
Hank?
You go first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, Felicia.
I mean, I think you're wrestling with a challenge that I think is important, which is how do we leverage getting things done that we want to get done. And I think this is pretty creative, and I think it could have unintended consequences that none of us may want. But the point of it is not to worry about that. The point of it is to get the forcing action in, and it's a I don't know what the right metaphor would be. I mean, this is a very common kind of a forcing mechanism in federal law, at least. I'm more familiar with federal law in this case, where, it's almost like the sheriff in Blazing Saddles who says, he's going to shoot the sheriff, because the consequences can be very painful for us. But it does create a force, and for the water board, and it does create a forcing mechanism, whether you think about transportation conformity or sanctions. I mean, you do end up in a situation where you end up doing something you really don't want to be on the hook for doing, but it's the only way to get the other agency to actually do its job. So it's painful to them, it's painful for you. I mean, this is a pretty common, at least federal forcing mechanism where nobody wants those things to happen, but you really got to figure out how to get the precursor thing that you want to have done. So this seems pretty familiar to me. I know we still need to worry about the unintended consequences, but we also have to keep our eye on the ball, and if we don't do this, we got to think of something else that's better.
One of the thoughts I have had is that we should put some kind of exception language in there, giving the council the ability to opt out if there were significant unintended consequences that would significantly harm the co-equal goals or something.
You know what? Maybe not. I'm not saying I love this, but I mean, it's a force. You're making a choice. What is this?
I just make a recommendation
if it's a hammer,
to you
it's a hammer.
That there's a limit to how hypothetical you should or can be in a plan, and your ultimate ability is the ability to amend the Delta plan at any time we wish to. I mean, the fact of the matter is we're required to do a review every 5 years, but as Hank points out, once we clarify the language, we actually have the ability to do it more frequently. And I predict in the first couple of 3 years that's likely to occur because missing pieces of the puzzle will become available, information will change, and then we'll think about how this is working in practice. Randy, and then Don.
Well, I think the problem with this approach is you're threatening the State Water Resources Control Board to meet a deadline, but you're punishing the people that want to, are proposing a project. Say it's an ecosystem restoration project. There's no linkage between the threat and the damage. And that's where it fails. And so it needs more thoughtfulness so that the threat is on the same level with the agency that you're asking to do something, and I don't see where you're going to find that.
Well, I think that's why the federal uses this bank shot thing as a model. I'm not saying I love this. I'm just saying this is a pretty common way to do it, where the impact is actually not on the people who caused the problem, but then the people who caused the problem have an interest in getting the other agency to do what they need to do. It's not elegant. I'm not saying it's perfect, but it is common.
Okay.
I was, I've talked to a number of you. When I was thinking through this many weeks ago, I came up with an idea which Joe promptly rolled his eyes about. But my idea was that if the Water Board doesn't do new standards by a date certain, pick your date, we should, for purposes of the Delta Plan, just announce that Decision 1641, the existing rule, is our standard, but it has to be increased by 10%. Until the Water Board adopts a rate. I mean, this is a version of a bank shot. Now, and Joe rolled his eyes. He goes, "What the hell does that mean? I mean, it's the X2, it's the salinity line. How do you do a 10%?" And I said, "Well, hell, I don't know. You got any better ideas?" That's where we've come up here. The point is, we need a resolution of BDCP and facilities in detail and clearly, and we need a resolution on flow standards, and we need them at the same time, because if you don't get them at the same time, you're going to get them sequentially, and we will litigate the bejesus out of the sequences. And I understand the tactics of why people would prefer to delay BDCP and do flow standards first or vice versa, but I'm not impressed with either side of that argument. I think you do both and roll them out simultaneously, painful as that is. And BDCP, I believe, thinks that somewhere in the dark of night prior to completion in a private room, they can resolve all these issues and everything can happen.
Well,
it doesn't happen easily.
I have been an advocate in the past of not doing the flow standards until BDCP is complete, principally because I wanted the modeling for BDCP to be available. As I understand it, the modeling from BDCP will be available by the end of the year when the State Board wants to take this issue up. So I think it's possible now for the State Board to aggressively begin. And
You want to bet me another dinner on that date?
I think they can get the modeling in, implement, and go through the process and establish flow standards. It will be difficult, it will be contentious, but it's something that we have to do. And as I said, I believe it benefits water agencies as well as the ecosystem, and it's just something that has to move ahead. So, and how we force it, I mean, I thought about there, you could make an argument that the council, as part of its co-equal goal requirements, could establish its own standards independent of the State Board that don't override the State Board in their own way, but do apply to covered actions and agencies that conduct covered actions. You could make that argument. That seemed to me too difficult and more fraught with peril for the council. So I didn't recommend that. You could make the argument that we shouldn't do anything. We should just recommend to the State Board that, as soon as possible, you just go ahead and develop the flow standards, and there are no consequences if you don't get them done. They'll get done whenever they get done. And my experience with that has not been good. So that's why we ended up recommending what we did, was something that had some teeth. There are still holes in it. What happens if somebody sues the State Board after they adopt the flow standards? How do we move ahead then? So we're going to have to enhance this and clarify it, make it clearer what we want to do. So I see all of the problems, but I still believe it's important to do.
Randy, Don.
We exist to try and improve conditions in the Delta. So it's fair to ask the State Board to set flow standards. That's the right thing to do. But to penalize actions that, if we went through the process, the evaluation process that was lined out, and we determine that it's a valuable project and ought to go forward, we're shooting ourselves in the foot to say just because an agency hasn't developed a flow standard that we ought not to do this. So I think that we're missing the mark with that type of an approach.
That's why I said we may narrow the focus of this and try and get it to something.
Don?
Joe, in the suggested language, I don't know if are they interchangeable when you say flow standards and public trust flow standards? Are those synonymous, or are they interchangeable?
They are, but we probably need to have consistent language.
Okay, and one reason I ask is, again, I'd like to know what the definition is, and maybe it's in law already, but when you say public trust flow standards.
What we are saying is that they go through the public trust process where they balance ecosystem and water supply needs and set standards for the Delta.
Okay, I heard you say it. So that again, if that's understood, maybe that's understood elsewhere. I wanted to be clear.
So I need to be clear. We need to be clearer in our language.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm ready for number 2. Number 2 is probably
Other questions on this one? Okay. Number 2, members, page 30.
Regional water self-sufficiency.
Hank.
Sorry, how did we leave this thing?
We left this thing that I'm going to try and tighten up the language, see if there are ways we can make it tie more directly to address the vice chair's concern, and bring that language back probably in the next draft. And I don't know that I'll be able to address, or that that we will be able to address his concerns perfectly, but we will attempt to address that, but still with the fundamental thing in place that we want these flow standards by these dates, and there will be consequences.
So we view this as a worthy endeavor.
Yes.
Okay. That's fair.
Joe, one question.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Felicia?
Is the public trust
Go ahead.
standards includes all uses, not just the effect of fish? Does it include urban agriculture?
Yes, it
and all
does.
sort of uses?
All legally recognized uses, right? Doesn't include unreasonable uses. It doesn't include wasting water.
No, but it does include urban uses, it does include recreational uses, it does include agriculture, environmental uses, it includes all of those things.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Number 2.
Okay.
This is pretty broad. all water agencies within the study area of the Delta Plan will develop and implement an integrated regional water management plan or something similar by January of 2015, and then at least every 5 years. And that plan should include, and we list a bunch of things, one, planning for an interruption of the Delta water supply. We need to have the presentation, but there have actually been studies now that identify what supposedly the maximum outage would be if we had a catastrophic failure in the Delta. And the chair is very skeptical of what the engineering reports say. So that's why I would
Where does
like
it fall on the best available science measure, Mr. Grindstone?
I don't know, but one of them was from Dreams, and then the other one was a follow-up study, and we'll bring in the study. At least it's been formally studied, and we can talk about that. But in any event, if they have plans for a 6-month outage, that lessens the impact of catastrophic failure. And it seems irresponsible, honestly, in my view, of any water agency not to know what they would do if that happened, because we could have that earthquake and lose the Delta as a supply tomorrow. So it's a requirement for everybody. It applies particularly for people who get export supplies out of the Delta. One thing we didn't include in this that I think we need to include in this is storage, to ask them to study regional and local storage to see what they can do to enhance their water supply locally.
Conservation is also missing, isn't it?
No, conservation is the next one. Water use efficiency is conservation. That's the next one.
That's a euphemism.
Call it conservation.
Okay. Yay. We'll call it conservation.
Efficiency and conservation are two different things.
That's true.
Sorry, I'm saying efficiency and conservation are two different things, so just figure out how to cover
Well, we
it.
at least we ought to have them in separate categories if we do that.
So that's 3 council members who've all agreed on that, so I'll take that as direction, that's conservation. Okay. So it's 3 out of 5. I got a majority there.
Yeah.
So our view, my personal view, I think the view of staff is that conservation is going to be really important, not just in the next 5 or 10 years through 2020, but through 2025, all the way out to 2100. And we put in our vision that we expect urban per capita demand or usage to decrease by 50%. So we think there needs to be a way for that to happen. It's happened in Australia. It's happened in Europe. They all use less than 50% of what we use here in California. So it's not an extreme thing that we couldn't do. It is something that culturally is difficult for us to envision. So what we put in here is that everybody that withdraws water from the Delta, and that's the watershed and the export areas, and it's covered actions, so it's agencies that have covered actions, have to meet the standards, first of all, in the water conservation legislation, 7X7, that was enacted in 2009. Right now, the legislation has a penalty that you only lose the ability to get grants from the state. What we're saying here is no, they have to implement that, or they can't implement covered actions because we'll find them inconsistent on covered actions. So we're saying at least, no, you have to fully implement the legislation, both ag and urban. So they have to fully implement them.
What is the threat? What is the penalty for not doing this?
The threat is that if they come in for a covered action, so they want to do something where their actions will have an impact on the Delta, that we find their action inconsistent. So there has to be some way for somebody to appeal that action to us. We can't go out and grab a hold of everybody and shake them and say, you have to do this. But if they have a covered action, and as an agency they're not doing this, they can't do it. So, for example, as an export agency, and you want to transfer water, or you want to sign a contract for water, and that's a covered action, you need to be fully implementing this conservation law. And then we put provision in here that that standard could be increased in the future after a process, because I think we have to do better even than the 20%.
And that's all legal. We can refuse to consider any other proposals they make if they're not in compliance with this.
That's right.
That's
Wait a
okay.
minute,
Chris
lawyers?
doesn't have a problem with that.
Lawyers?
Okay, I've ruled again. The attorneys have...
Mr. Stevens is pointing the microphone at Mr. Siegel.
I'm going to ask Dan to...
Well, just not a howitzer.
No, it isn't a howitzer. I'm going to ask him to remind us kind of what I refer to as the elegant Siegel approach to how the covered actions work with regard to other policies that aren't. Covered actions have to take place in whole or in part in the Delta. So that's your hook. But there are other policies, including these, regional water self-sufficiency, that we are certain are putting pressure, or hopefully taking pressure off of the Delta. And so it's fully appropriate to have these other kinds of policies, but there has to be a nexus, and I think that's important. We're not trying to stop unrelated projects, but I'll let Dan kind of clarify
that really articulates it, that there an out-of-Delta action could come within your policies, but there needs to be an in-Delta action, something that's occurring at least in part within the Delta, and that out-of-Delta activity has to significantly contribute to the need for the in-Delta action. Absent that significant connection, the out-of-Delta action would not be subject to your control. So any policy in here that deals with an out-of-Delta action that lacks that nexus is just a recommendation. It's not a regulatory policy absent that connection.
Said much better than I could say it.
Or as Felicia might say, it's another policy. It's an important one, but it may not have regulatory effect.
Don, Randy.
So let me just take the question then to the upstream. We talked about the export, but we talked about the upstream area, and you've got now, I guess the goal by 2100 is 50% reduction. Is that what it is? I don't. Is that what you said verbally? I didn't see the 50% here.
Well, we put that in the kind of the vision part in Chapter 1. We did not establish that by regulation in this.
Okay. But so then this would apply, again, recognizing what Dan and Chris just said, but then to the upstream, and you could potentially have as a part of the vision that, again, impose by virtue of having an action that has some effect on the Delta, that same 50% requirement for upstream, where it's largely agriculture. It's not urban to the...
No, the 50% was meant for urban, I'm sorry.
Oh, for the... But there, well, I assume...
Per capita. For urban, yeah.
So, but the 20% would apply to upstream for any uses. Then is that
no? The 20% is the way the law is written. The 20% is for urban, and agriculture is required to meet best management practices
with no percent.
With no percentage.
And so that doesn't change, but it would apply to, again, looking to the upstream, to the watershed that feeds. It's not all upstream. Some of it comes through Central California, but. So to the entire watershed, the secondary planning area would be impacted, assuming it came under that.
Assuming it comes under the covered action scenario, yes.
Okay, all right. That's something to think about.
Could you put a requirement that agricultural use be more efficient too, or do we have enough data to know to be able to implement that and monitor it?
I think what we've done is, by doing this, we're requiring agriculture to be more efficient through the legislation. We could make additional requirements. What we're saying here is the law just passed. It has standards that have to be met by 2015 and 2020, and if new standards aren't in place, the council will work with the state board and DWR and stakeholders and develop new standards that go into place for 2025 and 2030. So and yes, we could establish more stringent standards and say everybody has to live with those. Yeah, again, this is a judgment call about what I would recommend to the council, and my recommendation to the council is that we stick with what the legislature has done at this point, because it was a historic step, really. It's never been the state has never done this before. We get the monitoring that we've never had before. We'll actually have more information in 2015 and 2020 than we've ever had before, and we'll actually be much better able to have future standards, and the law actually calls out for DWR to make recommendations back to the legislature.
So am I understanding that we don't have enough knowledge right now to reduce by 10% and be able to know whether that reduction of 10%
For agriculture,
has taken place?
I
For
think
agricultural use, I'm talking about.
I think that's true. And actually, let me say this. When I read the science reports, and we're going to have Peter Glick here in the next few weeks, I think he disagrees with me. But when I read papers from all across the country that have forced agricultural water use efficiency, in virtually every case, the producers get more efficient, but they don't decrease their water use. What they do is they get better crops, higher value crops. They become better farmers, and but water use actually tends to go up a little bit when you improve efficiencies. So they put
it tends to explain the difference between conservation and water efficiency. If conservation is doing currently what you're doing with a smaller amount of water, that implies a savings which can be allocated within the system. Efficiency suggests, at least in the agricultural world, to the agricultural interest, that they are entitled to keep the savings.
Now,
and they tend to use it, of course, for their own best interest.
Yeah, I guess efficiency would be the number of output units per unit of input.
Yes, and that's and agriculture, I think, has done a good job of doing that. Not that there aren't places where they could do better. In particular, if you have a water where it doesn't cost you anything at all to get it, then you would tend to be less efficient than if it costs you a couple $100 an acre foot.
For sure.
Okay, Randy.
I was going to comment on something else, but you've drawn me into this. This falls under the heading of regional water self-sufficiency. If agriculture there's always subdivisions of anything we talk about at this table. If you want to refer to agriculture in terms of permanent crops and row crops, it generally throughout California is reached about as efficient as it can be. If you want to refer to field crops, grain crops, things like that, there's still a lot of that that's flood irrigated, furrow irrigated. But most of that is in areas where all of the urban population depends upon groundwater entirely. And so the application of surface...
Give some examples of which one. The Central Valley, Fresno?
South of the Delta. Any San Joaquin, any region within the San Joaquin Valley. And I think from DWR's perspective, it's broken down into the San Joaquin Valley region, the Tulare Lake Basin. Just take those two areas. Nearly all of the cities are dependent upon groundwater. Well, those field crops that are grown to feed cows that produce milk and cheese are also receiving the water that ultimately percolates into the groundwater to recharge what the cities are overdrafting. So it's very, very important when we talk about regional water self-sufficiency that we realize that the locals, the water agencies in the urban communities and the irrigation districts are in the best position to make good decisions on how to manage those resources in that area. And to apply a state policy across the board is misguided, because what is beneficial in the Sac Valley may be detrimental in Kern County or in San Diego or have you. So agriculture is not a monolith. And there are aspects to agriculture that contribute to the water regional self-sufficiency that may not be perceived as the ultimate in efficient use of water.
What percentage of that water that's used to irrigate the wheat and the other barley, the crops, is actually recoverable as groundwater for urban use? Is it 80%?
There are studies, and I think we need to go to Cal Poly or Fresno State. There have been studies to determine how much is lost to evapotranspiration, how much is lost to weeds and other...
Much less than 80. much less.
Well, you know what would be helpful? We know what, in our first meeting in April, we're going to have this water efficiency a conversation. Pacific Institute's going to be here, some ag folks are going to be here. That's one, Joe, I hate to even suggest it, but a couple of papers in advance as background information to us. Don't reinvent the wheel, but if it's, find some stuff that gives the summary, and if there's some studies that are worth reading in advance, that makes us better informed for that panel. And frankly, I'd rather be better informed because I suspect they'll start throwing verbal punches at each other in about 2 seconds after it starts. Yeah. And I'd rather have a focused discussion.
We will try and dig up some paper.
But I guess if there are differences region to region, even within a region, there's no reason that this has to be a blunt instrument. I mean, we can put a fine point on it and have it appropriate.
And that is
under
the
certain
intent of
sets
this policy, is that
yeah.
each region needs to think about it.
And what I was going to say is I agree with Don, it's confusing because it refers to all water agencies. Well, in terms of planning, regional self-sufficiency, all water agencies are to be included, no question about that. But when you talk about the targets of 20 by 2020 and you're referring to urban, it needs to be more specific. And finally, along those lines, for consistency's sake, we need to come to an agreement on how we're going to refer to in delta, out of delta, legal delta, upstream, downstream, primary planning area, secondary planning area. I think we ought to come to an agreement on how we're going to refer to those areas and be consistent throughout the
Can I
document.
suggest that we just say the primary planning area, secondary planning area? In this case, we said within the study area of the Delta plan, but if we say within both the primary and secondary planning areas.
I would support that, and that would go along with the map that's included.
I've been in some meetings with staff where they are in fact trying to do just exactly that. This is one of many terms that has multiple variants. And I think Gwen was even keeping a list for a while and giving out assignments to spell check terms. And let's add this to the one. I think it's a good idea. Okay. Don, did you have a comment? No. Joe, I just want to, just backing up away from the details of each category, I was actually impressed with the notion that you'd approach this under regional self-sufficiency. I would not have started there. I wouldn't have thought of it. I've broken it down into components. But what attracts me to the overall category is it gets us out of this endless cycle of proposing changes and having everyone say we're different and therefore you can't do a change statewide. And I thought it was very useful to focus on regions. Put aside you haven't quite defined what regions are. And direct the regions to plan for their own self-sufficiency. Acknowledge some have great surpluses of water, others have fewer options, and so on. I like that approach. I mean, I thought it was a really interesting and inventive way. And you mentioned earlier you're going to include local surface storage or local underground or surface storage as part of this list. The other thing, you haven't talked about it yet, but I assume this has relationship to the statutory requirement on reduced reliance in the Delta in the future.
It does.
And explain that to me.
Well, in the legislation, it talks about reducing reliance on the Delta, and in the very next sentence, it says we need to do recycling, improve water use efficiency. It goes through some of these things here. So what we're saying is, okay, we're supposed to reduce reliance. That implies more regional self-sufficiency, although maybe we should change it from regional water self-sufficiency to regional water sustainability. But the goal is that in regions where you can, my home region, where we can, urban Southern California, we need to do everything we can to be more efficient and to reduce our demand on the Delta. And it seems to me that we need to say that explicitly in the Delta plan so that when my home region comes in and says we want to renew our contracts for water from the Delta, we have to be doing everything we can to be more self-sufficient, to be more sustainable. And that's the whole point of this section. It's conservation, planning for water interruptions, it's doing more water recycling, it's one of the key things we have here is you have to have this sustainability plan, and that it includes groundwater. Because one of the things I'm most concerned about is that we set up a system where people do lots of stuff, but they don't have a real sustainable supply, and they come to rely on the delta in ways that aren't sustainable over the long run. So we want them to, everyone should be thinking about a sustainable supply, and that means incorporating groundwater into that overall equation. We talk about non-potable groundwater. We want to capture more stormwater. We even say seawater desalination when it reaches a point where it has less environmental impacts. In my view, that's probably sooner rather than later. But all of those things, I think, are important, and it's not credible for water agencies. Having been the manager of water agency, it's not credible for us to come in and say, we're going to take as much as we can out of the delta, but we don't want to have to do all of these other things that are out there. So,
Joe, can I ask a question on the title, Use of Currently Non-Potable Groundwater? I have struggled with this paragraph since you first published it, and I think you mean where groundwater is being depleted and it costs too much money, according to the folks who are depleting it, to bring it back to potable standards, they prefer not to treat at a less costly measure and use it for non-human consumption.
well,
And that's really irrigation for agriculture and landscape for urban. That's am I right? Is that what it means?
kind of. Let me explain it a different way. The intent is that if you have contaminated groundwater, for whatever reason, it could be salts, it could be from some organic chemicals, from fertilizers or pesticides, it could be from an old military base that was there. We've probably all of us in the water business have experienced one or the other of those things, that you need to develop that source and start cleaning up the water for use. In a case like Randy and I've talked, there's a local agency that didn't want to use their groundwater wells anymore for drinking because the nitrates were high. Well, it's possible to use that same water for agriculture in ways that are profitable, and we should do that and reduce demand on the system in other ways. So we shouldn't just ignore water because it's hard to develop.
Yeah, it sounds like maybe you're saying that where you have a deficit in groundwater, find another source of water, be it wastewater or anything else, that you can use to substitute the groundwater for.
Yes.
Randy?
And I think an important aspect that's missing is voluntary transfers. That's part of regional self-sufficiency, and
That was on my
I was
list,
going to
too.
put it in
Okay.
Policy 5, but I agree with you. Voluntary.
This is water transfer.
it's so important I'd put it in both places.
Well, okay, let's flag it on the missing list, water transfer.
What does that mean, Randy? Voluntary transfers.
Well, it means if there's a city in the Sacramento Valley that has high nitrates, and they have a neighboring agricultural district who has water rights in the Sacramento River, that they could do an exchange, a voluntary exchange. The irrigation Sacramento River rights water for groundwater, and some kind of a financial transaction that would benefit both, and that wouldn't really change the amount of water that's being used. It'd just be the place of use.
And that's not...
And save the urban agency presumably a little bit of money.
And does that work in inter-basin transfers or inter-regional transfers?
Sure, it can. Interregional and between regions. And one of the problems that we have in California today is that when you have a willing buyer and a willing seller, oftentimes the permitting process takes longer to achieve than the need exists. By the time you get all the permitting done, maybe the weather's changed and now there's no longer a need on the buyer's end. There's also a significant constraint in conveyance for those north of the Delta water agencies that wish to sell water to south of the Delta water agencies. There are a number of deals that have been done that have been canceled because of the inability to adequately convey that water.
But in this scenario, this would be off-the-market stuff. I mean, you wouldn't need approvals. You wouldn't have to go through central market. It would be individual to individual. No? Not possible?
I think it would require state board action of some kind.
The water has to run through local district pipes or channels. It'll hit the federal water system. It'll hit the state water system. Some local counties, boards of supervisors have imposed no transfers out of basin requirements on water. You know, it's the notion of doing it among ourselves might be okay, but not. I mean, there are an endless number of things. We started statutorily approving water transfers in the 80s, early 80s, right, Joe? That's my recollection.
I think that's
correct. But it's very complex.
But so a transfer, as Mr. Fiorini talked about, might require an environmental impact statement and an environmental impact report. There are some transfers that can be done with negative declaration that require less paperwork. There's a whole range.
And if it needed all of that, how long would something like that take?
Sometimes months, sometimes years.
Yeah.
Can we put in something to try to facilitate this?
Well, that's actually something I want to talk about.
We're going to have to talk. We're going to have to talk about that at length. The other thing to remember is, since much of the available water appears to be up north, Desire in the valley and down south, there are assertions by the northern interest that the area of origin protection and their water rights give them essentially a guarantee that all adverse impacts will be mitigated, avoided, compromised, or whatever. And so it is not simply a transfer because, you know, nobody owns water. They have a right to use water, but they don't own that water. This is not like selling a parcel of land. It's a mess. It's a bloody mess. But it's very important to try to straighten out. Even little changes can have significant impact.
I like to refer to the changes that need to occur as streamlining water transfer procedures.
Yeah. Felicia.
I see what you're trying to get at in this section, and I kind of like it. But I'm confused about why things aren't either duplicated or in different places. So I just want to throw out some thoughts, because I know this is just draft and we're trying to figure it out, and I don't have the answers yet. One is, who's going to judge the adequacy of the plan? Are we going to judge the adequacy of the plan? That's kind of a big step, and if we're going to do that, what you're saying is you're looking at a water self-sufficiency or however a sustainability plan that's reasonable, I think, but we're going to need to have some kind of standards. I mean, I'm not adverse to us doing that. I think that might be useful, and it's a way to deal with the regional self-reliance, reduced reliance thing in a way that I think is creative and important. I just think the devil's in the details. I like the interruption planning a lot. I think the water use efficiency stuff is really nice. I think we also need to look at it in a broader scale. And I'll get to that when we get to the other transfer thing, the things that are more general for the state. You know, we can make some bigger recommendations about where the state ought to go between this legislation and 2025 at a statewide level. And I'd like to think about some options for what that might be, because you want the policy of the state to be maximizing this, except for. So just having it all in here confused me, even though I liked in here. So we want to. But I felt like by putting it in here, it kind of out of the. I don't know how you would print that if we were doing a text thing. You know, it's kind of sucked it out of the statewide assessment, and it needs to be both places in some way. And so I had my question on the water use. I was asking why we didn't ask for more, but it actually seems sort of reasonable. On water recycling, which I happen to love, and the state policies sometimes are really pretty challenging. But there's a word there that says, you know, we'll optimize the use of recycled water.
Yeah, I've highlighted. I wrote, what does that mean?
That's kind of in the eyes of the beholder, but again, it's like ag water use efficiency, where it varies depending on the place you are, having done this, with what's the quality of the water that you're dealing with, what's your what are you treating it to anyway? What are your potential uses? You got a bunch of golf courses, this becomes easy, like in a city. But you might not. So I just think, again, we need to be careful about what we mean and build in some balance between reasonability and stringency. And on the sustainable water supply, we need to include something like a needs assessment. You refer to later, but we're not telling them they have to do a needs assessment for what they think they're going to need. We talk about how much they think they're going to receive, but not what they're actually going to need. And then again, we need to figure out by when, how often would you revise it, and all that sort of thing. The currently non-potable, I was confused about too. So we think about stormwater capture. It's kind of, you want to talk about using it for recharge cleanup or whatever. I mean, we need more words there that describe what it is. On desal, it's not just environmental impacts, it's energy use that we need to be looking at. So the concept you're coming up with here, I like. So those are more suggestions, but I do think we don't want it to rob from what should be larger policy statements at the state level.
And following the example that Cliff Dahm gave us earlier with his little chart where he started to take these things and cross-reference them, there may be some that justify the notion that although they're applicable regionally or applied or whatever it is regionally, they are statewide principles of significance and importance. And it's the degree that you can achieve them in each region. Hey, Joe, I just have one word change suggestion on page 30, line 7. I think you have to line out planning, because a water resource covered action is not limited to planning, as best I understand it. They're covered actions or they're not covered actions.
Right.
And that seems to imply a different limitation. Don.
Yeah, my question kind of goes back to, could apply to several items, but like on the sustainable water supply, talk about each region and they'll show identify the sources of water use, and then it said if it appears a region lacks balance, then you describe what they'll have to do. Are we doing that assessment? The council would do that assessment? They would file with us, or they file this with the state board? And who does that assessment, and then who tells them they've got to do other things to meet that 20-year plan, whatever that criteria is? So who's doing that, Joe?
I think that's what Ms. Marcus pointed out, is that we haven't identified who is doing that. I think the entity that's doing it in the beginning is the agencies in any given region. So the state right now has, 45 regions that have kind of self-selected, and so it could be those regions are already in place. They could do this, and they could do the plan every 5 years, 2015, 2020, and keep doing that. That period, by the way, was selected because that's when the urban water management plans are due. And so the thought was you could do this at the same time you're doing your urban water management plan, and it would work together so that you could meet all those requirements at the same time.
Okay, maybe this is a question for Chris or Dan then. Does some of this then become, because I know that local governments get pretty concerned about unfunded mandates, and plans aren't just simply somebody being assigned the task, and in a few days it's all done and it's submitted. I mean, there's a review goes through. So if this is already required, then maybe that's already been addressed. But if not, if we're adding additional requirements or additional hurdles, then does that fall into that category where folks are going to be mandated or required? I see Joe's ready to respond.
I want to answer this.
Okay.
This only applies when there's a covered action. Covered actions are voluntary, so if you want to do a covered action, then you have to do this as a part of that, and it's a voluntary action by any agency. So if you choose to do a covered action, then you have to implement this. If you don't choose to do a covered action, you don't have to do that. And so it's not a mandated program unless you voluntarily choose to do that action. Is that okay?
I can't really respond other than I know that the mandate law is very complicated. So I don't have an off-the-cuff answer.
Okay, well, I inquire about that because, and I know what you're referring to, Joe. You talk about water resource covered actions are consistent with Delta Plan if they regional plans haven't been developed and meets this criteria, but some of this may be prescribed in other areas of the law, and so, but if they want to do a water project in a local jurisdiction, and it comes under the guise of covered action, and they haven't done some of these things, then they're going to be out of sync, and they'll have to do them. So we would require by this.
If they want to do a covered action that has and remember, a covered action, it has to have a significant impact on the delta, on the achievement of the co-equal goals. So it's not just any kind of action that they do locally.
Okay. Guess that helps.
Anything else on Policy 2, page 30? All right,
No.
let's move on to Policy 3.
Policy 3 is intended, and as with all of these, remember the language really needs work, but Policy 3 is intended to require that people who impact the delta report on water use, both to the State Board and DWR, both of who have water resource planning databases. And one of the key failures that we found in the state is the failure to capture and maintain data that would be useful for water resource planning. So that's all this is. They can all do it electronically, and I don't think anybody anywhere else has put this into effect. So that's what this policy is. Gwen wants to talk.
As DWR prepares their water planning information exchange right now, it would be a voluntary. For instance, this would be an example of something by itself would be there even without the Delta plan, but would be voluntary participation. This would mandate that participation if it was a covered action from that point out.
This would seem to exclude the in-delta use. Is that intentional?
No. I don't think it excludes in-delta use. At least it's not intended to exclude it.
We probably need to be more inclusive then.
Okay.
Okay. All right, you're just going through these?
All right, are we ready to go to P4?
Okay.
And I remember your admonition, you wanted to end by 4:15, so
Yep.
I
will get through water resources.
Okay.
Looks like.
P4 is a measure of trying to make things transparent. I have heard from any number of people that they don't understand the contracts and what they mean, including the chair, who was one of the 3 people in the state that actually got the biennial report that DWR puts out every 2 years and read it and tried to understand it and realized that it was unintelligible in terms of figuring out how much water is available and will be available in the future. So P4 is just about transparency, both in the process of doing new contracts and in the and in providing information to people before those contracts are signed, so you know what's really happening with them. And it's really similar to P5. But P5, we need to add to it. This is something that the vice chair recommended, and I wholeheartedly agree. We need to, when we talk about transfers, not just talk about transparency, but talk about how we can expedite transfers and see if we can't find methodology to make that process quicker and put that into our policies. Maybe we can adopt policies that will allow the process to move more easily with less bureaucratic red tape. So that's the hope.
Just a suggestion. I have not read the Bureau of Reclamation stuff, although if somebody could get me a copy, I'd actually like to look at it. But if I had to make an observation based on this draft, that's a pretty wimpy transparency list. I mean, I'm used to the stuff where, we argue not about the basics, but we argue about all the bells and whistles that people want in transparency. And this is so minimal. It can't be the, so that's all the federal government requests?
Well, we will enhance this with more specifics.
Yeah, also, this is one that could benefit from comments from interested parties in detail.
It could.
Yeah.
And I'm not interested, by the way, I am not interested in bells and whistles. I would be happy if we get the fundamentals right.
Okay. All right.
Both of these, though,
Don.
they're not discretionary. They will be required under this to publish 14 days to give the information as outlined. You're going to continue to develop these two proposed policies, but so that's the intent. This isn't
Yes.
something they can exercise, do it
Yes,
if they want.
in both cases, we believe these are covered actions, and this would be required.
Thanks.
Okay. P6, this is one that Mr. Natoli referred to earlier. In the current law, there is a provision saying that projects shouldn't be built in the area that was being considered by BDCP for conveyance or their restoration opportunity areas. And this continues that.
Mr. Chair.
But what I don't understand is, since it's in the statute, right?
But it ends when the Delta Plan is adopted, as I understand it in the statute. I'm going to
Mr. Stevens.
Yeah, maybe a finer point on that. I think that it's actually an exception to an exception. So the result is that anything in those footprints or those areas would be considered covered actions. So it goes back to you as a board if you want to adopt policies that would affect those areas. But that's all the statute does.
Mr. Chair.
You have
I hear every word you say. Why am I missing the point?
You have authority to adopt policies in those areas.
I understand that.
Right. It does not say that nothing shall be done in those areas.
Okay. That, however, a specifically excluded project or plan, if you get final approval on a project before such and such a date, that's not modified or changed or adjusted by the language here.
I'm glad you're asking these questions because I don't understand. I got lost. I'm sorry.
I mean, I just didn't understand it.
Because what I thought I understood and I explained wrong because what our attorney just explained was different than what I
There
think.
basically was an exclusion from covered actions for certain projects in the secondary zone if they got certain approvals before a certain date and for certain others. However, if one of those is in the alignment of, say, the conveyance facility, this exclusion doesn't apply. So it's a double negative. So if you have a project in the that's that's where the peripheral canal might be, for example, then that project would be potentially a covered action. The project isn't prohibited by statute. It's just potentially subject
Would
to
you
your
point
jurisdiction.
out to me, I assume the narrative
we didn't
here
have
has
this.
little c, but it isn't little c, it's capital C. Isn't that correct on the code?
Yes.
And you're referring to the section that actually starts off with sub-Roman numeral 2, any project that is within the alignment of a conveyance facility?
That's what.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And, Don?
Yeah, I would just say that, and I appreciate the further explanation, this is extremely problematic, and, I appreciate the clarification of the law, but I didn't read it even in the statute as being outright prohibition, and this would in effect be a moratorium. And those restoration opportunity areas aren't just little, X's on the map. They're these gigantic green blobs that are yet defined. Obviously, BDCP is still
green blobs.
That's what they are. They're green blobs. I mean, ask Mr. Zlotny what they are. I don't know. There's other people who've been working on it. That's what they are. They're green blobs, but they cover tens of thousands of acres. And, this alignment, I mean, it's not just, where a peripheral canal would be. It's intake facilities, it's forebays, it's other structures. And, this in essence would put a moratorium in effect, in whatever alignment, whether it's a western alignment, eastern alignment, from a from a perspective of, saying no project shall be constructed, that's why I asked this earlier this morning, or earlier this afternoon, and Joe referenced it. I mean, this gets then to, people who have existing homes, existing processing facilities, you have public projects, you have roads that run through these areas. I mean, so basically, you shut down activity if you say no project will be. And so I just would say this policy is very, very extremely problematic. And it's one thing for the statute, that's current law, and people can have an interpretation about what that. And I appreciate Chris and Dan's weighing in, and Joe as well. But to put a policy in here that states it in a very absolute manner, I would say strike it.
Well,
that's my view.
This truly is a policy decision. If the council wishes to protect the possibility of BDCP's conveyance alignments and ecosystem restoration areas, then this is a way to protect those areas so that they can complete their plan and with minimal interference. It does have a significant impact. It is highly likely that there is not anything that will be built in those areas in any event that will cause a significant problem moving ahead, but it is this is language that is intended to protect the possibility of BDCP being completed in the next couple of years, and it really is something.
Joe, with regard to the ecosystem restoration opportunity area, is that not also applicable to the ERP that Fish and Game has? I mean, are there not? Is it not just you're not just protecting BDCP areas, right?
That's true. However, we are talking about those areas later on in the plan in the ecosystem restoration section. So many of those same areas are protected in other ways, perhaps in more specific ways than the green blobs. The maps I know that I have seen that Gwen was going to propose are more focused, but yes, it does have that effect. It's not just conveyance alternatives; it is also ecosystem restoration alternatives.
Why do you think that the statute terminates the protection? Is it just this clause, and before the date on which the Delta Plan becomes effective?
That's what I thought, but they explained that they didn't even think there was.
Can I just make a suggestion? You got to give a crack at this one again. I think I understand the intent, but I can't for the life of me imagine why the language serves the intent. I just don't know. Felicia?
No, I'm confused too. Consistent with the intent of the plan seemed incredibly vague to me for something as remarkable as saying you can't do any project. So I may just be misunderstanding it.
Let's do this. Let us flag this for major confusion by council members, and give us the opportunity. Explain it to us again, and tinker with the language. Maybe there's some clarification in language that would help us understand it.
I also think there's an interesting policy. Question.
Yeah, the legislature said, in spite of the fact there are exclusions for local projects and so on from the covered actions, that exclusion specifically does not include the restoration opportunity areas, specifically does not include the project, BDCP project. I got that. And I don't understand why protection is disappearing. That is the law as I read it, and if we have to restate the law, that's okay.
That's not protection, though. That only says that those areas are covered actions, not that any particular policy applies to an action in that area. So the policy that Joe is bringing to you is saying for those projects, which are covered actions, here's what has to occur. And that's within your discretion as to whether or not something has to occur. Just like you in the plan can say something is a project, but the plan will say we're excluding these from any further review. as Chris pointed out earlier. You have that policy choice to make in the plan. So basically, this just leaves with you the choice as to how you want to treat these activities.
If you want to do anything at all.
If at all.
If at all.
Don?
Yeah, I would ask that if you're going to bring some information back, bring back the maps to show, and whether it's more discrete green blobs or green blobs, the alignment areas and the environmental restoration areas, because it shows the potential effect of a no construction application in all those areas that are, somewhat defined in people's studies and ongoing work with the steering committee and so forth. But I mean, it puts a big cloud over, including Suisun Marsh as well as delta areas, primary, secondary zone, and maybe even areas outside of it, certainly within the statutory delta. But I would ask that you do that, because I think that will help illustrate at least the impact. And people might
We'll work on this and bring it back.
Yeah.
Can I have one other thought for you to consider
Alicia.
when you're working on it?
Yeah.
I mean, there's also the question of, if you were going to do that, I mean, I understand the reason to try and protect those areas because we think something in that might be important, or we hope that it will be in BDCP, either on conveyance or ecosystem restoration or both. But if we do this, we're taking away the incentive to get it done fast. Because one of the incentives to get it done is that land might disappear, right?
Interesting thought.
Just toss that into the incentives
Okay.
set of things. And you guys went through all of those when I just walked around the corner and came back? You went through all of these reporting and
We
transfer and
said,
everything?
she's out of the room, move fast.
It's just really strange. No, I'm fine. It's just, if I just wanted to make another one of those policy comments where I want to think about it again, because there are the things we're going to do that we have a regulatory lever, so we're trying to make it, and then there are those big policy recommendations, and I think they can get garbled. So we should say a lot about transfers. I know we already mentioned that, and figure out what we realistically can add to that party. But it just seems that talking about transfers was a part of all the Cal Fed things. It's not what's happening in BDCP, and there are certain statewide policies and issues, either policies, legislation, regs, that need to be changed to facilitate things we think are good, and those are kind of missing. So I just want a placeholder for doing those things in that big picture way, even if we can't make them happen, because then we're missing some of the strength of it.
Okay, Joe, it's 4:15. I think we're going to have to come back and start tomorrow with Water Resources Policy 7. Start there, okay? Gwen, Terry, thank you very much. We're going to take public comment now if we could. By the way, just to folks in the audience, there is a point of time. It has now been reached. You will be asked to draft specific language, not simply to register comments, particularly for those of you who represent established voices and organizations. Let us see the language you either want in the Delta Plan, and here's a request, even if you think the council's going to do something you don't want, if you have a different way of expressing it that you think is more sensitive or responsive to problems, we want to see language there too. There's a limit to our ability at this stage to take generalized comments and construct out of whole cloth what ought to be alternative language proposals. And I say that in general, not just because Mr. Zuckerman is first.
Mr. Chair, can you offer a date, a target date that you would like to receive that information so that it could
Tomorrow?
be adequately,
A week. I mean, look, the point is changes we have to make for the April Delta Plan have to really be to read, to digest, to understand by the first week of April. Because we have to produce our draft by, what is the date you found, Joe, for April?
22nd of April, but actually, ideally, if we could get comments by next Friday, that would make it much easier for us.
Next Friday is?
The
first. We'll accept comments at any time, obviously, but your chance of getting suggestions into the next revision are increased dramatically if you get it in a timely fashion. Mr. Zuckerman, apologies.
Fool's joke. So.
Well, we did that. Our first meeting of the council was April Fool's. did that, and it was pretty amusing, all things considered.
Well, you'll be pleased to know that I did submit written comments with specific suggestions
Right.
today, and the last 3 or 4 pages of it are very specific to...
These are flood risk comments and others?
Yeah, to chapter
Okay, great.
7. But
Thank you.
That's good.
there are some very brief, sort of general comments I wanted to make that apply to what you've been doing today, as well as what you will be doing as you go further through this draft. And that is that we're pleased finally to see some content begin to arrive in these drafts, and not just organizational structure has been sort of in the past. But saying that, we are largely disappointed with the approach that you're taking. That this, rather than becoming the visionary plan that we had assumed would result from following on the work that you did at the Delta Vision, has become sort of a non-plan. It's become a sort of statement of prohibitions, of proscriptions. It doesn't really provide a prescription for what it is that we need to have in California to overcome this demonstrated gap that we have between supply and demand. And I understand you're retreating into what you think are enforceable regulations and so forth, but I would encourage you not to do that. Seize the bully pulpit. Tell people how we're going to work ourselves out of this morass, and then hope that to the extent that you don't have the authority to impose that by regulation, that it'll be a good enough plan that the legislature will give you those powers if you need it. It's obvious that other agencies have concurrent jurisdiction with you, and there's no sense, trying to usurp the powers of the State Water Resources Control Board or the United States Environmental Protection Agency or NIMS or anybody else. But nobody else is coming forward with a visionary plan, and I think that's what you really need to do. As you were hearing this discussion this morning about, how you would write an EIR, think about that. How would you write an EIR around what you've written here, which is basically what you've really done is just sort of created a huge floating easement across most of the delta here and said, don't do anything here, because 4 years from now, 8 years from now, 6 years from now, somebody's going to come up with a plan that we're going to consider adopting. Well, how are you going to write an environmental impact report for that? Because you haven't told anybody what you're going to do. And I'll leave it at that, but I will probably be back on the same subject at some future date. But as I say, we appreciate the opportunity to be heard, but we're not sure we're always being listened to.
Can I just skimmed your written statement. I'll read it more carefully later. But on policy 5, or recommendation 5, I guess it is, you said the focus should not be directed to conveyance, but rather to preservation of the levee system in the delta, which protects the land, infrastructure, and habitat, as well as the water conveyance. Is that a fair summary of the overall position you think we should take to achieve the co-equal goals? Well, start with levees.
You're going
to and go from there. Because if it is, Tom, I've got problems.
Well, the problem that I have is that I've been sitting here all day long.
Page 5, R5.
I know where it is in my statement. I want to get back to the R5 statement in the document, which is on page what? Must be around 30-something.
R5 is...
Here we go. On page 44?
Yeah, right. 44. Top of 44.
And we're talking about an emergency response plan here. That's what R5 is about. Did you understand that in that context?
Yeah, but I mean, the point is, I'm looking through the rest of this also for where do we start other than a grand articulation of something which may be enforceable or it may not. I got that, but
we were talking about where you start an emergency response plan. It's not
okay. So it's not the overall.
It's not an overarching statement on the entire document. It might be, but that isn't the reason it was drafted. I just want to say that, we're all under tough time constraints here, and you're going to see these same comments appear several times in the presentations that come to you. And don't think of it as you would if you were a college professor saying, oh, these people lifted something out of the encyclopedia or whatever. I would encourage you to look at it as consensus on the part of an enormous, wide group of people that are working more or less together on this thing.
Water Delta consensus?
You're going to see these same suggestions come in a number of different presentations here.
Okay.
So it's not plagiarism, it's agreement.
Thank you, Tom. Mr. Becerra.
Thank you very much. I'm Ryan Becerra with Barkowitz, Cronic, and Shanahan in Sacramento, and been here before. We represent upstream water agencies, local agencies, and that perspective informs how I read the plan. In particular, as an attorney representing local agencies, I read it looking at it in terms of if a client asked me to advise them how to write a consistency finding with this document, what would I tell them? And I think it's from that perspective, it's extraordinarily difficult to think of how I would tell a client to write a consistency determination with this. And in particular, representing agencies upstream of the Delta, there was a good discussion today about covered actions and what it means, and how does this plan affect covered agencies, upstream agencies and others. And the fundamental point is it doesn't unless they decide to propose a covered action, in which case all of this gets triggered. And so I'm envisioning at some point, possibly in 2012, one of our managers saying, we'd like to transfer water across the Delta. Please tell me what happens to us under this plan if we decide to do that. And I'd have to open it up and say, well, you're going to have to comply with every bit of SB 7. You're going to have to write something on top of your urban water management plan and or your ag water management plan. There's a piece in here about fully implementing the reasonable and prudent alternatives under the BOs, which I don't understand what that means. If you've got a declining groundwater basin, you've got to look at non-potable supplies. This entire document only gets triggered for upstream agencies if they decide to participate in the Delta. And frankly, I think a lot of people will look at this and say, forget it. I don't want to do this. And I don't think you want to send the message to the water community that the Delta is contagious. I think that the point, you want everyone to participate in helping to get it better. And I think most places do want to do that. But I think what this document does is it makes the Delta contagious, particularly to those people who don't have to touch it necessarily unless they want to. And I think that's a very bad message to send. And I think you really need to think about every piece of it that you consider as a policy in that framework. Mr. Johnston had an excellent point about the 20-acre vineyard up on the Calaveras River. If I do this, am I going to get dragged in front of the council? I think lots and lots of people are going to look at their projects that way. And so to the extent you have all of these statewide rules, and I think you may be causing yourselves, and the state, frankly, a significant problem by encouraging people not to participate. So with that, I have one very technical request, and that is, if we need to redline the document, it'd be great if there was a Word version that was available.
The next version, I'm told, will be, is it the next version, Joe?
Our next version will be redline. But what you're asking is that we provide a Word version that you can mark up PDF versions. There is and we have actually, in the version that we release, have deliberately turned on that tool so you can mark them up.
It would be great if there was some kind of instructions to how to do that. I think everyone looks at a PDF document.
Me too.
I have no idea how to fix that.
Okay.
It's like, I can't touch
That would be good for me too, since I can't edit a PDF.
Okay, I will see what we can do to see if we can figure out
Thank you.
some way to do that.
Mr. Becerra, written comments, specific language.
I love Word documents. We'll just turn on track changes.
Mr.
and start
Becerra,
working.
written, come on. We actually need the specifics.
No,
If you
and
have
I think-
alternative
and another-
language that you think might be better, it's really helpful
Okay.
to see that language.
And there was some discussion today around some of those items. You know,
Right.
the phrase about public trust flows and what's
right,
that mean.
right.
It's
Right.
relatively easy to clean up those kind of things. The fundamental issue is, though, this kind of document encourages people not to participate, and I think that's
You made a good point.
the opposite of what we want to do.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Koutras.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the council. Just a couple of general comments, and then I have specific language to offer you. General comments, I would just suggest that your public comment process go after each chapter. I think that will simplify our comments and be able to be more precise.
I'm sorry, explain what you mean by that.
Right now, we've gone through chapter 1, 2, 3, and
Most of 4.
most of 4, and comments you're going to get are
Scattered.
yeah. So I would suggest, if you can, if you can't, that's fine. It's a suggestion as to how to proceed. The Delta counties, all 5, will be commenting in writing
Great.
by the April 15th deadline. That is the deadline in the draft. You will receive those. Probably consistent with some comments Ms. Marcus said about the devil's in the detail. We certainly see the devil here. There's no question. I want to comment on a couple of things from today's discussion. First, on Chapter 1, page 1, lines 6 through 11, we are adamant that if you're going to quote 85054, that you quote it in its entirety, which maintains the protects and enhances unique cultural and recreational. There was discussion about striking that. We think it's important to keep that language there. Second, while you have in this same page made reference to the expansiveness of what the co-equal goals means and inherent in that definition, we continue to be concerned that Public Resources Code 29702, which is 29702, which is on page 4 of our little booklet at the top, which quotes the 4 basic goals of the state. And the reason I keep harping on this is because it's the one place where it's specific about agriculture. Agriculture, protecting ag. It is not, as the modifier of the co-equal goals, protecting ag values. And I think
that is, however, in Section 85054, the definition of the co-equal values, it says specifically agricultural values of the Delta.
correct. And what I'm pointing out, if you would look, sir, at page 4 at the top, Public Resources 29702, it has 4 components, A, B, C, and D.
Yeah.
And B says protect ag. And I want to keep reinforcing that. That's a major concern and issue for our county. So we don't need to argue about it.
It's sub A you're talking about.
Sub A is the co-equal goals. B, C, and D are also stated as goals of the state for the Delta. And so all I'm asking is in Chapter 1 here that those goals also be mentioned.
What's the difference between agricultural values and agriculture, please?
I believe that agriculture refers to the actual economic activity and all its supporting activities, as opposed to some interpretive what its value mean.
Meaning,
I don't know.
Illustration.
I don't know. I don't know what value means. That's the problem.
Well, since
ag values could be, I come from a very urbanized area. Ag values are one ranch that's been retained for school children's tours to say this is what the valley used to look like. That's ag value education. I'm concerned. I don't want that to mean what happens here in the Delta by 2100.
So
That we have a demonstration.
is it
timeline.
the county's position that no further agricultural land in the statutory delta should be changed to any other use?
No, sir. No, sir. The
Okay.
county's position is the county should retain land use control and
And if they-
self-determination over what occurs.
And if they
with-
change it from agriculture to something non-agriculture, that's okay as long as they make the decision.
Correct.
But we should give great recognition and status to agriculture notwithstanding that.
That's correct.
Is there anything inconsistent in those positions that strike you?
Yeah, certainly, but the policy control, the issue for the counties, and it's no surprise, I'm sure, to you, is retaining their self-governance over the land use within their county.
And that is more important than preserving agriculture for local governments.
They are doing an outstanding job of preserving agriculture. We can demonstrate that to you.
Well, at the next hearing, we're going to have a portion of a briefing panel on
we're
exactly.
We're hoping for that, yes. We're hoping for that.
Well,
We have-
if the counties can't show up, we understand
Oh,
that.
no, we're
but-
prepared. We just haven't heard if we can, that's all.
Okay. Well-
We're waiting for info, so. Let me move on to the third point, because I know there's others that will follow me. With regard to page 21, with the reference to, let me get this.
BDCP.
Correct, thank you.
Lines 24 and 25. it
Thank
says
you.
on the
I
form.
did write that down.
Yeah.
What we would ask is that BDCP, and you have to follow the logic for a moment. Elsewhere in draft 2, there's discussions of constitutional changes and other changes to overturn, eliminate, or do something about the state's levy liability with Paterno. And in our current statute, 85032J says nothing in this statute is going to change the state's liability on flood protection levies. So my suggestion here is that the council consider, if you're willing to look at the Paterno, that you also should be willing, and I request you consider re-looking at BDCP and pulling it in as a covered action so that it has to comply with all of the pieces that you're doing. Notwithstanding that the statute says it's got its own exemption.
Well, the lawyers advised us that it is not a covered action under the statute, but we have a review process. I think the staff agreed to take a look at whether we shouldn't give its own number to the BDCP potential appellate review, which is also statutory. I think they will.
And I understand that, Mr. Chair. What I'm suggesting is that one of your future actions, just as you've suggested constitutional changes or looking at Paterno being modified, you also look at modifying the statute and say BDCP, if your role is the grand vision of the Delta, and you are going to both regulate and enforce this vision to see it come to fruition, and I walk through, notwithstanding that BDCP has got its own pass, when I walk through what's a covered action, boy, BDCP it's there, you know? It's a covered action, but for the legal fiction of excluding it. So consider looking at that as a future change. Fourth point I wanted to make, pages 23, with regard to, 22 and 23 with regard to the covered actions. We spent a lot of time.
This is the checklist discussion primarily.
Yes.
Yeah.
We spent a lot of time with you late summer, early fall, going through the administrative appeal process. We came along in good faith with you on those. And the discussions at the time, both in the council public meetings and in all of the sidebar meetings, were that the burden was on the counties when they certified to you a covered action, that yes, this action has complied, and that we agreed to a very shortened timeline in the event of an appeal to generate documents and supporting material, because you have a very limited clock that starts running for you to handle the appeal. Now we see, instead of the burden on us to, if you will, play it straight and certify compliance. We now have a whole laundry list of, in addition to whatever we've done at our planning commissions or our Board of Supervisors meetings, we have a whole nother list of things here. And obviously, we're going to be looking at this legally. I don't even know if we can condition any of our actions on things like this. But I would suggest, and again, this is a place, and be specific, this all should be struck. This should be struck. And you should do what you said you were going to do, which was create a simplified checklist to give us guidance on what's a covered action. That's what the conversation was. Tell us what a covered action is.
And and as long as you certify you've met it, we should accept that determination?
No. You would have an appeal. If you get an appeal on one of our actions, your appeal standard, then you go to what standard are you going to use for your appeal?
But that's what this is.
No,
the list is not, Mr. Koutras, the list is not to our satisfaction yet, but as I understand the council, the concept of telling you in advance the kind of information that might be relevant in making our decision, it's hard to imagine not doing that given the tight time frame the statute sets up for deciding consistency determinations.
I beg to differ with you, sir. I am not speaking to page 24 where you have said, and you want to say, here's the kinds of things we're going to be looking at when we're making our decisions.
Right.
That's your call, how you want to do that. If you want to restrict yourself and say, we can only look at these, fine. Up to you. I'm commenting on page 22 and 23 where you're putting a significant burden on us when there's no appeal, nothing's happened. We now said this. We've worked with you. You've said this is a covered action, so we're now filing this certificate, and we have all of these things we have to put on it when we file. So you're putting, in the absence of an appeal, you're putting all this stuff that we have to do on every covered action, and that wasn't the tone, tenor, or intent of our discussions in late summer and the fall.
Okay, well, let's.
And so I want to raise that.
At that point, we turn to Mr. Grindstaff and Mr. Stevens to re-stir the pot and the discussions that went before on this issue. I think you're overreaching on your concerns on this point, but I also think that we need more clarification on the section as drafted. So.
Thank you, sir. Page 31, my last point.
31.
WRP 6.
Yes, sir.
Strike it. That's our recommendation.
Got it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Koutras.
I do appreciate the time today and the discussion. So,
thank you, sir.
One last appeal to the council members. Simplify, simplify, simplify. You're making law. And up and down this state and across the nation, there's conversations about burdens of regulations. You're talking about economic activity in the Delta. That's really what you're talking about regulating in the covered actions, economic activity in the Delta. And I really would plead with you to look at the simplification, because I think you're going to be looking at your plan again in 5 years. If something's not working, well, then you can get more specific as you move along. But to start off with what's here, I think it's way too much.
Okay.
And it needs to be simplified. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Marguerite Nalen from the Contra Costa Water District. Ms. Nalen?
Thank you, Chair Eisenberg. I'll try to make this quick. And we did promise you before we will get you written comments. We've been working on them, so we're trying to be as helpful as we can, including suggesting language. So just a few things.
That would be appreciated, and I know you are working on it.
We will do that. Just a few things we wanted to highlight. The first one's on within the governance plan. I know that the council discussed this a bit today, but on the adaptive management, just want to caution you that if you are kind of implying that adaptive management goes on forever, that a covered action project that's doing like mitigation, it almost sounds like you're signing them up for doing an endowment to assure that they'll meet their commitments forever, which the system with Fish and Game and other regulatory agencies is really not set up to do that right now.
If you believe that there should be time limits set on adaptive management, or if you believe it should be used only in the development of a plan but not the implementation of it, could you give us some language focusing on that? And secondly, give some thought to how you answer the statutory charges of us to use adaptive management for monitoring, for oversight, and all the other things that go with it, because hard for me to imagine adaptive management as a one-shot affair. I mean, it seems to conflict with with the definition of it.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. So it's all in the definitions. And speaking of definitions, that's comment number 2 on page 28. It just occurred to us that on the co-equal goals, if you're going to get into trying to demonstrate compliance with that and that you're meeting those goals, you really need a better, more specific definition on what you mean by those goals. You weren't given much really specific on that. What is specifically water supply reliability? What's an adequate amount?
Well, in fact,
what's adequate amount on ecosystem?
I don't know. I think it's probably on Mr. Grindstack's list, but on mine, I'd put down a definition of reliability in water supplies as something that's missing, and we've chatted about that a couple times before. So, good point.
Okay, moving on to water resources policies. On that self-sufficiency language on page 30, we talked about, just want to echo a previous comment, we already do urban water management plans, our agency, Contra Costa Water District, and others. We do a lot of these plans already. Would ask that we not add to that, but maybe just specify things that should be included in the structure that already exists. Moving on from there, on the water recycling policy, I think this got mentioned by Council Member Marcus, that water recycling where it's cost effective, where it works best, it really depends on the region that you're doing it in. In the Bay Area, just for example, really none of them are cost effective right now. They're all being subsidized. So, in other areas, maybe that's not the case. So if we're empowered to optimize for that, what does that mean? What are we expected to do there? Is it just do it at our cost, or really optimize, be cost effective?
When you do your comments, because I know the district's interested in this, think about how we can use language, whether it is optimization or any comparable term, to prod each region within its range of feasible alternatives, and not ones we like and that are politically popular, but I mean feasible scientifically and all that, to establish a pattern where the regions rely first on those sources before they come to the Delta and ask for water supplies. Now, that's the latter half of what I've just said is what you've argued for years, for decades, as a district. But match the two and be cautious, because if you say, well, gee, we shouldn't be held on a recycling use to any particular standard, that might be true, but the language you'd use to relieve yourself of the duty might also relieve someone else of the duty who is better able and more feasibly desired outcome would be recycling. So be careful about how you do that.
I think it's just we're trying to avoid the generalization and get more specific by the region.
Okay.
And then lastly, just we really liked seeing the emergency preparedness language on page 44. We think that's exactly what's needed, is that is a plan that's worth being a new plan. And specifically, we're looking to see how we can coordinate the activities such as barrier installations, reservoir releases, whatever we can do to minimize water disruption. So really encourage more detail on that area.
Great.
And that's it. Thank
you.
you.
Ms. Nayland, thank you very much. Mr. Zlotnick, Water Contractors.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, council members. Greg Zlotnick with the state and federal contractors. Very quickly, we'll be providing written comments before the 15th, but we'll get those into you. A couple things. I think you'll be surprised to start out. I'm going to agree with my friend Mr. Zuckerman and encourage you to try to get into principles and recommendations that are
and away from regulations
forward. Huh?
And away from regulations.
Yeah. A lot of it basically comes down to, frankly, accepting what we interpret, as you know, a relatively limited jurisdiction and authority for, things that in your plan you describe, if I believe, all of those policies, however many Cliff said there were, 27 or whatever, are indicated in your plan to be quote-unquote mandatory. I think it says that. The policies are intended to be mandatory. Well, the question is, under what authority, what enforcement, how does it consistent with the concurrent jurisdiction, or not the concurrent jurisdiction, the jurisdiction of the agencies that the legislature, left those to. And we think there's a lot of positive things that can come out from this. And in terms of, as Mr. Koutras and others described, start with some incremental things that will start making progress, and over time, as the plan develops, those incremental steps are going to become very big steps in the life of the plan in terms of helping achieve and further achievement of co-equal goals. So I think that's very important. And it also, as you're well aware, many of these areas of discussion are very complicated, have been racked for years, as you've identified, Mr. Chairman, with controversy, and that the short timeline, both for you to put together, for folks to comment, makes it very difficult to try to get something out that just doesn't sort of unravel ultimately at the end of the day. So I think that's important. I did want to get some clarification from staff. Reading through particularly the water resources section, and for example, the self-reliance section, all those things are all very good things, and as the Representative from Contra Costa said, a lot of water agencies do a lot of those things already. But in terms of them being as policies, as mandatory, the question becomes, as I understand it, and I just want to clarify, that at least for the export areas, the hook, if you will, is that the anticipation is that contract renewals are a covered action, and then that's how you sort of get to that. Otherwise, I don't see how you have the authority or how you would see sort of imposing those things upon agencies.
That's one of the things, and certainly, I'll speak, sorry.
No, please.
From my perspective, it's hard to imagine that the council could do its job and that the Delta plan could be effective if we didn't say that when contracts are renewed for exports from the Delta, that people didn't need to meet certain standards, including standards of water use efficiency, water recycling, and all of those things when they do that, when they say we need to take hundreds of thousands or millions of acre feet of water from the Delta. So my view is that's what the legislature intended, and that that the plan needs to call for those things to be done.
Okay.
So,
and I appreciate you again.
And that doesn't mean that you have to give up all exports from the Delta. That's not the intent of the legislation. But I think it was the intent of the legislation that export areas do everything they can to enhance their own local supplies to reduce the amount of water they take from the Delta. It seemed to me that clearly that's what was intended, not that there was any specific number, but if you could build a recycled water project in my hometown and that would reduce water from the Delta, that's something the legislature would want people in my home to do.
Okay, and that basically then substitutes the legislature, as you put it, in space of the elected directors of a local agency making cost-benefit analyses on a water supply portfolio and investments that they've made in the past to meet their needs. I'm just saying that seems to be the logical extension, and that the idea is that the intent was to leave the water in the system, we'll say that, because the water's been diverted way upstream, so to leave it and let it flow and not be diverted in exchange for developing these other things, whether or not it's necessary to meet the demands or not. And I think that there's a question here in terms of, again, going back to where we were at Delta Vision, quite frankly, an absolute notion of reduced exports from the Delta by the exporters because we think that's a good thing, just think it's a good thing, or whether or not we're building self-reliance to be able to reduce reliance on the Delta during periods when it's critical for the ecosystem, for drought, whatever. Those seem to be very different things. And if it's the former that we're talking about, I think we need to be very clear that that is the intent, because that seems to be the tenor of a lot of the discussion. is that just reduce exports because it's a good thing to do, whether or not your own agency needs to do that to be reliant or not.
Mr. Zlotnick, I guess I'm going to get impatient. You've been through most of the meetings we've had since April of last year. You've heard our science team testify. You've read everything that the Independent Science Board has said. Is there any occasion where you found evidence that water flow had nothing to do with the quality of the environment in the Delta?
No, that's not the point, Mr. Chairman. The point is that the projects are regulated by the State Water Resources Control Board. They come up with flows. You've put in here, get a new water quality control plan in, to deal with that. That's fine. And that's what will regulate the projects. It seems to be going a step beyond, in essence, to say that, for example, as we've heard now, that the council's view or the staff's view at this point is that a contract renewal is a covered action based upon a contract you have that's regulated by the state board in terms of how much water you can get at any given time, and that unless you're meeting certain standards on this multi-investment approach, which most are kind of doing anyhow, that they're somehow at risk of losing a supply that they've counted on over the years and invested in.
So everybody's doing it already, but they're afraid that if they get
some may not be
they're
doing
required to show that they're doing it already, somebody might tell them that they're not doing it.
Maybe not to the level that you think makes sense. Maybe.
How can you have a water policy, Mr. Zlotnick, where people are entitled to a supply of water regardless of whether they are being prudent in its use? Just tell me how.
I think the issue comes down to each individual region has a different supply portfolio. If they are being
well, then the state should not contract for water at all. It should simply sell water on a yearly basis, and then you can do whatever you want. Is that if that's a suggestion, I'd entertain it.
No, Mr. Chairman, as you've heard, regions have different portfolios of supply: imported, groundwater, surface, recycled, etc. And they plan for their development. And if they're meeting their goals through an expected imported supply as part of that portfolio that they know can be reduced because of drought, reduced under state board requirements, and yet they plan, and let's say they do a recycled water project, but under the proposals developed here, maybe it's not meeting the nth degree that is looked at here. I mean, that's what we're talking about, and that's why it's the whole issue of how do you set the specifics that you seem to be going for in a way that can go statewide. It's very difficult. And that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying there's a guarantee. I don't think any of our folks think there's a guarantee. The issue is, where is that regulation done? What's the process to determine the amounts that they can or can't rely on at any given time and that they know they have to deal with? And that's really what I'm talking about. So,
okay. All right. Felicia, sorry.
I mean, I think on all of these, part of it is it's so early in drafting that you can take, as with some of the other comments, you can take it to a hypothetical that scares you, and any of us can do that. The question that doesn't seem unreasonable to me is to say, let's just have something that makes sure that people are actually exploring all these options and implementing them wisely. That may feel like Big Brother in a way, but the water situation in California is dire enough that the state has an interest in being sure that water isn't wasted, essentially.
Sure, and
so this could be an implementation tool that is not more than a checklist. We need to think about how to hone it up, but I don't think it's an unreasonable thing to ask given the crisis nature that we're in, and it may run afoul of some customary use or behaviors, and I understand that local districts are going to want to make that choice for themselves, but frequently they always say, well, we've already done this, we're always making the wisest choices, and they're not. And so I'm not saying the state is as a mommy state to be able to say, thou shalt do this. So the trick is, how do we come up with something that imposes what is, I think, a very reasonable thing to be asking people to understand. We've had to do it in other water issues before. You would think it was obvious, but it's not. And that, I think, is a collective public policy goal of the state that's valid. So you're saying a number of things. I understand some of them and where they're coming from and those fears, but it's sort of more concerned about how do we do this?
Right, and I would agree, Felicia, and I maybe not as articulate as I need to be on this issue, but part of it comes down to, again, the role of the council its authorities, the fact that these are written as quote-unquote policies, which are mandatory, and how do you get into making them such that they are, as you said, ask that these things be done as what the state needs to do, where they're currently written as demands, basically, and that's different. And sort of how do you sort of get this whole thing moving in a way that these are all good things to do? There's no question about that. But then the part of the context of the conversation is that these are put out there in essence as not as complementary necessarily to a full water portfolio, but as basically an idea is you're substituting for a major segment of your portfolio that you basically are being asked, do this so you can give that up. I mean, that's the interpretation, whether
Well,
it's
it's all
wrong
on how
or
you
not.
define that.
Right,
To
right.
quote
So-
a former president and use a different word. I mean, you know, when you say that, it's not, that may mean 100% of a contract amount that you would never get. I mean,
No,
so
no,
we
and
need
that's
to-
understood.
We do need to figure out how to balance these things in
Right.
a way that moves forward.
Exactly, and we are supportive of that. So it's just, hadn't intended to get into this deeply. It was really just to sort of lay out the justification and get that on the record so we can have an understanding of that. And then finally, just very quickly, Mr. Koutras's point about BDCP, not surprisingly, we would disagree with that. I think that it's not so much that BDCP is not a covered action, it's that the legislature determined that, assuming it satisfies the criteria and suffers the appeal, it's part of the plan, and so by definition, it's consistent with the Delta plan.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Campbell from EdMud. Mr. Campbell?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Sorry, Brian Campbell with East Bay Mud. We will provide written comments, and hopefully we
Great.
can do those by April 1st. We did provide scoping comments back in January. I just want to hit on 3 of those again, because 2 of them were positively addressed today. The more work on adaptive management that we would continue to encourage, and then more discussion and integration with how the state water board's flow standards will work and how their role and their setting of the flow standards.
Do you know whether you're going to have possible alternative language for us to look at?
Well-
Because that would be very, not concepts, but language.
Yeah,
That would be very
we're-
helpful
we're,
to us.
You know, digesting still the draft and the dates and what happens
Right.
if, you know, certain
Okay.
dates aren't met, so we'll put that in writing. The third area I wanted to talk about was finance that we addressed in
Mhm.
our comments. I know we haven't gotten to that today, but we had suggested a series of principles and talked about distinguishing benefits from mitigation, and then in benefits distinguishing public benefits from benefits that can be ascribed to specific entities, and doing all that before, and review of the cost before getting to the revenue generating
The
mechanisms.
finance plan that's actually in here is a very, very, very preliminary one. Staff's not satisfied with it yet, but it gives us at least some contextual information. And the categories may not be exactly the ones you want, but rest assured that we're going to chew that one over at length.
Okay, and then one other thing in finance is it seems like if BDCP is not incorporated, that there needs to be a version with BDCP cost and a version without to allow it to be incorporated at some point. And I think that was the gist of the comments. I would also support Marguerite's comment on emergency preparedness, that's good to
Okay.
see, and encourage further development there, too.
Thank you very much.
Okay, sure.
Mr. Verboen, you drove through the rain to get up here again, didn't you?
Loved every minute of it, coming from the desert.
I can imagine. Good to see you again.
It's good to be here, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Mr. Johnston's earlier comments about his 20-acre deal, my understanding of my reading is that it would be a covered project, and a way to accomplish that, and maybe other projects, is to exempt any ones that are not going to increase the reliance on the delta and the water flows of the delta, either upstream or exported.
That's an interesting suggestion. As a matter of fact, some of the staff have actually kind of fooled around with that idea before. The writing of the language is difficult, as you might imagine. But if you have some suggestions on that, I thank you, by the way, for your last email following your testimony, because it clarified what you were saying. If you have any suggestions on what it should look like,
I'll think about it.
I'd sure appreciate it.
Okay. And, you know, the toughest job that you guys have is basically to set the flow standards. And even with the...
Of course, we're not going to set the flow standards.
No, you're going to
We're trying to prod the water board to do what they want to do.
You're going to advise and listen and go. what we're seeing right now is we have fairly reasonable efficiency and conservation in the valley, but one thing that we can't do is you can't have reliable transfers and exchanges inside if you don't have reliability. And what we're seeing is our groundwater overdraft is being driven by the lack of reliability of the water. We understand living with drought, and we understand good water years and bad water years, but even on the good water years, we're getting 55% this year, and water's flooding out to the ocean. So how are we supposed to deal with the groundwater overdraft when we can't even get a full supply of water?
The water that goes to the water that goes to the ocean, which has in decades past been called wasted water, has not been called wasted water, at least since the 1970s, when it became pretty clear that to protect the environment, to protect water quality, you need fresh water going a bunch of places. I understand the desire, a lot of people, is to change the laws, but there they are.
The majority of the damage, in my opinion, with all respect, is occurring in the fall, in late summer and fall periods of time when we're reduced to just having stored water. A lot of that stored water, maybe during that period of time, the export pumps should be reduced. But to say that, we realize it's a public resource, but at great expense, a lot of Southern California and the San Joaquin Valley has developed the storage that allows the water to be in the delta during those periods of time. And at the same time, we've seen the reduced amounts of water deliveries and more unreliable water deliveries cause indeed a severe addition to our groundwater overdraft, which has never been resolved and continues to get worse simply by those driving efforts. Less surface water deliveries equals more groundwater overdraft. And our urban areas, basically, everybody says agriculture is the water user in the San Joaquin Valley. The groundwater users are as much urban because they don't use very little, if any, surface water supply. So they're pumping 365 days a year, wet years, dry years, where agriculture retires their groundwater wells during the wetter years in most areas. So to simply put that on the backs of agriculture would be punitive. Let's see, that's basically the north-south transfers. If you don't have reliability from the delta, I wouldn't expect anybody from the north to want to transport that water away and not knowing what it's going to do to their overdraft situation, their groundwater overdraft situation. And southern, if you don't have reliability to get across the delta, you're just throwing money at a problem that's unsolvable.
Right.
The status quo that we've seen maintained, and it's not the state water contractor's fault, and it also is not the federal contractor's fault that the status quo has remained in the delta. I mean, all we did is sign contracts and say, well, we'll repay for these water infrastructure if we're delivered this water. That's our extent. The planning was not done by us. The water structuring and the times of deliveries, that wasn't done by us. But we're living up to our end of the bargain.
Well, I should probably tell you, I don't want to fight about this, but I've come to the mind that we're all responsible, all of us in the state of California, for the conditions of the Delta, because the way we use water, the way we've historically used water, our demands for our lifestyles and our business didn't take any account of it. And I understand why it's historically relevant and important, but the problem is it's a mess. We got to fix it, and that's a condition of getting a more reliable system. But a more reliable system for a growing state with a growing demand for water is never fully reliable. You never can get 100%. State figures now are we're about 65% reliable on the state water project and going down.
Yeah.
But that's because the state's growing, the economy's growing.
What from the state and federal contractors' point of view, what has transpired over the last 10, 15 years has been the largest transfer of wealth accomplished anywhere in the world. By the non-delivery of water has reduced the ability to produce products of wealth. It is the largest anywhere in the world.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pavoon. Drive carefully, by the way, back home. Ms. Kincaid, San Joaquin River Group.
Valerie Kincaid, San Joaquin River Group. I actually just have a quick clarifying question. We are going to provide written comments.
Great.
And we will provide alternate language. That is the hope. I'm sure we'll have some nits here and there where we won't provide specific language, but our hope is to narrow our focus and come up with our big issues and provide you focus that we would love to see dropped in the next draft.
Okay, do me one favor.
Sure.
When you do the options, ask yourself whether it falls within the jurisdiction and authority the statute granted us. And if you think, I understand.
We always think in those terms.
Got it.
Mr. Chairman.
And if it's a recommendation you want us to make as opposed to a regulatory action,
right.
Distinguishing that would be very helpful to us. A lot of people don't. And they say kind of everything they tell us should be either
Sure.
not done or should be done. And so focused stuff, particularly now as we're going into the third and the fourth drafts, is really important.
That's a good point and a good distinction between a policy and a recommendation. We'll pay particular
Great.
attention to that. In doing those, one of the issues that we are probably going to comment on is the flow timelines, and I know that there's been discussion, and Mr. Grindstaff is going to retool that, but my understanding in the discussion was that you do not mean a public trust flow procedure. You mean a water quality control plan flows. I just want to make sure that that's correct.
That takes into account the public trust criteria that were developed.
This is where 8,000 attorneys jump to
Right,
their feet
right.
on all sides of the issue, and Mr. Stevens and Mr. Siegel explain carefully what it is.
Mr. Siegel can probably explain carefully what it is.
Mr. Siegel.
I think that Valerie's actually correct.
I just want to make sure we're not talking about
regulatory flow criteria.
under the water quality control plan. We're not talking about a separate public flow on top of a water quality control new flows.
I don't think Joe's talking
No,
about
no,
a
no.
public
Okay.
trust proceeding.
That is exactly the clarification I wanted. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, Ms. Terry. North Delta Water Agency this time. How are you? Good. Aren't you? I thought you were down sandbagging or something.
Boy, I was thinking about it. The high winds is when it gets a
Yeah,
little scary.
right,
So
right.
yeah, and I live in West Sac and we're a bowl, so I have thought about it. I do have my emergency provisions in the back of my car, literally though. So
Okay. Good.
I'm ready. Anyway, thanks. Melinda Terry, North Delta Water Agency. I just have preliminary comments sort of based on the discussion this morning, but both of my agencies will review the documents and get some written comments in. But I do want to kind of say ditto to Mr. Zuckerman and Koutros on the comments they made, so rather than repeating those, I'll go on to mine. But I would support those. One of the first things I want to do is really echo the Supervisor Natoli's comments to Mr. Nordoff regarding the inclusion of Delta as a place on page 1, which Mr. Koutros brought up as well. The Supervisor's comments were almost verbatim for what I was thinking, but I would add that with all due respect to Mr. Nordoff, the co-equal goals is not a reference to only 2 items. You know, as the supervisor said, it was really a 3-legged stool, and if you only have 2 legs, I'm just going to say it's going to fall over. So I don't think that the Delta as a place, including it, dilutes it, which I think is what Mr. Nordoff said. I would also reference line 7 on page 1 that says the management plan is for the Delta. Okay, this is to be for the Delta. It doesn't say to the Delta or a plan for other parts of the state. So to not include how the Delta is protected as an economically and environmentally sustainable region doesn't seem appropriate. The Delta is not a mitigation bank to solve problems for the rest of the state. But I really did agree with, I think, what Mr. Nordoff's original point was, which the readability factor. I remember in the white drafts I felt the same problem of just, it was regurgitation of statute. Okay, we've all read the statute. We know what's in the statute. I think what my agencies and others are looking from the council is, what's your interpretation of that in terms of a plan that is done for the Delta? So, yeah, I do agree with him. To see some rewording there would be really good. So rather than quoting the statutory language, one of my thoughts was it would be more helpful to have the council's description of what this means, again, your interpretation such as, encouraging existing agencies to utilize their authorities to do A, B, and C in order to balance the export of water supply reliability, improve the fishery and terrestrial species abundance and diversity, and to protect the integrity of the Delta's economy, water quality, and public safety. It's redefining what the statute is, but we need to put some kind of definition of what you think the council's role in that and what it means rather than repeating it. So I do agree with him on that. Another option, maybe instead of just saying the statute, is I believe the DPC has their draft economic sustainability plan, so there might be some wording in there, for instance, that again gets to what is a definition of what that might mean in terms of your plan. So that's another option. Secondly, I would echo and support the comments that the Supervisor Natoli made regarding the vision lacking any reference to protecting agricultural values. It was one of the big things that when I talked to people about their quick read of it, that everyone that I talked to in the Delta noticed as well. I also find it odd that it didn't mention improving the fishery. I mean, here was a vision for the 21st century, or 2100, and it didn't say we're looking at improving the fishery. I thought that was a little odd. If the plan's vision is converting productive agricultural lands to aquatic habitat without the vision for the fishery, then I would not consider the plan successful.
Do your clients agree with the suggestion of Mr. Koutras that local authority land control is the most important issue, and it is arguably less important than protecting existing agriculture? At least I think that's what he was saying.
That it's less important? You lost me on the last part.
Mr. Koutras's argument is...
We support the local control because clearly from a local perspective we know our supervisors and can interact with them, but I lost you on the last part.
The statute doesn't say support local land use decisions, doesn't say turn them over either, but it does say protect agriculture. And the tension between development and agriculture, which you've seen in the secondary zone all over the Delta, continues. What's the right way to resolve that?
Well, I think that's what I'm saying I'm asking for is it's not clear to me what the council thinks that is, but what is talked about here, forget the development, the tens of thousands of acres that Supervisor Natoli talked about being converted as part of the plan for habitat. Mm-hmm. How do we deal with that? That's what I'm saying. I'm looking for how the plan is, and that's why I was mentioning the DPC. That might be a good start for us to, maybe really start looking at what their plan is, because it is, I think, addressing the agricultural component. So maybe it's time to start blending those a little bit, and maybe it's premature, but I don't know. It's one option I would just consider, because my understanding is they've put some work into that already. I guess on the same note, the purpose of the plan should not be doing ecosystem projects for the sake of returning the landscape of the Delta to some sort of historical condition. It should be doing it to improve the status of the species. It also does not mention a vision to protect water quality in the Delta, and this is our drinking source as well. And of course,
there is a chapter in the draft Delta plan, not well developed, but the preliminary start of a chapter on water quality.
Yeah, I was referring to the vision part. Again, if we were looking at the vision for 2100, I didn't see that our drinking water, and of course, the water quality is really tied to the lifeblood for the agricultural community economy as well. So finally, I'm going to make a comment that is my own personal comment as a Delta resident, and it's in regards to the vision as well. I was concerned about the wording in the vision's fourth bullet that says visitors from around the world will be drawn to the Delta for recreation and to experience its beauty and ecosystem. It brings back a very depressing flashback to one of my previous jobs when I worked for the forest products industry. We had almost the exact same words quoted to the forest communities of California when the spotted owl was listed. Like the Delta, we also had national and worldwide interest in what was going on, as at the same time the Headwaters Forest was making international news as the last remaining virgin redwood forest in California. And I would certainly argue that California's redwood and Sierra forests are just as beautiful and full of recreational opportunities as the Delta, so there's a lot of similarities there. And when I saw the words, I went, uh-oh. Because these communities were told, don't worry, tourism will replace forestry jobs, and the economy will thrive without forest operations. I'm here to tell you that despite the beauty of the California forest, none of those promises of tourism and economic viability happened. There are ghost towns where there were once thriving towns with the highest paying jobs in their county. The schools even had to close as people moved away to find work. The federal government subsidized the local governments for the lost revenues initially, but after a while, Congress stopped sending the in lieu money. So this is a cautionary tale to not follow the path of trying to replace a productive, income-producing agricultural economy in the Delta with promises of something you cannot deliver as a vision for the Delta's future. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Terry. Mr. Rentz from Aqua. Mr. Rentz?
Mr. Chair, just real quickly while Mr. Rentz is coming up, I just want to tell you, I'll have a update for you, very brief tomorrow on economic sustainability plan.
Oh, great. Good.
The commission's in session here in a few minutes. I'm going to be a bit late, but we're getting an update, and we've undertaken that effort, so hopefully have an update
Terrific.
tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rentz?
Good afternoon.
Sir.
Perhaps it's good evening.
Good
Thanks for the patience of giving us all the time to comment. Of course, we were all patient to listen to you all for several hours. And I really want to iterate a process point. I guess I should introduce myself, Mark Rentz, Association of California Water Agencies, though you already said it, Mr. Eisenberg. The comment that was made earlier, especially since you want specifics from us about stop at the end of a chapter, give us an opportunity to comment, I think you might have a better success at getting specific responses. Because now we're responding to a more global...
Hey, Mr. Rentz, I'm actually in favor of that. Pat Johnston and I are used to the legislative practice of a table with 5 or 7 chairs, and you get the big players at the table, and you force them to say yes or no, and you don't let them give speeches. Tell me who the 5 or 7 big players are that in this sitting...
Thanks for setting the hook out there, but I won't grab the bait.
Yeah, because that's our problem.
So let me
the
move on
table
to,
is 50.
since it's my comment time, let me move on to some of my comments, if I could, sir. I do have some general thoughts also for you all to consider. It's very interesting that there's a boxed-in paragraph in italics at the beginning of every single one of these chapters. So I, as the reader, have to assume that's a pretty critical matter. It's discussing covered actions, and it's not just how do we deal with the covered actions inside the Delta, but how do we deal with actions outside the Delta that may have a connection to covered actions inside the Delta. I would encourage since every time I've come before you, I've said it's very important for you to wrestle with, and wrestle is what it will be, wrestle with an understanding of what is your scope of responsibilities, however you want to, whatever term you want to use. I would encourage this group to spend some time. Mr. Johnston started it by asking with his hypothetical, and I think hypotheticals are great in this situation, to struggle with that boxed-in paragraph. We need to understand, my members who I represent, everybody in this room, whoever they represent, whether it's themselves or other entities, need to understand what your intention is within that. And it's hard for me. I've read this paragraph a dozen times, Mr. Eisenberg, and I'm still trying to figure out how it plays out. I'm not even taking a position. I'm just confused. So I'm encouraging you to take some time, ask your staff to come forward. They created this language. I don't dispute it at this stage of the game, but to give us some understanding of what their intent was and how they see it being applied. I think that's absolutely critical as you go forward. I also think it's absolutely critical. Mr. Nordoff raised an issue earlier, and I didn't get a clear understanding of it. At the bottom of page 4, the last paragraph, line 38, it says the Delta Plan will become a set of integrated and legally enforceable regulatory policies. What I think is important for us to understand, since we're participating as partners with you, is how that process is going to play out from going from policy discussions in this plan to actual regulatory, how it's going to be a regulation and how it's going to be implemented. Maybe I just missed it and that was discussed, but I really think we need to have that understanding. For example, once you adopt the plan, does that automatically become a regulation, or does it have to go through a regulatory process where it's noticed, the public has a chance to comment?
This is a regulatory process.
Okay, so that needs to be made very clear to us, because I don't think everybody in the room myself included, fully understood that. I felt like, that this, at the end of the day, I didn't understand that this is the end all with all for as far as regulations, whether there was an administrative procedure process afterwards. I didn't. So I just think
it is both. We have the CEQA process, and we are complying with the Administrative Procedures Act, both. That's the reports from our attorneys have done that several times. We've had slide presentations. You've been present during some of the discussions. If anyone is mystified as to whether this is a regulatory hearing, which includes a variety of things that are non-regulatory as well,
right.
I don't know how you could be mystified by it.
Okay. I'm glad you clarified that for me, because then I will step to my final point.
Yes, sir.
I would encourage each and every one of the council members, as they read through this, to do what some of the initial speakers said. Mr. Zuckerman said it much more eloquently than I did. But read this through without your highlighters and your pens and everything, but ask yourself, step yourself in the shoes of people maybe who are not on the council and say, as this is written, will it encourage people to participate, or will it alienate people? Will it tell people that the Delta Stewardship Council has a vision of how we go forward, and I see where my role is in helping that vision? I'm not commenting whether this does it or not, but I am concerned that some of the level of detail and the number of bullet points under certain items and everything may have an unintended consequence of driving the very people away that we all want to sit at the table and work on the solutions. We got to, this plan and its evolution is going to be in place long after all of us are resting 6 feet under in the Delta or elsewhere. And I want to feel that we have created
Except for
something that
Mr.
encourages
Natoli,
people.
who's very young, very young.
Yeah, I want to encourage people to want to participate, and that's the only message I take home. Finally, I agree with your comment, Mr. Eisenberg, about providing specific language. We have in the past. We will try again in the future. I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, and I know we're meeting with representatives on your groundwater plan or policy statement or whatever it is coming up, which is terrific. That's very helpful.
So we will provide to the greatest degree we can in the short turnaround. I'm sure there'll be iteration after iteration on the same chapters, but that's the growth of a work in progress. So we will do that. We have our commitment.
Thank you, Mr. Rentz. Appreciate it. Mr. Minton, Planning and Conservation League. There he is.
Good afternoon. Jonas Minton,
Wake you up.
presenting comments from a coalition of environmental justice and fishing groups.
Is this the same coalition of 16 that you delivered?
30 or so.
30 or whatever it is, same group?
Yes, and it's the same caveat that as you are rolling these versions out very quickly, we are responding quickly. We emailed 16 pages of detailed comments, including specific wording recommendations, but we don't always have time to vet them through each and every group, so you may get additional commentary from them. Let me give you 4 overall comments of increasing challenge to you. The first relates to a point we raised earlier about water for disadvantaged communities. Your second draft has only one line devoted to this on page 30, it's page 38, line 11, where it's a recommendation that the state board adopt and implement their drinking water policy plan. Let me suggest that you look to be a bit more creative. At least one example would be found in the water policy section, Water Policy 2, where you're talking about what should be in local integrated resource plans. Certainly, I don't think it's too much to expect that a local plan would include provisions for providing water to disadvantaged communities that they could actually drink. So I think being a bit more creative. The second area
Jonas,
sir.
You chose to use disadvantaged communities, but in reality, at least in the San Joaquin Valley, it's rural communities.
And in some cases, urban as well. As the recent report from the Pacific Institute indicated, over 1 million Central Valley residents are drinking or have access to water that does not meet drinking water standards. So I concur with you. Thank you.
I'm part of that group. I think it would be better, it would be more effective to expand.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I may not be here tomorrow for the public comment period due to another commitment, and you'll be discussing water quality, I think, tomorrow. So let me offer the observation that you'll find included in the 16 pages, and we have also included a 50-page supplement of additional sources of information on drinking water problems. You know, it's obvious that water quality is one of the stressors both for water supply reliability as well as ecosystem health. And it's pretty short shrift given to it so far, and we appreciate this an iterative process. To be helpful, what we suggest is that you bring in people and expertise more from the State Water Resource Control Board. Just as Councilmember Fiorini has said, areas of the state aren't all the same. Well, contaminants aren't all the same. And parsing out how they can be dealt with both by type and by area could be important for you. The third area that I bring to your attention is water policy number 1 that you were discussing. That's the one that says, State Board, adopt those standards. If you don't, something's going to happen. That is a forcing mechanism that's actually worked in California, under California law as well. In the Monterey Basin right now, the Monterey Peninsula, I should say, they have some actions that are moving forward as a result of some incentives, disincentives. Certainly it needs to be refined. We don't want to preclude all activities in the Delta if the State Board does not act. We don't want to punish innocent folks. On the other hand, there's some projects, and perhaps it is Delta conveyance that we're talking about. And if that's what we're talking about, let's be specific to that point. And lastly, I think the discussion today has brought out 2 things for me. I get the impression that beyond Chair Eisenberg's comment that, yeah, you've always been talking about this is a regulatory program, I kind of get the sense that this is the first time that the Council as a whole has started to grapple with what that means. The legislature has given you responsibilities pretty much akin to what you might find at Tahoe Regional Planning Agency or the Coastal Commission. These are regulations. They are not policies, that portion of your work. However, other speakers, including Mr. Zuckerman, have pointed out that you also have a responsibility to have a plan that exceeds that which is under your regulatory control. So I'm suggesting that you think about this in a dual function. And maybe you go back to some of the process that got us here in the first place, the Delta vision. What is that vision for the Delta? And then what is your role, mostly in terms of the regulatory prescriptions, proscriptions that you're going to have, and other recommendations. But start with the big picture, and then what are your rules for that? And then let me give the last challenge, which I think is the most difficult, and I have not heard anyone discuss it today. This is March the something or another, 20-somethingth. And that means the next month's April, next month's May, and the next month's June, when you're going to have, by your schedule, a draft EIR out. I encourage you to think about that. We want you to move as fast as possible. But I, again, encourage you to talk to your consultants, talk to your legal advisors. What can you get out in time to meet that schedule? The legislative deadline. Is it possible for you to parse something out? And again, we want a holistic solution, but we've seen other efforts like the Bay Delta Conservation Plan rush headlong and then fail. And we do not want you to fail. So what can you do? Maybe how you can build. Those are our comments.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Mitten, can we get a memo from you with the 4 points on environmental justice? I just skimmed through the document.
Yes.
That doesn't appear in here, and I'm not making any
I would be
promises,
happy
but
to.
I'd at least
Yeah.
like to know what they
you.
are. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Anyone else like to speak to us? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start precisely at 9 o'clock. We're going to try to end at noon tomorrow, members, but I can't guarantee it. Can't guarantee it. Okay. Meeting in recess.